Black people, I love you, and I love you enough to tell you, you ain't ready to revolt shit. You don't feed yourself, you don't hunt your own animals and slaughter them, you don't prepare for your own meat, you don't own your own land, you don't have a seed growing in your window. So when you think about revolutionaryism, and you think about fighting and dying in the street, you ain't shit.
Killer Mike said black people ain't ready to revolt. It's a disparaging marriage and he ready to elope. Maritime coastline, deep V hull boat, crack a nose turned up, machete to your throat. The divine snatched the arm back, she fine, she in Zinga. Moroccan mercenary got a line on Moringa. Ask Chief X to swing it. Go fund me to rock a new car or build a school like I'm Dr. Umar. Nah, go fund some more guns, banana clips and cannabis, and bury it, the jackal, Anubis. Machete to keep them heaters, and I'm in tie in an abyss. He ain't rapping due to libations, he just channeling this.
Hands down, you ain't ready to oppose nothing. You are as a part of this system as any white person gentrified.
I'm on life, hovercraft propellers over swamp water. We make the thoughtful think they should've thought harder. Be aware of this, don't blink, there's only one blunt between the careful and careless. It's hard to face it when you need a shrink or a therapist. Mental disorder ordered them to label you a terrorist. I breathe elements and I found the secret. We could all walk on water if it's ground beneath it. I carry my weapon and keep my trees, and still be Hotep and ask Tariq Nasheed. 6 in the morning, I greet my seed, then do everything I think I need.
I have to say this, because I know our spirit and our emotions get stirred. I'm not against nobody on the panel. I'm with everybody on the panel. I'm not diametrically opposed to anybody. I agree with everything my brother said about revolutionaryism. So let me ask you guys a few questions. We're in the South, we're in the heart of the South right now. Fishing. Who knows how to fish?
Black people,
hands down. Who knows how to hunt? Let's hands down. Hands down. Hands down.
Black people,
thanks for asking the syrup. What's up with the syrup?
Black people, are you ready to revive?
Thanks for sticking around on this channel, the syrup. I appreciate you.
Black people, are you ready to revolt? Black people, are you ready to revolt?
Now, is that a question or a rhetorical statement? Black people, are you ready to revolt? It's funny because when Killer Mike took his stance to say we wasn't ready to revolt, he referenced stuff like fishing and hunting and butchering your own meat and cutting your own food. He must think this is gonna be the Indian Revolution or something. Or the that's outdated. Now it's about changing policy, getting things to go in our favor. It ain't about like throwing rocks at tanks right now. If you gotta throw a rock at a tank, throw that mug. But it ain't gonna do nothing. Let's keep it popping. We're gonna get it in, have a good show today, and we're gonna talk about it.
If you ain't Sinetta, no time for that interview, dog. I put my shit out for niggas, I don't send it to blogs. Plan kill off the Buddha, not being discreet. One puff, this big pops and projectiles between the sheets. Sun run, cold game, bring your cleats. The best flow blow, Eskimo, penguin feet. Don't need no blunt to burn. You run the turf with 10 niggas on the block. That's a punt return. Ayo, Dolomite prototype soldier with the solar light. Saber and he hold it like he hold a mic. Golden ice spenders, sipping on that overpriced poltergeist spirits. Ripping at the open mic, quote the nice lyrics like Mama moved mean overnight. Golden motorbike holding on some Tron shit. That nice neon kit is on it. The king's libation with exotic liqueur. The queen's vibration like a Sada Shakur. A lot of decor, imported foreign threads, they ain't got at the store. Nubian Kush, black top pottery jars, 39% THC, the quality pure. Old rappers try to spit ain't hot as before. It's like I'm 5 flights above, busting shots at the floor. Cats switch up they style when they ain't got it no more, cause they gotta keep their product in stores to feed their kids. See what that weed did? The yes man agreeing on everything we said. I smother the mic like it's the love of my life. Don't get sliced and beat with the butt of the knife. Brother polite, I say I'm animalistic, cause I still be in the hood with my hand on my pistol. The Hebrews think I'm cannibalistic, E5 divination, channel the mystic, audio visionary. Let's play poetical Pictionary. Picture me burning down your missionary. Yeah, then I send you religion. That red dot on your head, that's Hindu tradition. Invisible, independent, intrinsic shit. I'll bring it all to an end with indivisible gains. Charles Xavier, getting your brain. Mental anguish or manifesting physical pain. Wizard remains to dance in the chemical rain. Breathe slow, then I'm up out of this physical plane. Got military machinery that exercise weaponized greenery. Shine that'll jeopardize the scenery, son. Bruh, the beam 10 times your distance. Inclines be benching. Stop rising with no trend line resistance. The parabolic breakout. I'm F-16 with the aeronautics fake out.
The God killer. The God killer. The God killer. The God killer. It's the God killer. The God killer.
That's who it is.
The God killer. The God killer. It's the God killer. The God killer. The God killer. The God killer. It's the God killer. The God killer. The God killer. The God killer. It's the God killer. Yeah. Let's hear it from the man himself. Hold up.
Moronic script in my car too.
Hold on, we're gonna hold up on that. That's too much black.
All cool.
We're gonna hold up on that. Alright. Let me get us a nice papyri on the screen so we can build. Papyrus, papyri is plural. Alright. Papyrus is singular. Papyri, plural. Alright. Let me just hook it up. Just hooking it up. So, we're going to talk today a little bit. Hold on. We're going to talk a little bit today about indigenous Africans. Because y'all messed up. Y'all so messed up. But I love to hear it from my man. My man explained it the best. Right? He did. He broke it down like this.
So really, when back in the day when they was saying black, they was talking about Africans. Then all of a sudden, right, when they realized that Egypt was in Africa, then half of Africa was just black people. I remember that. They called it the dark continent, right? And in the midst of their racism, niggas came from the dark continent, nowhere else. Then when they got there and seeing them great monuments and all that shit, rising and breasted in them, then all of a sudden, you know what I'm saying? It was they ain't black no more. They half black. Oh, half of it, they put a line there and say, right there with Egypt style, oh, that's it. Everybody else is black, they not black. So the conversation about they not black was really saying that they not African. And that's why people confused, right? So black was really a synonymous with African, bro. So really, when back in the day when they was saying black, they was talking about Africans. Then all of a sudden, right, when they realized that Egypt was in Africa, then half of Africa was just black.
Yeah, you know we was ready, Corey.
I remember that. They called it the dark continent.
That's why they called that
right?
debate
And
off.
in the midst of their racism, niggas came from the dark continent, nowhere else. Then when they got there and seeing them great monuments and all that shit, rising and breasted in them, then all of a sudden, you know what I'm saying? It was oh, they ain't black no more. They half black. Oh, half of it, they put a line there and say, right there with Egypt style, oh, that's it. Everybody else is black, they not black. So the conversation about they not black was really saying that they not African. And that's why people confused.
I wasn't confused.
Right? So black was really a synonymous with African, bro. So let's for the standpoint of science, right? We'll just take the confusing term out of it, because when I say black, I actually mean African, right?
There you go. So it was no need to debate, because that would have been looking crazy on the stage, wouldn't it have been? So really, we already know.
But so it won't be confused, right? I don't want to deal with the racial connotations, right? So we'll just say African.
So we'll just say African. So we fight all this time, and we got the data that lets you know you knew the whole time, huh? Man, that's crazy. Boomerang daggers in the building. We got throw sticks. That's called a throw stick. Them throw sticks come back and boop, bip you in the back of the head. Nubian throw stick. So, indigenous Africans, huh? Since we got that out the way, let's deal with all these North Africans. They're not indigenous. Now, we can have that conversation this year. All your North Africans, that's we could go all from Morocco to Kemet and have that conversation. Y'all got through arguing that this was a crossroads. Egypt was a crossroads to help people get in. So who was crossing in? No, but they didn't get there because of the crossroads. Huh. Well, we want to analyze a few statements today. Let me see. Now here is the source
This video?
of, hold up. Here is the source of the title of the video for today. It's a statement made by Neil deGrasse Tyson where he debunked a lot of stuff that we be talking about. Now, the first thing you're going to hear is a scientist say black people. That ain't unscientific. He talking. But what he's going to make is a major statement that we didn't notice when we heard the statement, that he just debunked the whole entire argument. What are you talking about, Hosea? Smash show stuff that don't even support him, like that picture. Oh my God. Look at how bad some people are in the chat, y'all. This guy thought that text that I was just showing. Remember when I was like, let me just put a papyrus on the screen so that I could talk. And then I was like, papyri is plural. Papyrus is singular. This guy gonna say smash show stuff that don't even support him, like that picture. God, you can't make this stuff up. You don't even pay no attention. That picture was just to have something to look at while we listen to audio. This stuff be crazy. Now listen to this. Let's talk about the facts, because I'm going to hit y'all with a source, a scientist. And if you listen to what he says, he corroborates everything we said about ancient Egyptians being black. He just said it in different words. But we're going to do the whole North Africa off this statement, and I don't care if it takes to the end of the year. Go.
The only indigenous people are black people in Africa. Okay,
That really
because
is
human life began in Africa. Everyone else traveled to where they were. So native. You set a time frame to declare what is native and what's not.
Yeah.
And a native in its simplest form is: are you born there? So I'm a native New Yorker. I'm born there, but
I'm bringing that back. Hold on.
Recordings just got.
the only indigenous people are black people in Africa. Okay,
That really
because
is
human life began in Africa.
Now you know how much
In ancient times, this
I
part
just want to stop. Y'all know how much Joe Rogan be having to say. He be thinking he's smart and knows some arcane shit, right? Look at his crunchy face.
The only indigenous people are black people in Africa. Okay,
That really
because
is
human life began in Africa. Everyone else traveled to where they were. So native. You set a time frame to do.
The only indigenous
in ancient
people
times, this part of the
are black people in Africa. Everyone else traveled to where they were. That includes the Egyptians who are not black. Does it not? Yes or no? Would that statement include the Egyptians who are not black? See? Who else do that statement include? A lot of North Africans who people told us trying to refute the blackness, they said, nah, they migrated in. It was back migrations. They migrated back in. Let's think about what he says. The only indigenous people are black people in Africa. The non-black people would not be indigenous by that statement. Let's listen, and then we're going to look at all of this.
The only indigenous people are black people in Africa. Okay,
That really
because
is
human life began in Africa. Everyone else traveled to where they were. So native. You set a time frame to declare what is native and what's not.
Yeah.
And a native in its simplest form is: are you born there? So I'm a native New Yorker. I'm born there, but I wasn't the original settler there. My species did not form on Manhattan Island.
Right.
So everybody traveled to where they are. They just got there before the Europeans, and so that has become the definition of indigenous.
Now,
in
he
ancient
just
times,
said that
this
for
part of
us.
the world
He just said that for us so professionally and funny, jokingly, but let's look that up. Right here, he did not lie. And so what he said is basically the definition of indigenous became who got there before the white man.
Indigenous.
But really, that's not what indigenous mean. So when y'all be saying indigenous, y'all be talking about got there before the white man. Look at this. Look at indigenous definition. Originating or occurring naturally in a particular place. Now, if somebody want to argue that the modern Egyptians occurred naturally in that place, let's have a conversation, but you're going to be contradicting Neil deGrasse Tyson. And I never argued that the ancient Egyptians were driven out of Egypt. I could give some, like if we were in a debate class, or if we just wanted to debate for the sense of debate, I could take that stance. I have enough primary attestations to show indeed that. Let me just tell you this. When the Greeks sacked Thebes, right? They exiled 120,000 people. See, these cities were gated. You guys got to stop tripping. It wasn't like right now. The cities were gated. Okay, shout out to you, Lamar, but I'm just saying for the people who want to do that. The cities were gated, right? That's the first thing to remember. You got a whole wall around your city. So if your city about to get took over, your ass about to be trapped in them gates. Now they walking around on the interior of the city and you inside the gates. And you got to be sneaking and doing shit. Nah, we up out of here. But yeah, that's when the Greeks sacked Thebes, 120,000 got put up out of Thebes. Well, we asked, where did they go? You think they went north? Well, here we go. Indigenous. Now, this is saying exactly what Neil deGrasse Tyson said. The first definition, originating or occurring naturally in a particular place, native. But the definition we often refer to is the second one, of people inhabiting or existing in a land from the earliest times or from before the arrival of colonists. It literally says that. It literally says that. Who blocked you and timed you out, Strife? Again, let's read that. Inhabiting or existing in a land from the earliest times or from before the arrival of colonists. All right? So when y'all be talking about indigenous Africans, that don't answer the question. Are you saying that they inhabited or existed in the land from the earliest times or from before the arrival of colonists? Or are you saying they originated or occurred naturally in a particular place? Because the only person who did that, as Neil deGrasse Tyson put it, is black people in Africa. Every single, and we understand out of Africa, right? So there you have it. Everybody else walked to where they walked to where they was at. So what that do? So when we talk about the Berber people, Amazigh, or whatever, cats be hella deceptive when they had that conversation. One of the best places for that information is timahoo.com. Right? It used to be. They use some of the Oric Bates work, but they also got some good work on here. I'm going to Barber's history. I'm about to go to history and go to Timahoo. Because when people talk about the Berbers, why they always exclude the contingency, the black contingency of Berbers? And I cited these people before. I'm just going to type their name in Google right here. Cited them before. Zanata Berbers. We're going to get in on the Zanata Berbers. Like the video. Get ready for a good conversation. I'm about to take a little break, come right back, play that hard coup.
That's in my shit. Moronic script in my car too. Roll through with them arches. Hard coup. That's in my shinu. I'm Bennu giving y'all truth. Iron core from meteorite should be chartreuse. Turbocharged the chariot and almost left Ferrari. The queen like almost Nefertari. Immortalize an image, put a figure in a figurine. Him at Netherite, who her? Them leopard skin kilts, yeah, the clan wear them.
And I turn your knee suit to a fan bearer. Have my servants build a new stadium where I'ma slaughter you, surround your tomb alive with blue cranium. Move the organs, we preserve the dead. Mummify them, then carve them a reserve head. And all your internet mans who lied with you, died with you, sacrificed their life, afterlife with you. Now I'm all in your spot, and I'm calling the shots while your soul get devoured in the hall of my heart. Ain't a night ballin' or not, care if you ballin' or not. I'm still gonna tell you guys, go to Kemet like El Shaddai. You ain't no
now look
king.
at these Zanata
You're like
Berbers.
Cambyses the Persian who couldn't draw the Nubian bowstring. Melt the jewels in your crown into a gold ring. Refashion them after smashing the whole thing. You're like Pepe II. Too old, king. If you think it ain't black, then let me just check 'em. I know the syntax. Every morphine and phoneme. The scholarship top line, dog, and the flow mean. And my debate to make a fraud quit the internet. Sometimes I wonder if I saw to fix this window yet. That's what you call repair, re-end. They heard
They be scamming y'all.
was a scary man.
They gonna say, oh, he's not black,
I'm
he's
telling
Caucasian.
You better contain him, man. He's busting arrows at all these Mediterraneans, killing them. Now we ain't getting no views. Yeah, them flip-flops look like Tutankhamun shoes. And y'all just wiki, thinking I'm enthused. They turned Egyptian temples to churches and still say, I'm enthused. It's crazy. They just wiki.
Y'all ain't got my first book, huh?
So they can call me pseudo, it don't faze me. The page monetized, so crushing you clowns pays. You did.
That's that hardcore. That's gonna be on that Black Like Osiris. Produced by my man Dead Perry. Y'all got some conscious bars, hit me off at casual. I mean, how you gonna just hit me off with some conscious bars? Hit me up, I'll send you a track to get on. I ain't even tripping. We just want to gas. You can have Hebrew bars, whatever, bro. Don't hate on yourself. Look. So what I'm looking at, I mean, I'm just looking at various. Now, Egypt search is where these conversations used to be had before Facebook and everything. So a lot of these probably is from about 2010. But you can find pretty good arguments on here. And I was just simply looking for photographs of Zanata Berbers, right? A contingency of Berber people that I be wondering why people adhere to all of the modern racism that make, it's different tribes of Berbers. Look. So they like, no, we the Berbers. Amazing. Oh, I just brought some. Whatever. Why we don't ever talk about the black contingency of Berber people who eventually, even in Morocco, got relegated to a lower class, always subjugated and all this type of stuff. These would be the Zanata tribe. Right? And if I just read from the wiki, they're telling us the Zanata are a group of Berber tribes, historically one of the largest Berber confederations, along with the Sanhaja and the Masmuda. All right, their lifestyle was either nomadic or semi-nomadic. All right, I ain't even about to read all that, but we should look at some of this stuff in the light of what scientists say. And then you're going to say, well, what do you mean by black people? Well, what do we mean by black people? You tell me. He said it. It's 30 minutes. I'm going to do an early Zoom. Hold on.
Yeah, and I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Alright, it's getting kinda dirty in these YouTube streets. The Amin Ra squad, God thinking you dudes weak. Islam or Judaism, where you learn what you dudes teach. The West African rapper slapping with that voodoo speech. All that sub-Saharan terror about a cuckoo feet. I'm like Norma, the agricultural farmer that grew you wheat for the storehouses. We feed the Hebrews and lead the people when we defeat the feeble. They wanna know polite rip me off, but Sonetta paid me my money though. That mean he 100. And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh.
They tried to attack Sonetta, and he had 1,000 people in the chat last night. I know they was mad.
I think Jesus got to save me, a doctor save me, a Dr. Inky. I cop the copper jewels on blue and red. I'm not the chakra doctor y'all claim woke, but you in bed, you won't pop a chopper, you Grandmaster J. You just talking. Punks turn the other cheek and you will walk away. Y'all gon' have to pardon my Moorish. That's Tahaka Bay. I'm on that black African power on my darkest day. And that's my brother Ankh stomping them other punks.
Like the video, put up a comment.
In Italy, loving the Moors. And now I'm teaching from my shrine like Brother Jabari. Scope in the savannah cause I'm on another safari. Tasha K showed us Frank record. Young Pharaoh just losing his mind and y'all can't help him. I know one thing, you're a fool if you're still out here donating to Umar school. That shit through. And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Look. You showing your hidden colors like Tariq Nasheed. A bunch of pseudo information I don't think I need. Probably lying on the text, act divine as Zion Lax. Just get that microphone ready. With Metal Netta, I'm Stone Jetty. A Ujahu, a Saw Imhotep. Y'all probably timid still on them Bobby Hemmett teachings. I'm in Gozy with the DNA. Cats corny and it's killing me too. You talk that black shit, but you look Arab like Gorilla Hebrew. You need therapy, they telling me just chillin', be cool. I'm a madjai orchard, you a sad guy talking. And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh.
Yep, that's cool. We know what we're gonna do. We're gonna stop that right there and get back to it. Go on, hit that link. Not I'm gonna keep cooking. So I was doing some other research on some other mistakes we was making. But if y'all want to straighten me out about what Neil deGrasse Tyson said, he said the only indigenous people are black people in Africa. Everybody else walked or traveled to where they got to. Now, in light of the conversations we've been having about Egypt and North Africa, I want you to tell me where he made a mistake. So we're going to go to the Wiktionary. I was having some fun in here. Dang, what happened? They threw me off? And I'm going to go back to a few Egyptian hieroglyphs in the Wiktionary and continue, start a whole new year of what we've been talking about. So I didn't notice some mistakes Cat's been making, and I wrote a book called Black Like Osiris. I didn't even confront a lot of those mistakes directly on purpose. I was being, trying not to push a hard line, but just put information up there. Because that's how you do it. You don't want to be acting like your writing is just complete and authoritative and this is it. That's them pseudo books. You just got to make people think about stuff and give them more attestations to make them think about it. So this is Wiktionary with the Kim glyph up here. It says representing crocodile hides with a spine. They didn't put a source there. Old Kingdom form is rounded, with the spikes rising from the curved top. What's up? I ain't tripping, bro. I'm chilling. I just was reading my family last comment. You see, Old Kingdom form is rounded with the spikes rising from the curved top, while the latter form that became usual in the Middle Kingdom shows more squarish piece of hide with spikes at its left side. Shout out to Pan African James. Hit that link. Wow. Let me share the screen. Uncoma. Shout out to you, Uncoma. James.
What's happening?
So we talking about Neil deGrasse Tyson saying that the only indigenous people on this earth, shout out to Sadiq for making it so I could pin the link. He said the only indigenous people out here is black people in Africa. And my question is, well, how does that weigh in on the conversation that we've been having about North Africans and Africa in general? Peace to Ankoma. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm here.
Yeah.
I'm kind of getting my audio and all that together. But yeah, so you saying you found something with Neil deGrasse Tyson saying the only indigenous Africans are black Africans.
Only indigenous people on this earth. Because even you could go Chinese, you could go Japanese, you could go to any island. They didn't spawn there. They were part of the out of Africa migrations. Right? So he's saying everybody who is anywhere got there by traveling. The only indigenous people, he say, are black, not Africans, but he said black people in Africa. Meaning that the other people who ain't considered black people in Africa would not be indigenous.
That's an interesting. I'd have to see how he.
But he's talking to Joe Rogan though, so I'm gonna play it again. But he talking to Joe Rogan on some jokey while we put out the facts type chill, you know. But he said,
he softened the blow for him.
I mean, he didn't even do it like that. Joe Rogan was looking stupid face. Watch this. It's on Mr. Imhotep page. It's in his shorts. And it's saying,
the only indigenous people are black people in Africa. Okay,
that really
because
is
human life began in Africa. Everyone else traveled to where they were. So native. You set a time frame to declare what is native and what's not.
Yeah,
and a native in its simplest form is: are you born there? So I'm a native New Yorker. I'm born there, but I wasn't the original settler there. My species did not form on Manhattan Island.
Right.
So everybody traveled to where they are. They just got there before the Europeans. And so that has become the definition of indigenous.
Now, I looked that up, and that's actually
is the IT painkiller. Remote monitoring and management.
The definition of indigenous, it means people who, they had one that means you spawn there, which is the one that we talking about, and then the other one was you arrived there before the colonists, which is Europeans.
Right. Okay.
And so,
so I understand both aspects of what they're talking about.
Monitoring and management.
The definition of indigenous, it means. Sorry about that. What you say?
I understand both ways they're framing that. Because there's two different ways that we look at it in today's term.
Yeah, so let's think about it. But now we're wrong as us being so-called trying to do what we're doing if we say indigenous and we mean there before Europeans. That's not what we mean. And if we use that to our benefit, that's disingenuous. If we use, indigenous meaning there before Europeans, then hella people was indigenous Yeah, they was indigenous to Egypt.
Mm-hmm.
But if we use the actual definition of spawning, like, did you occur? Did you migrate to it there, or what? Did you spawn from there? Like, the only people who really spawned where they were black people in Africa. Now, what contradicts that statement? Like, what could make that statement wrong?
Yo, yeah, you hearing me good there?
We hear you
You
low.
kind of low. You low.
We hear you
Jed.
low. Yeah.
Yeah, I just trying to use all the laptop thing. It's a no good microphone.
Terrible.
What I'm saying is, I think the second definition is the more relevant one in relation to colonialism now, and in relation to outside populations coming in.
But you really low. But you think it's more relevant to to our conversation?
Yeah, I do. Because the first definition a little bit too wide and it too broad in the ranges of it now. It's too broad. It going back into prehistory too much.
I disagree, because even though it appears very broad, it's only one person who fits the qualification, and that would be black people in Africa. So even though the category is broad, there's only one person who could be classified as that. And so that is the true definition of indigenous, not before who was there before white people got there. I think that's paying too much credence to Western civilization. When we say indigenous, we mean whose land was that? You know what I mean? As far as who was there first. Now, if you want to say, okay, well, even if they traveled there, if no one was there, they was the ones there first, that's fine. I wouldn't take nothing away from that. But I'm still trying to look and see what does this mean as far as the Africans who are not considered black people?
All right.
See, hold on, Smash.
My understanding with what the man saying there, it come like it would be correct to say Africa is the only indigenous land.
Yeah, but he went further to say black people.
But he talking about for humanity, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he took it there. So he took it all the way back to a genetic origins of humankind, right? And we know that humans come. But what about other archaic humans that developed a different phenotypical and different genetics outside of Africa? How do you account for that? How does he account for that?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. That's what I wonder.
And and that's where I'm going to see. That's where I'm going to have a little pushback, because other people.
If a mutation occurred outside of Africa, yes, and then that's the first place that ever occurred, then that mutation is indigenous to that place, right?
Right. So I'm saying that.
But we ain't talking about mutations. That's how we get to genetic. We talking about people. So think about it.
He's talking about Homo sapiens sapiens, I'm assuming.
But think about this. A mutation, like I understand Neil deGrasse Tyson's logic, because a mutation don't occur independent of lineage. It still was something and then it changed. So that means its mama was there already as something. I mean, before the child in this new birth mutated, or however you have it. You know what I'm saying?
I can follow that.
And so in theory, that mama who was there traveled to get there.
Right. I could follow that logic, but what he's saying would mean that everybody would be, I would say, the same. So how is he going to account for all of these different phenotypical features that we see from all of these different populations? See, because if we was all the same, then we would all look the same.
I don't know if you're taking this statement too far. He never said nothing about we all the same.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I'm just saying, once you go outside of what he's saying, because everybody are Homo sapiens sapiens at this point. So I get what he's saying, but he's going to have to account for what makes them different. What happened to make them different. I think he'd have to go into a little bit more detail, which I don't think he did in that. I don't know how far he went into that conversation. That's just a clip.
Yeah.
But like, what did he say after that to table that in context, if he did? But I was on Chef's show last night saying basically the same thing, that how did everybody else get Homo sapiens sapien DNA if we didn't give it to them? So he's saying the same thing. You know what I'm saying?
You know what, studying Smash, I feel a more authoritative opinion could be of like from an anthropologist, because Neil Tyson deGrasse, astrophysicist, and although his scientific knowledge applicable across different disciplines, the real specific discipline to talk about who indigenous and to give definition to them terms would be anthropologist.
Yeah, that's true. Yo, do me a favor if you haven't tried it. Go into your Zoom settings for audio, and you can turn up your mic some inside of there too. If you haven't tried that.
Yeah, because it is low, Jig. I mean, for real.
Somebody said you got beat up by Chef. That's a secret account though. Fada Kalunga is, I already know, I just ain't identified you yet, Fada, but you ain't let me start my files right now.
Who got beat
testing,
up by
Testing, 1, 2, 3, all
Yeah, you on now.
Yeah, you back.
I don't know what you did, but that's beautiful. We hear you loud and clear.
All right, give thanks, man, give thanks.
Right. But yeah, no, who got beat up by Chef? You Smash?
You.
Look, I put it on you like it couldn't have been me.
I mean, no, I ain't really.
I know who is he talking about?
Chef ain't never disagreed for long enough. He seems to see my logic.
Show,
you know,
like I'm agreeing with you. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we had a good dialogue. I got some information for him too today. Yeah, we had a good. I mean, Chef, he's fair, but sometimes I don't think they genuine in their stance. I think they did some entertainment, because I refuse to believe that they can't comprehend some of the stuff that you show. And that's what I was talking about last night. Like, man, you're not doing this to try to fool us into thinking something, that's not correct. You know what I'm saying? You went and did just like anybody, other humans can do. White, black, green, or purple. They can go look at this information and then make your own analysis on what you see. And then, by the way, you did that with the human determinative, denoting the fact that Egyptian wasn't even a word at the time that they were speaking. I mean, that we have to take all that into account and use that honestly. I don't think that they're genuine, and then to try to coin you as some type of pseudo because you don't have a degree. This is just something that humans can do. You know what I'm saying? Ain't got nothing to do with no damn degree.
None of them got degrees.
I know, but I'm talking about their analysis to try to frame it to where you can't go in and look in the TLA and learn that language and then have an African opinion on what you see as opposed to what they're saying. They're
people
saying
don't
that they're
even understand the TLA, dog. Like, I wish people could just understand some of these tools. Like a text corpus, a collection of text, like a collection of text. Let's just think about that for a minute. Like, it's just a collection of all the ancient Egyptian texts that they got.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know why people so what how could you not being in the TLA? Like, I don't get that part. Like, this is where all the text is at.
Mm-hmm.
Let's Smash, I have a little quick question.
Mm-hmm.
I believe just now you're showing the glyph where some people identify as a crocodile tail. I want to know if you just go along with the crocodile tail or the charcoal, the lump of charcoal.
That's a good question. In my personal, from what I think, I would have to probably be saying what the Sarnim say. That I don't think it's a crocodile tail. I think it has something to do with Earth. All right, so let's talk about it. You see how they're showing here? This old kingdom form is rounded with spikes rising from a curved top.
Right.
So this how they drew it, and I'm gonna make it exactly. Or this is not I don't want to say at first, but I'll say in the old kingdom. Because it may be one prior to this that is different than that. But, and so now what we should look at here is we do see the rounded glyph that they use for a mound, right? And actually later time, there was a term ayat
which was drawn with just a mound with no spikes on it, which I think they used 7 times in the Rosetta Stone to say Egypt. Now, here's something about that. That was Alessandra Nibby's argument. And I think Asar agrees with her, so he just sourced it and kind of co-opted because he agreed with it. But if it was drawn like this, when we seen it, will we be thinking about a crocodile? You know what I'm saying? We think less of the stuff about a crocodile and more about some other type of things. Now, let me just read what they're saying in peace to the brother who just came in. It says, while the later form of that became usual in the Middle Kingdom shows a more squarish piece of hide with spikes at its left side, the phonogrammic value of KM possibly derives from the glyphs used in Akim, or Yakim, which is a shield. Now, they're conjecting things on this version of Wiki, and they're not putting sources. So we should definitely be vigilant of that. I wanted to click right here and see where you getting that from. Like whose opinion is this that we're reading? You know what I'm saying? And they do source some things at the bottom, but they're not saying that it says that right there in the clip. But I'll yield up for me.
Yeah, you find a lot of that with Wiki.
Yeah.
Even when you have some of the stuff that I look for, I have problems with some of the verbiage that they use. And then you will click off into something, it'll say something totally different in the next, link. So, yeah, it's something going on with that. But what do you think that is? That thing? Why did they add those spikes on the map? What is that?
Oh, I don't know. So the people who try to come up with it, they say it may be some growth. And so then they try to say, I'm not against that. I'm about to try to show something else. KM. Yeah, this one. So this is a mistake. I think Chef made this mistake, and I think somebody else corroborated it. And I've just been waiting to talk about it. I did some of the research, but let's see what we think. Because the first time we looked over this on my show about a year ago, this wiki page that's talking about the uses of Kim, then they're gonna talk about Kemet. I didn't even want to get into an argument on my show when Cass wasn't understanding the page. But I guess that misunderstanding got to solidify and concrete itself, and now we're a year later, and I'm thinking, damn, I should have just took the time to explain what was happening. And so, we didn't mess up. We didn't mess up.
There go the T. There go the T, you bird. I see that.
Well, no. It looked like it, but you're close. But that's that's giving us just the A for the vulture. And so there's a way we could distinguish between the two. Is about the rounding of the beak. But
okay.
That straight beak lets you know it's an A. We looking at this bird right here. But
that's deep.
Now here goes something that contradicts what somebody said. Remember when I showed this slide and I said that this bottom one was black, and somebody said I was wrong. It was Asar Imhotep said I was wrong and said that these was cardinal points. But he didn't know J Mill had the whole tomb. So in about 24 seconds, I popped up the whole tomb and was like, well, where's the text about the cardinal point? Read what this say right here. I mean, what does it say at the bottom of the screen? I wish I could take
it got
how do I remove this get citation
I don't know.
stuff? Damn.
I can't see.
Oh, I'm gonna do it right here. Hold on. No, man. All right, yes for now. Yes for now. All right, look, it says Kemet, but this is really just Kim. The symbol to the right of the bottommost calf identifies it as what?
Black.
And
but then hold up, you know how they gonna do it. What is this wiki?
It don't matter.
Smash
I got tons of sources on this, but go ahead.
I know, I'm just saying, you know how they get in.
You want to say nah. So the other cows, them, the other three on top, what the hieroglyph, what they have next to them, they representing colors as well?
Yes, sir. And so the one directly above the bottom one has this flamingo, which will represent Jasher, like red. This is a hedge glyph, probably represents shining or the white. And when I looked this up, I thought it was watch, but under further investigation, it represents a speckled cow or spotted. And so, yeah, these are showing that these is colors, but we'll continue and go down. Now, let's read what it says here. Now, this is what I was talking about. Remember, we was talking about this Kim glyph, and look at how it looked on the first page. Hold up, let's go see. Then we'll look at the second page. It was this one. The rounded one, right? Oh, forget it. Well, y'all remember earlier when we was looking at that Kim and I said it was rounded, right. And there's another version of a word. You notice that this is the two of the same rounded things, right? But now this gives me or attestation to the feminine T. It's not a feminine T, it's toponymic. And I don't think it's a loaf of bread, but let's just talk about it. It's something like a loaf of bread. Because they ain't putting dirt on the table for a Hotep offering. But I don't want to go too far. When we're talking about this one, it represents a mound, right? But look what they say here. And I could disprove this hella quick. It says in 198 BC, Rosetta Stone uses the black hieroglyph 3 times. Now remember, 3 times. To make the name Egypt, Kemet. Of these 22 place names, so of the 22 place names, we got the Kim glyph 3 times. Of the 22 place names used for the name of ancient Egypt, 7 are another name of Egypt, Ayat. Now the mistake Chef was based on reading the wiki. Because the wiki gonna say here, signifying the soil of Egypt, right? Mm-hmm. And then it says, which is the Greek form of Egypt, signifying it as, hold on, which is the Greek form of Egypt. So why would we even read? Oh man, sometimes you don't even have to, see, I be explaining stuff, but they'll tell you right in your face. So they saying that this ayat, which supposedly signifies the soil, is which was the Greek form of Egypt, signifying it as the divine place of the mound of creation. Now it says, it comes out of the quotes, it says, and the fertile black soil of the land of the inundation. And then it gives us this Ptolemaic lexicon dictionary and the Wörterbuch. Now these two dictionaries simply define this as the divine place of the mound of creation, but they're here linking it to the fertile black soil. So I had to look into that. And this is again how Chef and I say others made that mistake. So watch how we do this. I'm simply gonna take this code, right? Copy it. Now if I pop this in JShus, these glyphs will pop up. But I'll open up. And peace to Super Wavy. What's up? I see you in the building. I'm in to acknowledge you. What's up?
Super Wavy, like it there, but
what's good, man? Pan-African James, how y'all doing?
Peace, we just building. Just building. So look, I'm popping these in here, right? And I'm just separating them, taking out the old notation, separating them like that. And the text corpus is going to take us to the times that this term was used. You remember they said this was the Greek way to say Kemet. So I'm looking, okay, well, let's see how they said it when, how they dealt with this in Medu Neter when it wasn't the Greeks. Look what we got. So we got 2 attestations to this in the text corpus. They might have more in the new ones. But what does this say? The mounds. See how they be misleading us a little bit, but let's talk about it. Because the mounds are made of dirt, correct? So I'm not taking that away from us, but flat dirt not forming into a mound isn't this. And that's what people trying to say, that it referred to just the fertile silt in the floodplain.
No, I'm showing no, we got this wrong. This goes back to the mound of creation that popped up in the Khnum's creation story. But what we're gonna see is every time we come to the TLA, because we want to say, okay, this pop up less than Kemetu. This pop up less than the attestations we could say Kemetu mean black people. In this TLA, we got 2 attestations. I'll look in the new one, but I don't want to deal with that flow stuff right now. Now look, I already look here first. What does this say? Ptolemaic and Roman. So they talk, that means this is the oldest attestations they got in this TLA of this term being used to say Kemet, even though it was used 7 times on the Rosetta Stone and other.
What is that, ayat?
Ayat. Yeah.
Okay.
So they right there, it looks like it says Jaut, but that J, yeah, that's just some German. So it might represent a Y or I sound. Yaut or whatever. But pronunciation ain't the focus right now, is about meaning. And so we looking at the Ptolemaic Roman period where it first occurs. And if we look through here where we'll find anything, look, divine places in the throne seat, not that. I don't see nothing about a mound, so let's try to track it down. It's right before Neteru and Ptolemy. And so here it goes. It's taking us back there. And we got this Neteru right here, divine sacred. So it's the sacred mound. They saying divine places. And the throne seat, that's going to be this. Nope. I really can't find it that easy in the translation. You know, that's how obscure they're being with it. But one thing we should notice is that it don't say Egypt over here nowhere, right? So I can read the whole transliteration. We see this Necher Nefer. We know what that is, this perfect God right here, right? Necher Nefer. Now we got him, Hor. That's Horus, the servant of Horus. I mean, not really, but him is a servant and Hor is Heru. In Hor, of Horus the Great. So, yeah, let's say that over there. Now it says the God bearer of the bad debt. Horus the Great. Now we got Remen. I don't know what that means. Let me click it. A bearer. Remen Netter, a bearer of the God in Behudet. Okay, so that's right there. Now, so they didn't even transliterate all this, is what I'm saying. So that means I was right with divine places. So notice this, because after we got to the Behudet, here go Behudet. Y'all see that? Behudeti or whatever, right? So that means the next statement is who passes through the divine places. And next we have, this is going to be passing through, to traverse, to travel through. And now we got the word we were just scrutinizing, the mounds, Egypt. And then they put, after Egypt, they put Neterui. So they call this the divine places. So this is why we got divine places here. Now, if we want to say, well, the divine places are Egypt, that's fine. But that ain't what they trying to say. They trying to say the divine places. And nothing about the soil or the silk is what we're extracting. You see what I mean? Because the Wiktionary will make you think that this has something to do with the silk. But they just simply saying passing through the divine places. Well, if people want to stretch that, that's fine. Let's look at the second one. It's way down here towards the end. Tawi is the 2 lands, right? We see Heru, the eyes of Horus is right here. Here goes Chef. And we see the eye of Horus right here. So right after the or Horus, it says Aku to enter. So as she enters the mounds or the divine places, or they're going to say enter Egypt. But what does it say here? That entered the sites. So again, the way that Wiki connected this to the soil and the silk, in these first 2 attestations that only start in Ptolemaic Roman times, that ain't even ancient Egyptian anyway, they ain't even corroborating that. What's up with you, Chef? Peace. You on mute if you try.
Yeah, mathematically, just those two attestations and the dating on those being patholomeric, that means that for me personally, I would just personally discard that.
Yeah, because that ain't telling us that Kemet meant nothing about the silk. That's what they trying to use that to say, basically. And I'm like, cut that out. But let's see what Chef got to say here. If he come off mute or he get his mic right.
He dipped. Yeah, he fell off.
Oh yeah, you know how that's that stage fright. I remember 6th grade talent show I did what Chef just did. I came in the building.
He probably lost signal.
I'm joking. I get my jokes in whenever. 6th grade
you
talent
just broke-
show, I came in the
just
building.
broke out.
And then I said, oh, it's hella people in here. I got up out of there. Told them the sound system wasn't good enough for me. That's how scared I was. What's up with you, Chef?
What up? What's up, James? What's up, Smash?
What's happening?
Wait, what's up?
Chilling. We chilling. I'm gonna just search it by lemma. Do you see anything? Am I clearing up some misunderstanding or making it more confusing?
You basically making it more complicated for me.
See, I knew you was gonna say that. That's why I put that out there. All right, so what happened wrong? Because you were saying that this has something to do with the soil.
Yeah. So the question would be for you and probably Reggie is the term ayat, which is a Greek form of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or way for the Greeks to say Egypt. Now, by them using mounds or a word like that represents soil, do you think that they could have got it confused with them trying to transliterate into their language?
So you just went past a lot of the stuff I was trying to show that only wiki say it means soil. When we started looking into it, it means mounds. And so now I give us that mounds are made of soil, but if it's not formed into a mound, then it's not ayat. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So look, it's
all
like,
right, so
you see that right there? The sites are the mounds. Nothing there says the soil. It's only wiki that say the soil. We got the archer in the building, Chief X.
Holy smoke.
Look, he back 2023, 2024. He said, "Fuck, I'm gonna stop playing, man. Smash right, man. Then we throw up my arrows."
All right, so check the move. So, all right, so are you saying that the Kemet doesn't mean the black land?
Definitely not. I think it means the black land. I'm trying to look for primary attestations to link that to the soil. So everybody, it should be so easy to find, right? And so, but it's not there is what I'm finding. The closest one we get is Plutarch, where he start talking about they got the darkest of the soils, and but he don't even link it to he link it to the black of the eye. He don't link it to the black of the people. He linking to the blackness of the eye.
All right, so question. In the Rosetta Stone, where they use Kemet as a term for Egypt, what was it talking about? What was it talking about? Was it talking about the country, or how would you say black land?
It would be talking about the country.
The country. And what about the country? If it was the people.
No, in the Rosetta Stone, it wasn't the people all the way. It was because that's a long different time period. That's Greeks. So that was more or less talking about the people of the black land.
The people of the black land. Oh, so we in total agreement.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, we in total agreement. All right, go ahead.
But here's what we're going to disagree with. Why are they calling it the black land?
Why are they calling it the black land? We already figured that out.
But no, I
because of the soil.
No, we didn't figure that out.
I'm black land smash.
See, look, I'm presently refuting that as we speak. As we look right here, we're in one of the claims where people say, look, this is linking it to the soil. And when we look into the attestation, it's really not linking it to the soil.
It's talking about a man.
Or some sites. So I could give another. Let me go to Esna, see? So shout out to J Mill.
Now I'm gonna type Esna right here, ESNA, and maybe book down BOOKDOWN. And we
Hold
should
on, Smash. That was the new TLA you was in just a minute ago, right?
Yeah, we're gonna go back to
so
that.
how many attestations did they have in that?
Here it go. We'll see. This is the turn. So you see that mound, Chef? And that's what they refer to. Now I'm like I said, mounds are made out of dirt and silk, but you can make a mound out of. It don't gotta be black either. It could be.
So hold on. So that mound, it could be what you say. You call it a bread loaf or the feminine tea.
No,
they haven't put them in here yet because it's only it's just real quick.
They might have wiped that out.
So let's talk about both of these. Now, what I'm about to argue eventually this year is this. Because this mound, look, it has the shape of what we think is a feminine T, right?
Right.
But to me, this is an attestation that some of these T's, and when it's dealing with a place name, we never figured it all the way out. But some scholars say they're toponymic. And now I'm saying that feminine T in that instance mean that that's a place or a site, because this mound means what? The sites are the mounds, right? But look, what I'm saying is this is the mound and this is a T, but you find a T at the end of almost every site location. And it's in the shape of a mound, so I'm gonna at least propose to us that maybe this is not a feminine T, it's a false feminine. And when we see it in place names, look, because now they put a mound with 3 strokes under it. It mean a place. Why do they put 3 strokes under it then? Oh, God.
Plural.
So it's multiple mounds there. It's like a location. But this is just
okay, Smash. I'm looking at this mound. What those 3 things this on? What's up with that? And could that mean a mound like a hut or something? That looks like a building or something. With those 3 things, like maybe it was a hut that they built, and that's some settlement that they. I don't know.
I don't know. Gardner,
it was there right. It was their way of writing the S.
I don't know, but Gardner.
I'm just looking at the mound outside of the T, and it looked like a hut to me. I'm just, what I'm looking at.
Well, they got like a different way to write a hut, but normally it do just represent like a primordial mound. The reason why I'm into Esna, because at this temple, Khnum makes man, then we got the Khnum story, right? So let me see if I can show what they say. And they're going to talk about these mounds, and it's in my book too. But I'm going.
Is that mound symbol, is that in the word Deseret?
Yeah, the T. It's the T. No, not the mound, but the T. If you would allow me to say that T is what comprises that mound. We all see that. It's just that T with some extra stuff on it.
No. So Smash, was he Gardner reference for that mound, the 3 thing on it?
I think it's I can pull it up real fast. I had it up.
No, what I'm asking is when you put in the word Deseret with red land, is that glyph for mound in that word?
No, it's not.
It's not. Okay.
Actually, when we just put it up, you got to remember, we just went to the TLA. The new TLA don't got no attestations of it, and the old one only has it used twice. So just on the patterns form at 3 usages. So if you can't develop,
I think when you were searching, pardon me, but I think when you were searching in the new TLA, I think you was leaving out the W now, so that's how it wasn't showing up.
No, here it go right here. I got it because I searched it by lemma number. There's another way you can search it. You see it? Do y'all see the screen?
Yeah.
So this is the new TLA, and here it is. I searched it by lemma ID. That's why you can just. And now when we scroll down, it says attestations in the TLA, no occurrences, but they're going to give you the legacy TLA right here. And if I click this, they'll show us they got 2 occurrences. So that means in the collection of at least the Thesaurus Lingua Egypti, if somebody asked me, what does TLA mean? Thesaurus Lingua Egypti is like German for thesaurus, for whatever, text corpus.
But
Latin.
yeah, right here these are the two attestations we've been looking over. Now, Chef, when we click into the two, since we can't form a pattern off two, and then we come to see the time period of the two, they Ptolemaic and they Roman, we got to throw that out unless we want to get beat up on the stage when somebody say, look what he brought to teach y'all that the ancient Egyptians thought that they called it black because of the soil. He brought you what white people said. The Ptolemies, the Romans. I'll tear this up in a debate.
Okay. All right, let me see. Go ahead.
So what was we at, though? We was looking at something. Oh, so let's get back to this then. They say, which is the Greek form of Egypt, signifying it as the divine mound of creation. No, we was trying to find Esna. So I'm going to just click into the hieroglyphics text. Hopefully I could. I'm having a problem finding it, but I will find it. It's just in here, and I don't know which one to click. Esna 56, I think it was. Now I'm going to click F and type the word mound, M-O-U-N-D. Nope, it ain't popping up on this page. That's just a quick way to find out. But
you see on the Wikipedia just now, it had an extra glyph in the word now.
And the Wikipedia got what?
In the Wikipedia, when they on the ayat word, it have an extra glyph in it.
Oh, okay, yeah. Let's look at the wiki. Well, that's cool. They spelling it out like this, but I popped the code. I popped the actually code for them. So when you pop the code in the TLA like I did, I'll do it again. It's asking the TLA to find where these three glyphs are used together in any regard. You see what I mean? And it pulls it up. The only ones that even pulled up had that. It didn't even put. So I'm taking out this manual decodage code and just using hyphens. I'm gonna click search and notice the only term that popped up is transliterated with the W. So that's just a matter of transliteration and less a matter of, because these are still the same glyphs. If we look back at the wiki, look at these glyphs. You see? So if they got this canal thing right here, which is just an N23 determinative. And this one doesn't have a canal. Nevertheless,
but the N23 determinative, and that's like a location marker.
Kind of. It got something to do with waterways or what have we.
Waterways and is a location thing. So therefore, the T, the might be like the location marker in that word.
Well, it's hard to say that because, again, some could say no, locations are just feminine. And then we wouldn't say that. Then if a location was feminine, then we wouldn't be able to argue that has anything to do with toponyms. But notice a lot of the names we say when dealing with ancient Egypt, we end them in a T. Some say that's a false feminine indicating the things that we're investigating right now. You see what I'm saying? And showing that it's in the shape of this mound, even though this now, the mound don't go back to ancient Egyptian. Now, I can't say that all the way. But the mound wasn't called Egypt to the ancient Egyptians. There's other ways that this was denoted. And what we clearly see is that calling it something that has to do with the soil is a stretch. It do got to do with the soil because it's a mound of something out of silt or soil, but if it's not formed into a mound, it's not what it is. You see what I mean?
I hear what you're saying. But I think in what they're showing me there on the Wikipedia, the canal glyph is what giving the connotation of the fertile, like the fertility of the water now.
I'm not mad.
You feel so?
I'm not mad at that. I'm not mad. No, that's definitely nothing to take a hard stance against. That one has a water connotation to it. This is what I'm saying. People is saying that Ayat is evidence that Kemet was related to the fertile Nile soil. Now, in investigating that, we got two uses of it in the text corpus, and they're all Ptolemaic. So even before we start investigating it, if we was on a research panel trying to get to the truth, we probably table that because it ain't enough evidence for us to present to a body of scholars to say, look what something mean. We found two attestations. People would be like, oh, for real? Find two more at least. Find 3 at very least. And I'm not saying the third one don't exist, but if it stay in the Ptolemaic times, I'm gonna say we're not even getting the thought of the ancient Egyptian. But that could just be me.
Hey, peace to the panel.
Peace.
Bless us.
Hey, this is Tizo. What's up, John?
What's up, Tizo?
James and Sheffield. Hey, I just want to say, I want to give y'all some information about that genetic, about when he was saying out of Africa. Because I've seen everything about Neil deGrasse Tyson. I'm like I said, I'm an engineer by trade, mechanical engineer, and I was in the military. And so, basically, I just want to say this real quick because I got to go take my breathing machine again. Basically, what he's saying is when they first migrated out of Africa, you got to remember those other archaic humans. What James was referring to are the Neanderthals and the Division Man. When they migrated out, there's a documentary about how Neanderthals and Homo sapiens made it. And, as you know, Europeans have, I think, 1%, 2% Neanderthal DNA. Asians have Neanderthal and Division DNA, depending on what part of Asia they're in. And basically saying that's how they came up with the different hue, what we say color. I'm just saying hue to be more scientific. And that's how the first early humans came. So, remember, the Neanderthals migrated when the Homo erectus migrated out.
Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Okay. When they migrated out into Europe, into Asia, then the Homo sapiens who evolved out of Homo erectus, I think I'm saying this right, came into those areas and they made it with that population. They're finding proof of that. And they also said now they got I think it was in Scientific American. I can't remember. I just saw it. I always look at the news feeds. And they were saying that Neanderthals and humans and Homo sapiens and divisions are not that different from each other. Saying that they quite are homogeneous. That's why they can they was able to have the mate, but the Homo sapien genetics dominates more. So when they interbreed, it goes away. Because I know Neanderthal woman can only have a baby with a Homo sapien man, but a Neanderthal man cannot have a baby with a Homo sapien woman. And the same vice versa for divisions, I think. And that's how the different groups came about. So when he said that black people are the only indigenous people of Africa, the only indigenous people in the world, that's what he meant. He said, because if you ever watch Neil deGrasse Tyson, hold on 1 second, sorry about that. He has a cosmos, and he actually shows us the ancient people of the Indian civilization as African, because they said no one knows what happened when they disappeared. They had created plumbing systems and that stuff. It was on the cosmos on the second season of it. And he also showed Isis. I can't remember which goddess it was. They were showing her. She's bent. She's like doing like a backwards flip. She's like bent over, like she's about to do a flip. And they had her black too. So they had a light skin, brown skin. My complexion. So yeah. I think that's what he's saying. So that's what they're saying. They're saying that those indigenous people. Because I know Imhotep channel, he shows a lot of this stuff also. He gets this from the same place I get it from Seek. It's called, I think I sent it to your Smash, I sent it to your email. I sent you all the information. So when people start throwing all that jogging around about Neanderthals, the Neanderthals did die out, but they died out more for inbreeding with Homo sapien man. And like I said, Homo sapien women cannot have a baby from a Neanderthal man. It was impossible for some reason. I don't know. That's the science of it. As I've looked into this, and I was hearing people saying a lot of incorrect stuff in the community. So that's not true. That's not what happened. And then Neil deGrasse Tyson, a couple other in Seeker. It's called Seeker, Seeker, and they show how those populations came into America. Also, the Asian population and the Australian and what we call Oceanic black people. The Oceanic black people. That's what they are. They came to South America and Central America, and those people were the ones who populated the area, what we call the Americas. So you guys got to just look into it. I know I sent it to Smash, and I'll send you guys some more stuff about it because I have a whole thing of videos. Because, like I said, I got health problems, brothers. And I'm gonna get your book as soon as I can. But I just have my problems. But yeah, that's that, man. That's why they're saying Hannibal was black, because they really don't have any proof that Phoenicians were what we call Mediterranean or whatever the hell that is. But that area was completely controlled by Egypt at one time. I mean, with Kemish. So, I mean, that's what I'm saying. That it's deep. It goes deeper than what we're we're just looking at Egypt, you know, and we keep forgetting about West Africa. I mean, Northwest Africa, you know, not Northeast Africa, but Northwest Africa also. We're just leaving out a whole bunch of history because somebody getting their feelings. And I was showing you the documentary, I think, that says that Hannibal was black. And this is from the History Channel. I'm not getting this from anything. The History Channel got him black now. And you got to remember, he lost the eye in combat. People keep forgetting that. A wasp got in his eye, and he lost his, I think his right eye. He lost it. So, I don't know if you guys can hear me, but yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, so that's pretty much all I had to say on that. Because I came, I'm kind of late behind. I had to rewind you. I had to rewind it back, and I was on that point. So just you know, look at my documentary, and I'm just peace to the panel. And I'm finna chime. I gotta leave out real quick. So I'm gonna listen though. Listening.
Word up. Thanks for that.
All right, man. Get well, man. Get well.
Oh, thanks. No problem. Thanks.
Word up. Hey, so look, I went outside of the TLA to the temple of Esna, right? And they dealing with them mounds that I was talking about. And I found it a few more places. So y'all see this one right here say, Ayat Tawe. But they translated it as the mound of the chicks. But we know that Tawi is the two lands. This would be the two chicks if the mound of the two chicks. And they got a footnote. Similar spellings occur in Esna 74. So it must be two chicks up there that they got it like that. Because this got two cows, so I'll see why they said it. But this mound, this ayat that we talking about. Now it says
hold on, Smash. So a chick is a cow or something?
Nah, they messed up. See, let's talk about it. Remember that this is late Egyptian.
I've never heard chicks in
this late Egyptian.
Ancient.
This late Egyptian. So chicks is baby chickens.
Yeah, chickens.
But Ta it represents that chick, but Tawi in ancient Egyptian means the two lands. But since this late Egyptians, they now saying the mound of the chicks.
But
you feel me?
Saying,
but it says Ayat Tawe. That is the mound of the two lands.
Okay.
So when we went and looked at the footnote, they say a similar spelling occurs at Esna 74, and what they say is transcribed as Bawit. Let me see. As Bawit. However, the simple ram elsewhere writes ta, male, and ta'u as breeze wind. So that's just unclear. But what I'm tripping off is we see they talking about these mounds unrelated to. So all we trying to see is if any of these attestations make it be related to like the silk. Here is another mound, but it's not the same mound, so I'm not gonna trip off that. That's the same. Now this is the same mound. As for this mound, Lunyet is its name. It is the place from which Ra and he said to Shu and Tefnut, this is your Heliopolis of long ago. It is called Linut. So now we're seeing what these mounds is, Chef, they locations. Remember how we say ancient mounds? They already knew the mounds. Look, you can see they already knew the mounds was old cities, basically, or places that
built over time.
Exactly.
So it creates those hills.
Yeah, they saying that. Because it say, as for this mound, Luntu is his name, it is the place to which Ra came, and he said to Shu and Tefnut, this is your Heliopolis of long ago. It says, thus it is called Luntu, or Lunyet, or whatever. Let's go to the next.
So hold on, they talking about the Ben mound? That's what
this mound is called Ayat. So we scrutinizing the Ayat mound. But if you take two Ayats, you're gonna have Ben, so that's funny. But we'll get to that too. And that's when the mounds become sacred. Let's go.
Cities and villages are built over top of each other.
And they seem to know that.
It creates, hills. So you can see them. That's why they would always say the city on the hill or whatever, because these places was ancient sites that was built over top of time and time again.
Exactly.
So they damn near sit up. You dig what I'm saying? On hills. So yeah, it makes sense.
Now look, it says, this is further down. Her heart was glad about it. And she said, I will be there. Thus the name of the road became this and only truly, which is Ma'at. So they start calling the road Ma'at until today. Then it says she arrived at this mound, that is Ayat,
And thus, Ayat, the one we scrutinize, and thus Neith came about protecting their majesties in the city. She is the southern vulture of the limit of the earth. Now let's stop, because when they say limit, they say Khenet, and then they say the earth, Ta. But Ta Khenet is actually the frontier, which is Taseti, another name for Taseti. But let's talk about that later. It says, thus came about Kent Ta. So say that backwards, you got Ta Kent. But they just got it switched around in this new late Egyptian. It says, as the name of this mound. So this mound is called Kent Ta. So now we clearly see each mound is not about the soil or the silt. It's more or less about that they knew that this was a gathering place. And we could keep looking through all of the different ones. It's going to be consistent with that. If I go to another page, somebody could build while I look at how they talk about the mounds on this next page. All right, Daniel, got nothing. Is y'all there?
Yeah, we here.
So yeah, that Ayat, and so then there's another one I need my brother Asar M. Ka to help me with, because it was supposed to be a Kimi Amat. What I have only an Amat being the soil, and then Kimi is calling it black. But I ain't found that. That don't mean it ain't there.
So these different links that you hitting, what are they?
They different parts of the wall. Yeah, they different parts of the wall at this temple.
Oh, okay.
And Jamil got the photograph, so we could identify the where it's at. We could go look at what it looked like too.
And read it for yourself.
I just got 6 mounds. Did I look at this already? Yeah, I think I looked at this already. We just read that one. So they got the picture of it right there. Ain't no mound. But anyway, so basically about that ayat, I wouldn't go too much further in my little limited research thinking that I can't refute it. If somebody answered my questions, then I would be like, oh, okay, well, it might be something to it. My first one is somebody would say that this was an attestation linking the fertile silt to the term Kim, and I'll ask them how many attestations do they have. If they have
mathematics don't kill it.
So lower Egypt, right? Let me see this. So lower Egypt is northern Egypt, right?
Yes, sir.
Is the reverse.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, so all right, yeah. All right, I messed that up. All right, go ahead.
Well, it says the legs of his majesty were set along with their majesties towards going to this mound, since it is the city. Oh, checkmate. See, that's why I gotta so I'll be loving doing
that's
this
what
research.
I was saying, Smash.
So
like
Esna 80 checkmated. It says that the mound is a city right here. It says Ayat 10 Jer Yeap, and that Yeap glyph, we all know that's the 049 Yeap glyph that we would see. So they saying the mound is a city, and therefore we don't have to trip off that no more. But what you were saying, James?
That's what I was saying when I was looking at that little thing on the top and those 2 things on the side. That looked like something that was built. That why would they put that on there?
Well,
like,
you might be right.
It looked like something that they like a.
They saying there's something on top of these.
Yeah, so it looked like maybe a hole where the smoke could come out. I don't know what's going on with that. But I looked at that and I said, that looked like some type. And they probably said that was the structures that was in that city. A bunch of those particular mound-looking things, or circular-looking things, what comprises the city. That's what it looked like to me.
Well, check this out. This is the name of the actual temple. So it's another checkmate, because this is Esna 81. And it says, as for this mound, Esna is its name. So you got to remember, when we go back to the one for Kemet, well, they're not showing it with the plural strokes. But when we look at the TLA, we see it got the plural strokes, and I think that means Ella Mounds is like our city, this, where it's popping at, basically.
Yeah, now that's cool. So think about, I think it still refers to the soil now, because James P. Allen says that when they seen one of the references for it, it had the word HR in front of it, right?
Yeah, that's fine.
and HR meant on, right? It was on, like, so it meant on the black land, the
But
black
you could
mountain,
be
whatever
on
you
the
want to
black
call it.
land, even say the black land. Let's just propose that the black man meant the black land because of the people. You could be on that too.
No, yeah, but think about it. It was in reference to the people who lived along the Nile where the shit deposited at the farmers, right? They lived close to where that silt and stuff. So they called that land black. That everybody was saying that. Like, so
that's what I'm saying. You ain't
right.
So look, you saying everybody was saying that, but we looking and they not
it
saying
ain't
that.
got nothing to do with no
Yeah,
silk.
they never ever is being like, yo, because of this silk. I even got the best one is the eloquent peasant, man. He talking now, good brother Chris brought one in the other day where they talk just like the one you talking about. I'll even give y'all that 3. Of course you could be on the soil or you could be on Greenland, even if it ain't about green people. Or if it's, you could be in the White Alps and it is about white people. So that wouldn't mean it's about the soil just because you're upon it.
But you have to show that it was, so we know that the mound is talking about earth. Something is all connected, right, to earth. So where is when they're talking about Egypt, right? They're referencing people other than talking about the people of the black land.
Yeah,
when it's alone, it's talking about just the land.
We showed them Kim's. Man, you know how many times I
No.
showed
I'm talking about when it's talking about Egyptian people. That's when it'll have the 2-seated people with the 3 strokes under it. And that's talking about the people of the black land. Right?
All right, so this is what we're going to do. I'm going to go to that. It's only 6 of them in the new TLA. So I'm going to go to that, right? And we're going to see, we're going to use both people's translations. One of us is like, for one side, we'll say it means the black land as far as the silk. And the other side, we'll say it means the black people. And we'll see, there's only 6. And we'll see which fit. We done this before and they both could, we'll see, at least to me, it appears. Now, this first one is the most damning. Out of the 6, this one says, you will stand before the people of Egypt like the Apis. But here we see Aha Ek, Kenti, Kemetiu, Hop is, right? So Hop is the Apis. Kemetiu, they say means the people of Egypt. Now, when I analyze this don't make no sense. But let me just say to you, this text is written in the pyramid of Pepi II, and we don't have Kemet being called a location till the 12th dynasty. That still stands. We don't have Kemet by that name being called a location to the 12th dynasty. Pepi is the 6th dynasty. And so that's an anachronism.
Hold on. That's a hell of a damn interesting thing you just said. Because you saying you don't have Kemet as a location until the 11th dynasty?
Yep, 11th,
and
12th
this
dynasty.
is written in what dynasty?
6th dynasty.
Okay, so what is he talking about?
Exactly. So he couldn't be talking about the damn people of Egypt, and that's what I'm telling Chef. And we still see blackness at the root, the Kim.
You said it can't be talking about the people
of Egypt. They didn't know nothing about no people of Egypt. So it couldn't. So let me be more clear. It couldn't be talking about the people of Egypt, nor could it be talking about the people of Kemet, because Kemet wasn't called Kemet yet. You see what I mean? But
so
it's talking about
they couldn't recognize.
Go ahead.
They couldn't recognize that they. So we know that people give names of places because of certain features.
But that didn't happen
right?
till 6 dynasties after this, is what I'm saying.
But you're showing it to me.
No, this is Kemetiu. So this is what me and the Sar and them was arguing, and this is how I prevailed, because this says Kemetiu. The TU means a group of. It changes it into a collective, right? So it's normally a collective associated with the root. So we see Kemet and then we see TU, but it's one word right here, Kemetiu. So if you think about it, Kemet would have to be a place in order for this to mean the people of Egypt. But Kemet wasn't a place yet.
Okay, now check this out, Smash. This what I got. This what I want to know. So with all this that said, so what does this sentence really mean at this time?
That's why Reggie make perfect sense. Because remember I told you the people is cattle? And Kemet mean a divine black herd. Now read this. You will stand before the divine black herd as the Apis. The Apis is a bull. The king of the bulls, the bull of the bulls. So if you gonna stand in front of a black herd of bulls like the bull of all bulls, you gonna have some divine appointment. That's what they telling you here. But if you read it the other way, it don't even make no sense. There is a stretch we can make that there was one.
Wait. Read that again like it's supposed to be read so I can get that in my brain.
Well, I got two ways we could read it. And we came here to see if you could read it as the black people. And I just told us we can because in my book, I show us that the people are cattle, remember?
Yes.
Now, we could go all over that right now and I could show us. But right now, Kemet to you could also be a group. Literally, I could show us in the dictionary in 2 seconds. Look, Kemet to you is also a herd of black cattle, right? Not just any cattle, they got to be black. Now, if you go look, I'm just going to go right here. Now, if you stand before the black cattle like the Apis is the boss of all cattle. It is the bull of bulls. So they telling you you're going to be in front of the people like the Pharaoh, basically. You're going to be, I passed up hell of them, but I could just go to the second page. So right here, this says Schwartz Coon. That's a black cattle. If I translate this, it's going to say, it ain't, I'm asking it to detect the language. But I know you can't see, you got to see that. So, but we're going to look at all the attestations. Look, black cattle, divine herd. Notice how they say divine herd and black cattle. They trying to link blackness to divinity, but they messing that up a bit, as I think I found in my research, because the blackness of divinity is linked to divine monarchy, and cattle are divine, but they not no divine monarchs in the afterlife. Someone can say, well, take that back, some are, but we'll talk about it. But let's look here, Chef. You see that this is not a word, Kemet Ka. It don't say Kemet Ka, right? It only say Kemet. Can everybody see that?
Yeah, I see it.
So in the glyphs, we see Kemet. That means we don't read this. But they're talking about black cattle just by saying Kemet. So when we go back to the TLI, did I do the wrong? I wanted to keep it on that TLI. Oh yeah. So I'm gonna pull this over here so I can do it. So when we come here, this word say Kemet to you. Now, if in the time period of Pepi, we do have a Kemet meaning black cattle. And we do know that people are like cattle. So He says here, you will stand before the people of Egypt, don't make no sense, like the Apis. And you can't even stand before the people of Kemet like the Apis, because Kemet comes 800 years later. What you can say is you're going to stand before the divine herd, the Kemet to you, like the Apis, equating both the deceased and the population to cattle. And we all see the Apis here. I'm going to take this word and copy it into any place. And if we don't see a black cow, come to my house and slap me. Let me see. Apis, A-P-I-S. All right, Apis bull. So you're going to stand in front of the black bull like the black cow. All right, let me show you. Well, they got it right here. Okay, that's a picture of the Apis. You seen this one, but that ain't painted. They got the Apis, that ain't painted. We just want to see a portrait of the Apis. But everybody know I don't need to go too far on that. Anybody want to weigh in on? Oh, Chef fell off. I think it was insurmountable.
Hey, Smash, you killed that, man. I like that.
Appreciate that. But we ain't done.
Yeah, we already, well, I can't say everybody, but yeah, I'm already familiar with this part of what Apis is.
Now, that Apis, that's also Greek or something, right? What would they say?
Hap.
What?
Hap. HP.
Hap.
However we pronounce the H and the P, if we don't
Yeah,
know.
hap.
Yeah, I just say hap.
Yeah, I just man, when you put the P on, I understood what you were saying. Hop.
Yep.
P.
We back to this mound. Look, she found this mound, this ayat, within the net waters, and she made her seat there. Thus, one says Esna is the name of the district. See, so these mounds is areas. Now we ain't. So let's go back to where the misunderstanding.
Would you say city areas?
I mean, I think it's more linked to
linked to destructive. It's
old. I mean, you know, yeah, like mounds.
They ain't living in all of these people. Ain't living in no mound. And watch this. They probably can make a circular mound for living in mud brick.
Well, no, you don't make the mounds. The mounds are formed from people living in that location prior to you.
Okay.
That's why
I'm trying to
she
figure
found
out
this mound.
what type of mounds are they talking about? They talking about mounds that people live in.
We talking about tails. In archaeology, it's called a tail. It's like a ancient mound. You know how they call them the Indian mounds, and they be all over the place.
Yeah. But do you think they lived on top of those mounds?
Well, some of them said they built temples on them. We reading the attestations that's saying what they do with them. So some of them is like she found it and did this with it. Some of them saying this actual location that we're in was built on the mound. Here go one. Let's see what this say. It is, but this ain't an ayat. Let's note. But it says, it is meanwhile the mound from which you birthed the primordial or primeval ones. You began life on earth within it. See, so that mound started life. As for this mound, so it's just different ones, but what we was trying to scrutinize was whether or not ayat was strong enough to link it to the soil. Now, by a stretch, you could say, well, a mound is of soil, so you're stretching it. No. People were saying that blackness of Kemet, and you never find no blackness with the ayat and the mound. Well, they say, hold up, Kemet gets replaced for ayat. So isn't ayat black? I'm like, y'all stretching that. Kemet is a location and a mound is a location. But I ain't the end all be on that. Let's look at the next commit to you and see if this could say black people or not. But that's still the same one, people of Egypt. This one says, he has come after he has quickened the inhabitants of Egypt and removed their distress. So Reggie say that could easily say black people. Or that could easily, because now let's look at the time period of this. Herodotus the third. So this is when we have a Kemet as Kemet. And this says Kemet. You see this right here? Right. But they saying it is the inhabitants of Egypt. And some proponents say, no, this means black people. So let's read it like it say black people. He has come after he has quickened the black people and removed their distress. I gotta go into the whole text to see why would he be doing that just for the black people? What about the other people?
You think he mentions other people?
That's why I'm clicking into the text.
And what would he use for a descriptive term for them?
See. Translate to English. Shout out to the contributors to this page who keep this page going. See? So they say, how great is the... Well, I don't want to read the whole thing. Let's see if I could get close to it. Well, they talk about crowns of Upper and Lower Egypt. Upper Lower. Here go Egypt. He came after he took the inhabitants of Egypt. See, they saying this right here. So this was a commit to you. The inhabitants of Egypt took possession of the desert. All right, now let's talk. Here go another one we was looking at. It says, he came after he took the black people and took possession of the desert. See, that don't make no sense. This would say the black land. He came after he took over possession of the black land and took possession of the desert. Now, right here, since you got the black land and juxtaposition to the desert, That mean they talking about the land. But that don't discredit the land being called black because of the people. But I'm just trying to be honest to what I think I'm reading. How could this be read? He came after he took over the black people, and then he took possession of the desert.
Yeah, because see, they are using the people. They're using the people determinative for. See, why would they be using the people determinative for just Egypt if he took?
Well, they saying the inhabitants of the black land.
No, but they have people determinative right there.
Yeah, that would be the inhabitants of the black land. That's how you could translate this. Because this is the black land, or this is the black. I mean, I just say black. It don't say land, right there, it don't say land nowhere here.
Yeah, it say people.
So it's like black and got people. But try to translate that. Do it make sense?
He came after he took over the inhabitants of the black people. And
no, you got to take the inhabitants out. Because that's what they saying that this means. He came after he took over black people.
What you saying? What mean inhabitants over there?
They trying to say that this means inhabitants of Kemet. People of Kemet.
He came after he took over
black people.
Black people.
See how that makes sense? But we ain't reading the Medu Neter, so let me be fair to you. Now this is I win, that means to come, and this is he, the F. He comes. This is Haka, that means to rule. See, they said took over. I told you. When you read the Medu Neter, it could say black people now.
So he came to rule over the black people.
See, now that makes sense. Because look, they be translated it in ways that it shouldn't be able to say black people.
Yeah, because I couldn't get with the way you was that was written. But when you say he came to rule over the black
well, look at this. This don't got nothing to do with taking over, family. Trust me. This means to rule. Right?
Rule over, right?
Yeah, it's Haka-in. It says Haka-in. I'm going to click it. Look. Let's see if it say to take over. To rule, to govern, to rule, to govern. That's the English. Now, and so...
I could say that.
No. To rule don't mean you taking it over, though.
Yeah. No, it just means he's coming.
If I take over,
yeah, that's true, because that means somebody was ruling it before you.
Yeah, so
right,
it could,
if you take over area,
but like let me keep it a buck. Now that's even wrong because nobody was ruling it for him, because before the 12th dynasty was an intermediate period. So they can't even translate it like this. He's not taking it over from nothing because it wasn't even unified. He coming to rule. That make perfect sense. He coming to rule over black people. See, Simro Set is the 12th dynasty. That's who they talking about. And so think about it. 11th dynasty was an intermediate period. These are families. So the 11th family didn't have it popping all over the land. So in the 12th dynasty, he didn't came to take it over because ain't nobody the pharaoh. So he came to rule. Well, let's look. I mean, I just think Haka means a ruler, like Hakakasu. Now it says,
before you go too far, I want to know, where does Simro Set come from? Where do you know what area?
No, he wasn't a foreigner or nothing.
No, I just want to know. Do you?
But he wasn't Theban. He wasn't Theban. I think he was. He became Theban, but he wasn't Theban. Theban was Mentuhotep now, and I don't know where he came from.
Yeah, see, I'm just saying that from a chronological perspective, it would be interesting to know where.
Well, we could look that up and find that out. Somebody could look that up. I got hella screens open, but with this,
Smash.
Peace.
A quick question. So because I always be trying to be the one to be trying to just,
it's all
the Egypt word is kind of a broad word. So we know, and we see it translated in the glyph as Ek-Kasu. So we know that's the city. We can be specific and say that's really just the city state of Memphis, right?
But check this out.
Because sometimes we say Egypt, we think, because we know at the 12th dynasty, Egypt wasn't even a word they used. And it definitely wasn't the word that was used to cover the entire Nile Delta. So we can just really specifically say the city Memphis. It's better translated as Memphis because you have a better argument.
No, it don't say Memphis though. This say Hakat NF. Hakat NF Kemet. Hakat NF Kemet. Feel me?
But we know
Kemet
that
is what we scrutinizing. Yeah.
But we see the word Egypt and we
Yeah, I'm
see
with you.
Kemet.
I'm with you. Yeah, we're not doing Egypt, but we all been doing Kemet this whole thing. We trying to see if this Kemet mean black people or the land of the black land.
We see the T, so we know that it's the circle with the X in between. So that's the land, right?
It don't got a circle with an X. Look, it got two people. It got A1, B1, and Z3. Z2.
Oh, okay, yeah. So that's a black man and a black woman, right?
Well, I don't know if they're black. I mean, they're supposed to be black because the word literally says black. But people making my brain not work. Like, I mean, it literally.
I see Kim in front of it for me.
Yeah, I know. I mean, it say black right there, and then it got people.
Smash.
But let's do the translation because we're trying to make sense. This is how they'll refute you. He came after he. No, I'm not saying theirs. Let's do ours. So look, let's click into it to corroborate each thing we say so people could just clearly see. This moving slow, but this says to come. So that's why we saying he came. Now let's say, it don't say to take over, it say to rule. And this is the third intermediate period that didn't have no ruler. So my argument would say he finally came to rule or to govern. Now now if you say to govern, it make it less harsh and more applicable. What if this says he came to govern black people, dog? I mean, I'll use fair logic. That could be said. It says he came to govern the black land.
I said the black land?
Mm-hmm.
He came to govern the black land.
Now let's keep going because it's in juxtaposition to the desert, which messes it all up. Now this says Erdi, that means to give. Right? I'm going to click it so everyone can see I'm not making. It's to give to somebody. If it say already in or given by, now let's see what it says. To give, to put into place. See? So we don't got to always take the harshest. Because what if you came to rule over to govern black people and to put into place was just, but it don't say the people of the desert. It say the desert. The foreign
because most likely it's not too many people in the desert. Most of the people going to be closer to the water and the irritable land.
Let's read their commentary. See what they say. Kemet is written here with personal determinative and plural strokes, which are only determinative. This makes it clear that what is meant here is not the land. Checkmate. But they trying to say, but rather the inhabitants. Nope, y'all messing that up, though. I'm going to beat them up. At least we got them to admit they ain't talking about the land. Right?
Yeah. That right there.
I say it in the TLA, so that put hands and toes.
Yeah, you need to remember this spot
this is so remembered. We look at this every day.
That's a bad piece. That's a bad piece right there.
So we know it's not.
We're not talking about land.
But look, we know that they are. That just beats Chef up. But we know they're going to say it is the inhabitants of the black land, and that is because of the silk. Now I keep saying on the public channel that all kind of people be watching. Chief X would have been hopped on here and try to debunk that. But why? All right, I need to put out a challenge or something. A challenge to anybody to find something linking the word Kemet directly to the black silk.
Hey, Smash, that's a checkmate.
That's a checkmate?
Yeah, that piece, that one. In that particular thing, I don't know what was going on there. What was that? Like, what part of the that's all within the same text? Or those these are different texts?
This is a Stella of Simroset.
Oh, so this is within the same
Let's
text.
see what he do next. He has come after making the two countries, Upper and Lower Egypt, safe and calm, and the two banks of the Nile, safe and calming the two banks of the Nile. So now, let's slow down. Let's slow down some more.
He's unifying, like you said.
But look, now this is talking about the people, because now he's talking about the lands. I mean, but even though this just charette don't got nothing about people, that one do. But right here, they saying the Upper and Lower Egypt. This is how we, so to speak. And this is the Ajeb. You feel me? So, I mean, hey, he has come in after he quickened. All right, this is a different one. Because that one said he took over. Now on 5, it's gonna say he has come after. He has quickened. What does it mean, quickening? That don't make no sense. See, it says he's bringing life to black people. People don't want this one. Because this says he has come. Look, Sa'ank is to
Hold up, slow down, man. What was going on before he showed up? It must have been messed up.
That's why I said it was an intermediate period.
Is that what I'm saying?
This is making
somebody
perfect
must
sense.
have been tripping before he got there.
Well, that's how he's trying to portray himself.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah,
it says to make live, right? To perpetuate or to nourish. So he's saying he has come after. No, I don't want to read their translations. Let's read right here. It says, I win F, that's him coming. Y'all know this was the same as up here. Ayun F, and y'all can read the transliteration if y'all don't believe me. You see the Sa'ank F? Sa'ank is life. If you put an S in front of it, it's causative. So that means to cause life. Or, now in, where is he going to cause life? NF, to him. But they say he's causing life for the black people.
Man, we ain't now. But every time I get to that glyph, I know exactly what's going. Now hold up, what is that going on with the bird with the plural strokes down there? With the chick bird, right? And then it's another bird on top of that.
But that's a determinative for this word that means distress here. Peace to Chris. I see you. It's Shinu. Shinu here with the vulture bird is a word for distress. What's up with Chris?
So he's coming to remove their distress.
Well, and remove their distress. So they say in parentheses, he's talking about Egypt. Egypt's distress are the people inside of Egypt's distress. It will be these people who he removed their distress. I mean, now it could say inhabitants.
Why they got that second Egypt?
But you got to tell us it can't say black people because it don't say Egypt down here. You have to tell us this can't say black.
Why is that Egypt in parentheses down there? Where is that represented in the text?
No, they just basically telling us that they talking about he removed their distress. They saying
they're talking about the people up there.
Right.
Okay, the black people.
I mean, while all of these other ones is people with the people glyph. See, look, he has come quickening the nobles. This word is nobles, is pot. So you got the people. And allowed the throats of the subjects to breathe. Here go the subjects, Riketi, just regular people. Now let's go back. We are knowing he talking about these people could be inhabitants of the black land, right? You got to falsify that ain't meaning that. And this is what I keep saying. It could say black people, I'm not arguing, but it could also say what they saying to say.
Which is what?
Inhabitants of Egypt.
Man, cut it out, man.
Well, I can say inhabitants of Kemet.
Okay, right, but then we gonna go.
In order to prove yourself right, you gotta falsify the other stuff.
I know what you doing. You just being
no, you gotta falsify it.
Huh?
And in order for me to be able to finish my argument, I don't have no falsification for this. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so this will still be existing in the mouths of people who want to say it mean this. You got to say how it don't mean that. And that's what I'm saying. I could say it could mean this, and they could say, yeah, it could mean that, but then they're just going to say it could mean this. So again, we have to come through a process of falsifying that they talking about the inhabitants. Furthermore, look, these people are found inside of Egypt. And they don't necessarily.
We don't see for the nobles. We don't see no inhabitants or nothing.
Yeah,
like
there you go. Look right here. Oh no, you don't.
We see them, but it don't.
Oh, you saying why I don't say inhabitants of
the nobles?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, I'm not
arguing
against you.
And that other one down there with those.
And this ain't the inhabitants of.
Yeah,
but
they.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to see. I'm saying, Smash. I'll be on another level.
I'm with you right there.
I'm not even trying to just be playing around. See, what's up with the people with the throat
I heard
stick?
Chris was about to say something.
Them people down there, they some foreigners. But do it say inhabitants?
Not all of them. Not all of them.
No, I see some people down there with a throat stick down at the bottom of it.
Now this is
They
really
some
funny
foreigners.
because they called these people barbarians, and there's no place close to barbarians. These is the people of like
That's
Heliopolis,
what
if
I
you
be
ask
saying.
me.
See, the family didn't already put it down.
I hear some extra noise. Is that you, Suntan?
Oh, hold on. Let me
Oh,
see.
your mic hella loud. That's why that is. Damn.
Is that me?
You
That's
on
me,
the
Smash.
man? You on the CB, bro? You got to turn that thing down. It sound like
I'm in a hospital on my laptop. I got a knee replacement.
Oh, I just turned it down. Hope you're doing well.
Yeah, I'm fine, man. It went off beautiful.
Man, that thing was sounding like Breaker 1-2, boy.
Let me see.
Hold on, though. Chris was about to say something. I wanted to hear what he was saying when we was talking about these pot ain't the inhabitants, nor are these Riketi the inhabitants. This is simply talking about their state of being as people. What's up with Chris?
You know, I was just going to say we can't run like that. What I mean by that is if you look at the word pot and if you look at the word with heat, right? I understand that Kemetu is translated, one translation. It's translated as the inhabitants of, but you can't do that directly across the board. So for example, in the word pot or pot, the word pot also means a patron, right? It means a patron. So you can't say, so I'm saying as a rule of thumb, that would be a bad rule of thumb to say anytime you see the people glyph with a feminine T next to it or the people glyph attached to a word, you just say it means the inhabitants of, right? Because you got to remember these words normally are formed from Nisbis. Right, so I'm just saying.
So the inhabitants of is formed from the Nisba, but this isn't a Nisba here. This is just a word pot that automatically means the state of a person. So when we inspecting whether it says inhabitants of, it should be on a word that's formed as a Nisba, not just because it got the people glyph behind it. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly.
I hear
What
that.
about the plural strokes of it?
But then I mean, but that is, yeah, you're right. It ain't no type of rule of thumb, but it could be a research question. Like for instance, when we come down to this one is seem to say the barbarians, right? Where they're not the inhabitants of. But how we know this? I thought this bow was leaning us back to. I went to you. They just saying Bowman, by the way, but well,
yeah, I think translating as barbarians might be a little harsh.
But that is making, they're not inhabiting the bow, but they are, it's because it's a relational, it makes it relational. Is this a Nisba? Are they these are those related to the bow, and so they bowmen, right?
Right, it is because it's Iyunti. So you got the T there, and then you have the Y to make it into a Nisbi. So it's a feminine Nisbi.
So I hope y'all following. If he came over here to show I got the TI, now notice up here, these ain't gonna have that. If we look at pot, James, you see it don't got no I or no J after this. Is not forming a nisba to say. I mean, but this word already, it's like you don't form a nisba out of a pronoun though, do you?
You can form nisbis out of nouns and prepositions.
Yeah. Because if it's substituting for a person's name already, then it's already nominal, so to speak, in a way. You know what I mean? It's already naming him. Like pot is a dignitary, but like you said, a patron. Here, where they say subjects, that's already a subject, and so no need to form it away grammatically to make it into a subject. But down here, y'all, this is rooted on something that has to do with, well, Ion ain't necessarily a bow, but as we look further into it, it goes to the Heliopolis bowmen, the Hermiopolis or Heliopolis bowmen, and then they just start associating them with the bow, and they translated barbarians here. But in our initial scrutiny up here, well, they say he has come after. Well, I don't like this translation at all because I don't even know what quickened seems to imply to them. He has come after he has quickened the inhabitants of Egypt and removed their distress. How do this translation read to you guys?
Yeah, so the word sa'ong here can be, it also can mean to enliven, or cause to move.
So you saying this word?
Yeah, sa'ong, yeah, to enliven.
So yeah, my vocabulary is limited. When you say enliven, I think to make live, right?
Yeah, or to cause to live or to make the live, right.
But they took it further to length and they say to quicken. That means to cause to live?
Yeah, no, that's what I was just saying. This translation was kind of harsh.
Oh, okay, yeah. I'm like, yeah,
whoever
okay.
translated this.
So let's do it our own knowledge. We know this is like to come and F. I own F. So he coming now. So I'm just looking at to cause life or to, just like you said, to make flourish. F. So he gonna do that, or NF in the Sajim F form, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
Yeah, and then we got now we got him at and these people here. Now, the translation that is too rigid for me is to say that this is the inhabitants. It applies and it works because Kemet is a thing at this time period. So this could be the inhabitants of Egypt. But what I argue is, okay, if the people want to say that this means black people, why? What falsifies that claim?
I guess technically, I mean, if you translate this as Kemet to you, oh, so he translated it as Kemet, though.
I know I tripped off that even more. And so
he translated it as
I think they was doing, but
you could translate
look,
it as Kemet to you based on the plural.
But look, we click into the footnote real quick, James. We click into the footnote, and they're gonna speak on that right here, and they even say,
place.
It says Kemet is written again with a personal determinative and a determinative plural stroke, so that country residents are again meant, and not the country as such. So they're not talking about the country. They're talking about the country's residents. But now people saying that the country's residents could be anybody. It don't have to be black. But they using the word black to refer to the country's residents at the inception of the term, meaning this is one of the first times we seen it even referenced. And so I don't know. To me, I'm like, okay, this one is like 50-50 to me. Someone had to make me lean in either direction with more information.
I mean, I guess you could go further and just transliterate that Kemet and just put a parenthesis I'm sorry, a parenthesis YU on it. I mean, because just looking at it, had I not seen the transliteration, I would have translated that as Kemet to you.
Me too.
Yeah,
And that's based on those plural, that's based on those plural strokes, right?
Yeah, but that's and the two people, but that's giving us the inhabitants of Egypt if we want to pass a college course. But if we want to write a dissertation, we have to prove why this don't mean inhabitants of Egypt, why this means black people. And I could go to the next one.
If you guys wrote a paper on that, do you think you would pass?
Oh, I don't have enough yet. And it maybe be a couple more years. I got a lot. But I mean, I would be arguing it, and I don't play the fence, but I am a straight shooter and I'm not gonna play myself. You feel me? So I wouldn't put myself out there and take a 99% authoritative position and just get crushed in the debate. You feel me? And so I need something more than what we have so far. But that don't mean that while we look over these, some of them aren't more damning than others. Like, let's find the one we was just looking at, and I want to see how Chris weighs in on it. It was when they were saying the Haka part, when they was like, he came to rule over. Now, it makes sense both ways, right? Because if you this one right here, it's going to be like Haka and Kemet. No, this ain't it. Oh, this is another one.
Yes, Kemet.
We talked about this one. Now, they in Byblos or someplace at this time, right? And the ruler, you see, they clearly called him by a Hebrew or whatever, not Hebrew, but by an Akkadian ruler named Malki. Now, we can look and see how they wrote Malki in the Meta-Neter just to trip off that. Like, dang, they had this word. It's going to say Semitic loan word for a.
Yeah, they just have the.
For a ruler?
Yeah, for a ruler. So look, behold
the sickle. The sickle and the Alif bird.
Yeah, that's kind of fun. Wait, this ain't it, right? Oh, this is Malki. Malki.
Yeah, Maliki. So you have Meme, Alif. Yeah, so.
Now let's read the Meta-Neter. I mean, where they say, behold right here, this is basically just like, look, bro, like we don't say behold, but we say check it out. So they like, look, they say they ruler. I mean, well, I don't want to go past us so people can see it, and so they don't have to believe us all the time. To send the envoy, right?
Send down.
So they sending now. Who's sending it? This is Hakah. We all pretty much know Hakah by now, and so this is the ruler sent it. So they like, look, they ruler sent the ruler. Here go the ruler. Now, what is this ruler sent? This is a S, but this is so that I don't know why the S is by itself because the ruler a woman or something.
That's a suffix pronoun.
Okay, so how that's so I know, but I'm saying, is it a woman?
No, it's referring to it.
Okay, so why they calling the ruler it? Oh, they know the ruler is a it.
Well, S normally can be, so it's not a he.
Oh,
right? So
it.
He sent
the
up. Letter.
Yeah, the letter is it. Yeah, the letter is it. So the ruler said it. Yeah. Now Malki. Now they called him Hakah already. So is Malki his name?
So Smash. Quick question. Because this is something that I was.
Oh, by the way, it's sin. By the way, I made a mistake. It's sin for they.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah.
Now this is a question, right? That I have, right? So like a lot of times when we're looking into like these city states, right? They're really at this certain times temples, right? These are temples.
No, not all of them. Some of these city states have temples in them, but yeah.
So or would the temples be around them, and like the inside of it, like so it's like four sides. So like what I was looking at was like actually like most times there are four gods around each side where the pharaoh in the middle can worship.
I don't know nothing about that. The temple is normally in the middle, as indicated by Hori Ib. Even if you think of Hoot Hori Ib, this was the temple of Athribis. Hori Ib is like upon the heart, but it means in the middle. You feel me? And so they would be the city center, kind of like the thing. You know, when we see a city center now, it'd be the biggest buildings in our cities. It would kind of like be like that in ancient times. And so then the surrounding would probably, I don't know, but I don't want to act authoritative on that, but I'm just drawing from what we conclude from what we study.
For sure. I'm just asking questions.
Word up.
But yeah.
Now this ruler, Malki, he sent a letter within and shipped to the Egyptians. Now it could be to the Egyptians, or I say to the Egyptian speaker, but it could be to the black people too. Why couldn't it be? Well, in my book, I got another attestation where some Greeks was describing black people on the boat by their dark limbs. And he was like, I seen them with their black limbs and their tunics on the boat. Now,
Man, I'm not trying to keep cutting into you. So I see it down there. It says source. So this is the time where the Wassetians are losing power, and they're gonna end up going back to Wasset, or they already back to Wasset.
Man, you still saying Wassetians like that's everybody in Egypt?
Because that's what I'm saying. We're talking about specifics.
Y'all remember we went over that though. Wasset is gonna just take you to. If you say Wassetian, you talk about the people of Thebes, basically.
But
somebody could correct me if I'm wrong.
So normally when they say people of Wasset, they'll say Wasset. Normally, they'll actually name the city. They'll call it.
He think it's the whole. He using it as the whole Egypt though. Everybody in Egypt wasn't a Wassetian, bro.
Right.
I know. So that's what I'm saying. This right. What's going on right now? Like set the backdrop. This is control for the city.
Oh, the backdrop to this. Well, Semroset III. His daddy did the most unification type of stuff. I mean, not his daddy, but Semroset the first would be like the unifier, and Amenemhet and them was before him, I think. But what we got to think about is it's coming out of an intermediate period. Now, notice this biography say it right here: historical biography, literally of the Middle Kingdom and the second intermediate period biographies of the 11 to 12 dynasties. So if you know what that means, it's kind of like saying it's 11th is a second intermediate period. I mean, an intermediate period first, the end of the first, and the 12th is going into the Middle Kingdom. And so they kind of like this is like the second unification basically. And so now go ahead.
Because at this same time we have a lot of Semitic people coming in too. And they're taking over the now.
Man, they've been coming in long before then, bro.
Yeah, but this is right before they're finna actually take over.
this is what I'm saying. Like, it's Sosaurus. Is he of the lineage of Amenhotep?
Amenhotep? I don't think so.
Okay, so this is what so this is a total. So is he Libyan? Like, is he Kushite or
Amenhotep
what
is
is
gonna
he?
be like 18th dynasty. So dynasty, I keep saying it mean the
But
family,
but
so
but
we could.
listen, but
Yeah.
Smash, we got to remember that these dynasties overlapping. 18th dynasty is the same as the 14th dynasty.
I know, but that's simple to understand if you realize them as a family. So you said was Amenhotep of the same lineage. If it's a different family, then it's probably a different lineage.
Okay, exactly. So that's why I'm calling him Wasit. These are Wasetians who are losing power. They're going back to Waset, and now the Nile Delta is up for grabs. Now we're going to have the Hyksos taking power and take control.
I'm not against everything you're saying because Thebes was very important. So if you want to say they tried to like claim they wouldn't call themselves that, but everybody wanted to go there to be coronated. But your terminology is your own, just like E.A. Wallace Burgess. Like you calling all the Egyptians Wasetian is just a first and that you have created. That's not a big deal because Thebes was something that very important to them. So all you would have to see is a quick look up to see where Simroset and them ruled from, bro. Like,
Because it seems as if like what we're calling intermediate periods is when they're losing control over is it when they're losing control over the
well,
Delta.
definitely that's what it is. Well, this is really what an intermediate period is when whoever was the pharaoh couldn't get his boys to go out and collect taxes from all the people. That's what really happened. And so it was to be the Shemsu Heru, right? And they would you know, I call it moving mean. They wouldn't move mean enough to make the people pay their taxes. They would run up and people wouldn't pay them. And so they started to get weak. And I don't know whether that was because the pharaoh was weak or what have you, but this seems to be the case. And so then it'd be locals who say, pay the money to me. And this how the priests and the nomarchs start getting hella powerful. And whoever do the best job get the most bread and they be coming up quickest. Now that's just my analogy, but that is factual based on what we know. Research the Shemsu Heru as tax collectors.
Yeah, somebody
got a
How long these motherfuckers been collecting taxes?
You feel me? Now, when I looked at them first Shemsu Heru since ancient times, I was like, so you telling me that's what that was? They was going around saying, give me some of your cattle for the pharaoh? And people was fighting like, hell no. What you talking about? You feel me?
So hold on, that was one way that they collected taxes is through cattle.
Well, the cattle count.
Was that a problem? That was the primary tax.
Yeah, that's a profit.
But the cattle count dealt with more than just cattle. It was just the main. It was just the main
source.
Yeah, the main thing in it. So they called it that. But they taking your chickens. They taking a little bit of everything.
But you know that this is still going on in Africa.
What you mean? It's going on in America.
It's going on in America, Jay.
Yeah, it's part.
What you mean?
They just take it out our check, bro.
Yeah. You didn't take it to the modern. My bad. I'm tripping.
Yeah, we don't deal with.
I was talking about that.
All right, well, it's still the same thing if you eat beef.
Yeah, I got you.
Do you eat beef?
The ancient thing that they was doing with the cattle. I got a friend from Kenya, and he's telling me that this stuff, that's what they do right down there.
Yeah.
In Kenya right now.
Yeah, they'll run up on you like, you got 400 cattle, give us 40, bro.
Right.
Yeah, so it's amazing that this stuff is still going on.
But and so we was talking about intermediate periods then. Well, if you want to look up cattle count, right? See, I'm gonna keep this page open. Look up cattle count and then type Shemsu Heru, TTLE count, and then put SHEM Su Heru, HERU, and you get some sources. Look, it's gonna say it right here as soon as it pop it up. From the second dynasty onwards, the cattle count was conducted with the following of Horus, Shemsu Hor, which occurred every 2 years. The Shemsu Hor, see, they just think the Shemsu Hor is an event. We know Medu Neter, we know it don't mean.
They coming through to get the snap.
Yeah, they coming to break, they like, bro, break bread or fake dead. You know what I'm talking about?
With that. We did. And then what's crazy, they do it. They don't do it every month. They got every 2 years, they come.
But hold on though. Let me break this down. And this is the most killer in my book. Guess what the cattle count turned into?
What?
The census, bruh.
You
So
lying.
I killed them to let them know the people was cattle. Because the ancient Egyptian census started as the cattle count. So think
Who
about
got
this.
the most
They
cattle?
they didn't care about how many people was there until they wanted to know who owed them. So they like,
Oh,
Johnny owes this, Devin owes that, I said owes this, and then you look like, man, it's like 40,000 people here. You feel me? But they was most concerned off getting money with the cattle. In later times, it turned into a census. So
Right.
I'm
So
just
they
when
knew who was all there.
yeah, when I put out my analogies, I only try to think of the natural, practical way that occurred. Like it's us. Like take us. We in the bush and we got the muscle though, because we was sharp enough to say, okay, we gonna work together first. It could start with two people. Two people run up on one person. Right now they 3 deep. Them 3 people run up on one person. They 4 deep. I'm saying, and eventually they say, look, we running this shit. We going up on everybody now and saying break bread.
right. I get it.
That's exactly how it happened.
Yeah, it developed. Look, it developed,
and
eventually.
That just means we need to get it cracked.
So writing that is true. So writing down what people owed them, eventually they wasn't concerned about the people. They was concerned about the cattle. So it's called the cattle count. But think you inventorying the people too, because you got to know who owe you. So eventually you got to look at what their documentation must have been like. In this gnome, we had 40,000 or maybe 10,000 people, and they got each where they live and how much they owe them.
And how many cattle?
Exactly.
They knew exactly.
They know
how many
exactly.
cattle they had. And so that way they would have to know how many cattle they had, so they could say, well, you got 100 herd.
Well,
before you need to give us 15.
Before
you got 400 herd.
Exactly.
So they knew exactly. They was counting.
They was pocket watching.
But think about it this way, how we do it in modern times. They just take the money out your check. If you eat beef, it's still going to affect the steaks that's in your refrigerator. Like you would, if they wouldn't have took the bread out your check, you would have had more steaks in the fridge. So it's still the same thing. It's just done different now. They ain't running up on us because we ain't hurting nothing. But my point, I don't want it to be missed, and I don't want to over exaggerate it. They started to be like, well, I mean, even when you read not just the wiki, but the real documents on this, you'll see that the census came from them trying to see who they had to track down to take their stuff.
Man, hold on.
That's crazy, man.
Type this in. I got to read this right here.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Hey, Smash.
I got to read that.
Smash, who is Ketty?
Huh?
Who is Ketty?
Ketty?
Ketty, Khety.
I don't know.
Can I read something?
Yeah, read it.
Ketty was a ruler.
I want to read. Just let me read something real quick.
Yeah,
and I want you
Kemetic.
tell me what it
he would be foreign, but go ahead.
What's up, Neil?
Hey, what's up, Suntan?
If his name was
Ketty,
Ketty,
you see how they treated our lions? Go ahead.
Yeah, that's all right.
If his name was Ketty, he probably was foreign. Let's hear what the brother says.
Tell me what I'm finna read. It say, I came to the city and I overthrew the king's enemies and pursued them to the fortress of the dike of the head of Upper Egypt. And the king gave me land as a reward. Tef Abi carried the war on against the Thebans and their confederations who fled to the east of the land, while others chased them. Hold on. It says, while others chased them southward like a greyhound, which comes with long bounds after some terrified gazelle. As one reads one such phrases, he is not expected, obviously, to have any doubt of the eventual success of the I think it says Heraclepians. So I guess this is the word. So let me see. So it says, Tef Abib had met the Theban rebels again with another force when he attacked for a second time. I went forth against him with only one small regiment and so soundly beat him that he left of the battle as though he were in terror. The name of Aset, Asut, returned like a bull which attacks a pack of dogs. There was no peace for me until I had beaten them down. So is this the same time frame where we're talking about this 11th and 12th dynasty?
You the one who put forth that attestation, so you got to tell us.
So that's I was asking about the. So this is where they're talking about. So it says the Pharaoh living in Heracropolis did not count for a great deal.
What time period though?
It says year 8 of count. Yeah, Nephi.
Year 8 of what?
It says year 8 of count. It says NEHRI
Yeah, I don't know. That ain't telling us. That's just year 8 of his count, but we don't know when he existed.
I'm gonna look it up right now.
When that count was.
Hey, Smash.
So it says the whole. It says the whole North was breaking up, so I'm figuring there has to be an intermediate period. So I'm thinking that's the second intermediate period you're talking about.
All right, let me I don't know. First intermediate. Oh, you said you can't. You gotta give us some evidence on that.
Is that a Papri or a Stella? What is that?
Bring up a source so we can look it up.
What's the name of
it? Talking about, well, no. It says
I got it right here. 1800 BC, 12th dynasty, Keti.
12th dynasty. Thank you. So yeah, the answer is yes. It is the same time period.
Okay. So I'm just giving a little bit more detail about the actual players who play in the part. Like, so it says there's a pharaoh living in Heracropolis who did not count for a great deal in the Amarna country. And years were dated to the local chieftains. So these are basically a bunch of local chieftains.
Yeah, well, if you want to say that, then that's gonna go to the 11th dynasty, because in the 12th it was all. So that's basically an attestation to what we was just talking about, how the intermediate period came to a close by somebody putting the smash down and taking over the whole land again. We propose it with Simroset and them family, but can somebody tell me, was that Amenemhat the first pharaoh of the 12th dynasty before Simroset?
No, the third.
Huh?
The third.
What you mean
it
the
says
third?
right here, it says under Amenemhat the third of the 12th dynasty.
No, that's Amenemhat the third. But I was asking, was Amenemhat the first first pharaoh of the 12th dynasty?
Good question.
You got the computer right there. I got it right here too. Let me see.
I thought it was
but while you do that, listen, Jonathan, you had said Keti. Didn't you say that was because Keti was a treasurer and it's a ancient Egyptian name, so it's Medunetu. It's not a foreign.
Hold on. Well, I didn't know Keti was ancient. I thought it was a foreign name, but did you look it up?
Yeah, it says Keti was an ancient Egyptian name born by pharaohs and other nobility.
Oh, interesting. All right.
1800 BC under
Where you got that
Amenemhat the third.
How you spell it?
Kheti or Khety.
Because the reason why I said that is because the ancient Egyptians called the Hittite Empire Keta, and somebody from there would be Keti. See, I just typed Keta. Can y'all see my thing? But they're not gonna show you. They're not about to show you the Hittites for some reason.
They're saying that Keti resided in the nome of Aset, Asyut, Aset.
All right, yeah, I didn't know much about Keti. I just took a guess that he was his name meant something foreign, based on the fact that ancient Egyptians called the Hittites Keta.
Hey, Smash! It says Keti was an ancient Egyptian treasurer of the 11th dynasty under King Mentuhotep II.
Okay, there you have it.
Right.
So that's what it was 11th dynasty then.
Okay.
That makes perfect sense when we was talking about that fighting, and he must have been down. Well, he must have been talking about Mentuhotep then, because he didn't do the unifying. His pharaoh did the unifying, right?
Yep. Yeah.
Hey, Smash, real quick. Have you ever read this right here? It's just like a little saying cliche. Who did the government buy the earth from? then why do we pay the government to live here? Have you ever read that?
No, I haven't read it.
Oh, okay. That just came to my mind when what we talking about to the subject, how they just grouping up, going to get money from people with cattle, you know.
Yeah, well, there you go right there. We don't pay the government to live here. We pay the government not to be smashed out by the biggest authority in the land, just like the cattle count. Dude could have took their cattle and got ghosts before they came back. And they would have been able to keep their cattle and not have to pay none to the taxes. But coming along with giving your cattle is protection of the pharaoh. So it's not just a ripoff. And we got the protection of the U.S. Army for paying our taxes. We supposed to have that anyway.
But you know what, man? This is what's beautiful about this whole conversation, is you really just telling us what they took away from us and what we need to be putting back in place, because everything
and how they took it away.
Yeah, look, because everything that they do based on these taxes pays for their army and so forth. And that's what we was, I guess, doing with these taxes.
Oh, not only
we were paying for our army and protection in particular regions through tax. So hey, that's the same thing. So when them shutting down African temples and opening up their own, really kind of is the reason why we naked without any type of military today.
So look, you definitely right. Ain't no blood. Even dope dealers and shit know that. Like, I'm just saying, like, they start mashing on other people. I need a cut of that. Like, I ain't never heard nobody who don't understand that. And so if they want to be the biggest, they getting a cut of everything in the city. So they doing their cattle count on the dope. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Yeah. And so to speak.
I just got ideas, man. You need to do a jam called Cattle Count.
Hey, I might have to do that though. I'm gonna listen to some beats. I'm gonna listen to some beats with that in mind. Yeah, the cattle count.
That would explain. Hey, James, that would explain a lot of things.
World premiere.
That's
what other
right.
people got to say.
Yeah, that would explain a lot. Yep.
Yeah, it would explain a lot. Let's hear what other people got to say.
Amenhotep the First was the first pharaoh of the 12th dynasty.
Look how he looking. Okay. Look how he looking, Smash.
They be hating, man. Look. He like, man, I brought.
Man. Don't know Wood look like that.
He like, man, I was clean with my twisties. His twisties were so clean.
Or no Arabs.
Right, or no rap, man.
And he was clean with his twisties.
I just don't understand these guys.
Yeah, we had to do a little blackology for him.
What good do it to a black man to have contingency against what we talking about? What's
that's the family right there.
Yeah, that's the family. Look at that, man. Come on. Imagine if that nose wasn't knocked off. You see how that's wide as the lips, bro.
Big the lips, and the high cheekbones.
The prognostic jaw.
But Smiles, Smash, let me ask a question real quick, because this is a perfect example of what I was talking about. This is when dynasty, people get it confused. This is the first, and this is the first pharaoh of the first Theban dynasty of the 12th.
No, he's not the first Theban dynasty. Why are you adding all this?
Listen. No, listen. What I'm trying to say. No, I'm not messing up. But listen, what I'm trying to say. This is
all right. Go ahead.
Dynasty equates to family. So it's not, because they're not, at this point here. They're not ruling the land. He's strictly in Thebes, and this is the beginning of this family dynasty.
No, hold on, you messed it up. But you're right, but you're wrong. Like they the ones who were ruling the whole land. See, 11th dynasty wasn't ruling the whole land, but the 11th dynasty set it up for the 12th dynasty. They say Mentuhotep unified it, right? This dude come after Mentuhotep the IV, if I'm not mistaken. Now, let's see who preceded him. Succeeded by the 13th dynasty. Who preceded it? It's not sure.
Okay, Smash, while you look for that, listen to this. Every people on the panel, Suntan, everybody, listen. Do you think, and this is a question to Smash at first, do you think it's a noble cause like Reggie had the petition against Zawi Hawaz, that we huddle up and come with a petition against the Cairo Museum for not inserting the Magi or the 25th dynasty on the plaques in the Cairo Museum.
Hell no. I ain't waste my time with that shit.
All right.
Like, what if we won that?
I know. What if we
Ooh,
win?
now they own the plaques in the museum.
Yeah, that's
right. That's good.
Now,
That
we
was
need to
a
be
good
talking about
point, Neil.
holding ground right now.
Yeah, right.
I think
that was
I'm
a good thought, Neil.
I think in the next world, the United States is gonna take Egypt.
Wow.
You think?
I just be predicting stuff. Yeah, it's gonna pop. Wow, I'm gonna be laughing too. It's gonna be like it's gonna be like Alaska.
Why? Okay. Well, I
What
know what the
resources
significance.
Because they just gonna smash on them. They could have finished it on that who was they beating up from over there? That was Libya, Gaddafi, him.
Right.
Yeah, they took a.
I'm not with that. Don't think I'm with that, but I just be looking at the moves of the machine that I'm in.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what resources do Egypt have
No,
right
I don't
now?
got nothing. It's gonna be about having something close to Israel and shit.
Let me mention the homie Seti. He did a great piece with what was it was called military geography, and he set that shit up so beautifully. Most of that stuff is dealing with that Suez Canal that they placed right there, because before 1942, Israel wasn't even in existence. They set that up so they could protect that Suez Canal that they cut right in between Egypt and at the time Palestine.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? So that would be the only reason of value, because there's nothing in Egypt really of value.
I know, but again, it's right there with Israel, and America is in bed with Israel. They're gonna just hop all the way in bed with them eventually. Watch. I'm just talking crazy though, but I'm just saying where else would they take from over there to be down next to their homies?
Yeah, the Red Sea and the Mediterranean, that's where it connects at right there.
But that ain't even my, I don't know nothing about that type of stuff.
That's just geopolitics. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know nothing about that. I'm just talking like we at the barbershop.
Hey, Pan-African James.
Yeah, what's happening?
So you know, Ghana is the only country in Africa that has produced its own tanks, bombs, missiles, and planes. South Africa tried. Remember when Mandela came to power? They sent all those nuclear bombs back to the European countries.
Right, before they handed over power.
All the most technologically advanced weapons come up out of Israel, bro.
Yeah. So we need the military advanced technical hardware ourselves.
But all anybody doing is just buying it from them. Either you gonna go get some scientists that create something better, or break bread.
Yes.
Are you gonna
we can do that? We got that.
Well, that sounds kind of crazy, but what the world do is both. They and nobody scientist could catch up to the paper, bro. What I mean is this.
You know what they really using now? They're really using drones right now.
Yeah, I know they're doing them crazy too. But you want to know something? All of the ideas that I had about weaponizing drones when I first got my drones, they literally using my ideas. It's so, I mean, not my ideas, but anyone can think of it. Like, it's so easy because on each remote, you have an extra channel, right? A channel can give you, let's just say, is a two-way channel. So you got forward and back. So imagine if you got 6 blank channels on the drone, bro. I mean, think about it. So what you mean is you can connect something to channel 2 and say, okay, when I click this button, something on the drone should move forward. Now, if you set it up to where the servo moves forward and it releases something and it drops to the ground, you can drop M80 bombs on people. Now, think about this. You can set up a lighter, and this is all true. I can show you how to do it. You can set a lighter up with a servo that flicks the lighter. Because all you're going to
see, Smash, this is what I be saying. You damn near MacGyver up in this.
I mean, but the fact that I'm saying
you know
this,
what I'm saying? He's talking about hooking up
we just don't
he
think.
just went to MacGyver.
We don't think enough, bro.
I like that Smash continue. I like
bro,
it.
you can put, all right, well, let me give you a good one that you should do next week. If you live in the hood, put pepper spray in your washer fluid for your car. Somebody come run up on your car, hit the windshield wiper, you good. You know how far them things spray?
Yeah.
Somebody run up on your car, just hit the window cleaner, you're good. That boy
Oh, hell
gonna be
yeah.
standing there like, oh.
Hey, that sounds like George Jackson. I read his book. I forgot which book it was. He was in the pen. I think it's Blood in My Eye. He said you could take a Pinto, because back then it was 1970, they had Pintos, and put a bazooka or something on top, and now it turns into an urban tank.
Oh well, yeah, that's a little different. But you can, but I ain't making an urban tank. But I could pull up at the stoplight with my washer fluid full of, and you know them ones that spray hella hard. You turn them to the. Now you grab the wrench and you turn you turn the jet, so it spray out to, so it spray right next to dude who's standing next to your window. Right, you gonna have the time of your life when you getting carjacked. You're like, oh, here it go. Now we just joking around. I'd like to get back to the subject. We went off on a tangent, but I don't even remember what the subject was.
You was looking Menthol Hotep?
What
dynasty? Oh.
No, I like when we was really talking about how the way they weaponized this technology was just stuff that you could just think of. Really, that is the truth. Y'all haven't seen the Ukraine war and how they use DJI drones. You know that? DJI drones are sold at Best Buys.
Wow.
Now I'm not talking about the big ones that drop missiles, but they have small munitions that they connect to these $1,000 drones. It don't cost more than $1,000.
I heard Iran use drones don't cost more than like $2,000.
Yeah, so you could. I mean, some of these is crazy. Now y'all seen the footage of the Russian soldier giving up to the Ukraine drone? They caught him in the foxhole. They was about to bomb him, and he started doing hand signals to the drone, like, "No, blood, don't bomb me." And they let him go, bro. And but they just followed him, and he just surrendered, crossed the line, put down his gun, and the drone hovered over him till the people got there. I'm like, imagine something hovering over you with a bomb on it. Huh?
I know, hell yeah.
You talking about some Ukrainians came to capture him up?
Yeah, well, they caught him on the drone.
Okay, yeah, that was first. And
so he surrendered to the drone with hand signals, so they never dropped the little small munition bomb on him. But while they watching him, they just hovering over him. So you thinking, damn dog, what if your shit run out of batteries or something? You it's gonna fall and bomb me?
So now, what about biological and chemical advanced warfare? Is that ethical or not?
Man, in the rules of war, obviously that's not supposed to be ethical.
Okay.
But nobody do the people follow the rules of war, bro?
Hell no.
Yeah, because they saying that Israel is right. Again.
Yeah, what they're doing in Palestine right now is against what they call the ethical rules of war, engagements of war.
Well, you know what they doing hella crap. You know who just lost their page for saying some I'm gonna call it some PP stuff. But guess who? And that the first word is pro, and the second word is the one of the nations involved in that war right now. So they said some pro peace stuff and got their page taken with 4 million followers. Guess who it was?
Who?
Sean King, bruh. Don't you know all other stuff that he done said about? But when he starts speaking out about that, he got his Instagram took with 4 million people on it. And
with
I'm
that,
like, are you serious?
Talk about some ice cream.
I mean, definitely. That we could talk about some ice cream, but we do need ways to. I mean, we could if there's channels to set up to have these conversations. Then let's just set them up to let them get took down. You know what I'm saying? But because we need to have the conversations. But I'm trying to build this in order to bring a new income stream into my family. And I'm not saying I don't want to avoid the conversations. I want to have them in the proper places.
But I'm just saying we can move on from that if that's how they get back.
That makes sense.
Okay, let me smash. I'm back. I came in. I heard y'all talking about the military stuff, and I know y'all want to move on from it. And I think that is wise. Peace to the panel again.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, but what I'm gonna tell you, I watch the news all the time. I mean, I'm like I said, I'm ex-military, man. I don't want to keep going over. I know I see some new people on the chat that don't know I'm military, but I was in the Marine Corps. Yeah, that Susan Scannell, I think, brother, James, you said something about the Susan Scannell, right?
Correct.
That's what it's all about. That's the whole reason why they want to make Egypt non-black. See, the whole thing is their mindset. You got to put yourself in their shoes. They feel like if what they did to us, we'll do to them. You understand what I'm saying? Like the Arabs and the Europeans. I mean, they kind of the same thinking. They got a war mentality. I mean, that's just what it is. I was in the Marine Corps. I see it. Like, man, that's all we talk about. Those cadence that we do in the military, they don't be saying nothing about. People be saying the cadence is simple cadence. No, they be talking about killing people. Like we say, wake up in the morning and from the rising sun, we gonna kill all day till the killing's done. People ain't talking about plan. That's what they're about. But you're right. They're gonna try to take Egypt because Israel is in trouble right now. They're literally getting slaughtered, man. Like that's why he pulled out pulled out 5 brigades. And it's a guy. He's a European guy. He's white. He was in the Marine Corps. He was the one that was in the UN during the time. He was a UN inspector during the time of the second Gulf War, and he got fired because he said there was no weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. There was no need for us to go into Iraq. I was on my way to Fallujah, and then I found out I had this condition where if I go to the desert, my chest would explode. That's why I couldn't go to Fallujah. That's why I can't go to Egypt. I wanted to go. I was going to go on a tour with I think Jabari had set it up, and I was going to go, but I couldn't go. I can't go. So my thing is that you have to you got to pay attention to the economic, political, geopolitical thing that's going on around us, because this stuff that y'all are talking about is exactly in tone to why they're trying to keep this suppressed about Black Egypt. There's a big reason why they want to get all this out, even about Hannibal. That's why they up in arms about Hannibal. I'm like, Tunisians were always saying that Hannibal was Black. They always knew he was Black. What are we talking about?
What's your name?
My name is Torizo Thomas.
Mr.
They
Thomas,
call
let
me
me ask
Tizo.
you this. Okay, let me ask you this. Because that was a perfect way for me to segue this. If we did take, like Jonathan said, Egypt, because over here in LA, there's this little place called Little Ethiopia. I go over there and I chill with all Ethiopians. We drink coffee, whatever, we eat. And their whole thing is, Egypt is up in arms about them making their dam in Sudan. They want to go to war against Ethiopia for that in the Blue Nile.
Right. Yeah. That's been going on. That's been going on for a minute now. That's the whole
so you
reason
think
why
they
got
would go down there and take Ethiopia too?
No, they ain't doing that.
Well, no, they ain't going to do that. They already having problems trying to do that now, because the whole thing with Eritrea and Ethiopia about to fight. See, it's a whole bunch of stuff that's going on. With the
you talking about the Grand Neil? You talking about the Grand Renaissance Dam?
Exactly. Yeah, right. Okay. But it's been a dispute.
They were talking about blowing it up. Trump, he mentioned blowing it up.
Yeah, right.
Said that they should have never allowed it to get to
bro. And James, that's the reason why they don't want Trump back in there, because we are headed for a world conflict and nobody's not seeing it. Like a lot of black people.
I wouldn't go that far.
I know. I'm telling you what. I'm trying to explain to you guys why. And that's why I say be careful. I mean, y'all doing the right thing with being careful what y'all talk about.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is that the guy some of the people I follow that's still in the military that we follow and we talk at the VA hospital, we're seeing it because they was coming around to the VA hospital asking us to join to go fight in Ukraine. Talking about they'll give us $3,000 a day, and you can be a disabled vet and still get your benefit.
I'm out. 3 G's a day. Let's ride,
bro. No, you're not gonna say, hey, Mike,
bro. Hey, 3 G's a day. Let's hit some corners.
Yo, he said I'm out.
But smash. The point is your survival rate is 6 seconds on the battlefield.
Nah, man, my survival rate is not 6 seconds on the battlefield. Especially the rank I'ma be in any military. I won't qualify for infantry. They need my mind thinking. They're gonna be like, do not put Smash on that front line. We're gonna lose that brain. The way he be like, no, we should go this way. He was right.
They were looking for grunts. They were looking for grunts. But what I'm saying,
but in all honesty, we joke. No joke. All jokes aside, go ahead.
But what I'm saying is the moves that's going on in China. North Korea has already informed his guys to start with his nuclear strategic strikes on South Korea, United States. He has the capability to strike here now. Ukraine.
What are you saying North Korea do?
Well, North Korea is just basically the son. He's a child of China. Basically, whatever China tell him to do, he's going to move. So China is getting ready to take Taiwan because he asked Biden. He said, Biden, can we have a peaceful transition to Taiwan, us taking Taiwan? And then Biden came back and said,
I ain't trying to cut you off, but we getting deep. I want to keep it kind of shallow while we still going deep.
Okay.
Y'all trying to tell me.
I was about to say, bro, telling it all.
I'm going to shallow it up, but we still on the vibe. Y'all telling me y'all ain't going to war for 3 G's a day, bro?
I'm just saying.
Not
It's a
not
suicide
fighting
mission in
against
that
Russia,
situation.
and I'm
All
on the
money
Tank
ain't good
side.
money.
Man, hold
Yeah.
on.
Because
All money ain't good money. You could get popped tomorrow for free.
Right, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, but it ain't laying like that, Fred.
Yeah, it's different. It's
Over there,
different.
they there to
But-
pop you. Over here,
Nah,
they
I
might
mean, but
pop
you
out.
got so you got
Yo,
all you
yo,
with the best
Smash,
military. See, that's why we gonna
they
fall
are
off.
shooting people with tanks and people riding around with bikes.
No. American military don't got the disadvantage nowhere.
Well, yes, they do.
Right.
Yes, they do.
They
Where we
do.
got
They
the
do.
disadvantage at?
They
No,
do.
Smash, what? No, Smash.
Let's listen from the military brother. Let's hear it from the military
Smash,
brother.
let me explain
Man,
to
they
you.
talking
Let's hear it from the military brother.
Let me explain to you guys, right, what's going on in the military right now.
Ain't no Americans gonna be on no bike.
America is basically saying you know, remember the Marine Corps only allows 190,000 people in at a time. So we only have 40,000 ready, what we call battle grunt jarheads to go to war.
Right.
Okay, and then in that instance, they're saying that I think it's
that's just the Marines, though, bro. That's not the Army.
But it's only I know, but it's 2 million. It's 2 million people in the United States military altogether. And when you break it down, there's only so many fighting forces. How many people that are committed to like what we call mechanized battalions with Marine Corps tank divisions, artillery. These are the
Forgot
people
about
that's
the
on the ground.
Navy SEALs,
And the
man.
Navy, the SEALs is a very small group. It's only like it's not that so many. My dad was a Green Beret, by the way, so he died of Agent Orange poison. But what I'm saying to you is, our fighting forces, Secretary of Defense Lawson, the black guy, he said that our military is unequipped. We don't have the bodies right now to even. We're not even in physical shape. A lot of us are not even in physical shape to even fight. Secondly, what Russia has been doing,
the ammunition too.
Right, ammunition too. We're running out of that. That's why he gave them cluster bombs, which was a violation. Biden didn't want to go to war in Ukraine. He basically said that was going to start World War III. But what happened to him was they blackmailed him by if they found top secret papers in his house that was they just popped up out of nowhere. So then he started sending tanks and artillery there. Also, the thing you have to understand, Jonathan, and I'm not trying to get too deep in this, but what I'm saying is to you guys is Scott Ritter, like I said, he's on the conservative side, but he has his facts together. He was like a colonel in the Marine Corps, and he was in the UN inspector, weapons inspector. And he got fired because he said there was no weapons of mass destruction. But back to the point I'm making. The point I'm trying to make to you guys is our military is not ready. We haven't had a conflict.
No
we haven't had a
conflict. Your information from.
Well, that's what I'm trying to explain to you. Scott Ritter was he's still
we
involved.
spend more money on our military than any
that doesn't
other
matter. It doesn't matter.
I know,
Okay,
dude.
hold on. Let me explain.
That would sound crazy.
Let me explain.
But you've been doing a lot of explaining, so you got to get to the point.
I'm trying to get to why we're going to a world war. That's what I was trying to get to. But I have to explain every detail.
Sound kind of made up, bro. No disrespect.
But hold on. Let me explain something. Tizo, what's going on is this brother's aware. He's kind of seems like he's more geopolitically aware than most. Now, I follow geopolitics as well. Now, I'm not saying that everything that he's saying is on point because some of it can be misinformation. You know what I'm saying? But he's you can tell that he's astute as far as following politics.
Yeah, that's why I said no disrespect.
Let me explain. No, but
I don't even want. I mean, look, we start talking about stuff that I don't even talk about.
Right.
And I don't want my channel at risk because of shit y'all want to say. I be on here. I've been banging about Kemet forever. If you want to say that shit, just go live. Just go live.
Hey, watch this. Hey, Smash. I'm gonna change the whole subject with this. Okay,
I
mean, no, we can talk about it, but then we know what they looking for and what they ain't.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
We trying to just have a cool conversation.
Yeah, cordial. Let me ask you: would you say that Tupac, right? Tupac Amaru, the rapper, got his name from a Peruvian ruler named Tupac Amaru, but he had a ruler before him named Sapac or something like that. That said he had Americans said he had brought black men on his boat to the Americas or to the Peruvian area. So I'm thinking if it was, you think that because they say a lot of people came from the other side, not the side from Africa, but the other side. So with them being like, you think maybe like Papua New Guinea black?
What's the other side?
Hold on, let me ask, man. I'm sorry. You finish your question, then I'm gonna take it back.
I know exactly what you're talking about, Neil.
Go ahead.
You
go back
are
in
absolutely
Black
correct about what the Southern.
We going back to 3 G's a day. I'm trying to see what's the matter with us. So
So
hold on. So let me just say something real quick. Let me say something. If y'all won't go to war for 3 G's a day, how will black people ever get liberation? Because that means you won't fight for black people for less than that.
Wow.
Got him.
Smash. I think you gotta talk about whose side you on. Are you saying that? Are you saying that? Are you going to be on a side that's going to be winning, and you taking that 3 G's? Because those
war don't
Ukrainian
really
people,
go like that. But you kind of like be thinking you on the side that you're gonna win, right?
Right.
But war
So
don't really. You never know which side gonna win.
Which side is piling up more bodies? Ukraine
Oh, so
or
you
Russia?
get to go in the middle of it. Nah, you got to say this before the war starts. See,
and that's but just smash. But
well, even having this conversation is what I say. You would have to have a moral compass for me to figure out why am I even putting my life on.
Man, I'm not even that. I'm more of a mercenary, y'all. I'm more of a mercenary, bro.
No, I'm gonna have to have but Smash in that point, Smash is right. If Smash say he want to be a mercenary, that's the point of it.
I know. I said I'm more of one. Like I'm not. I mean, like I'm not about to be sitting.
It doesn't have to have a cause,
bro. You gonna die, bro. You gonna die. So here's another question.
You don't want to have to. You don't care about the cause.
No, I definitely care about the cause, but most mercenaries' cause is in bringing prosperity to their family.
Correct.
Right.
Well, that's the cause.
Money. Let's just say it like it is, man.
But my mercenary, if I was to mercenary, to put certain people off into a bondage situation, I would have to put that on the scales.
Nah, so it don't work like that, really.
Well,
a war gonna be fought. Are you gonna participate or not? If you gonna have a moral ground not to participate, that's fine.
Right. So on a moral perspective, on one side they're fighting, I would say, with a group in this part of the country we would call KKK. And 40% of they arm and consider those people. So it's the facts. Deal with it. That's all you have to do is deal with the facts or prove it wrong.
And what I was going to say this, Smash, what I'm trying to say to you was that when you guys are asking about the money part, that's the whole point that's going on with World War III. It's always, every world war is about money. It's always about a European domination with the money system, the monetary system. Nobody likes Slavic people in Europe.
Well,
what I'm saying, and that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is not going to get your channel in any.
Oh no, I'm not even tripping off that no more. We already straightened it up. But what I was trying to, go ahead. No.
But no, I just want to finish that point about when y'all said the money. Say America, it's been called a paper tiger now because we've been throwing everything over there in Ukraine. And they're losing. Or we're getting propaganda news because they call it mainstream news. I understand that. But they're not allowed to say certain things on the news about the defense industry. The CIA controls the news industry. People don't know that. They put out, I worked in DISA also when I was worked as an engineer. I worked at the Defense Information System Agency. And they're separate from the CIA. The CIA would tell them, hey, warfare is about propaganda also. It's psychological also. Correct. It's not just about physical. So what you must understand is that the CIA has been putting propaganda out in the news. Do not show any victories that the Russians have. Just like Hamas. They are not showing the Hamas victories, but what's going on is the Hamas and the Hezbollah are now starting to show feed of them blowing up tanks.
I don't know about what you said about the channel, but these is the terms that they definitely looking for.
Right, I know they do.
So let's just cut it out, family. I done said it so many different ways. God damn, I hate getting frustrated. Because I said it hella ways, and now you talking about HMOS and this shit. Like, for real, if you think they got a text prompter that look for words on YouTube, don't you think you just said two of them?
Yeah, well, yeah, I understand what you're saying, but I thought I was just staying in the news realm. That's what I'm saying. That's
this ain't that show, though. This ain't even that show.
It's unnecessary because it's propaganda. Mostly, that's why I was asking you what was your source for your subject matter. So I think we ought to put it on the shelf.
This is the problem when niggas want niggas to do shit with they show.
Yeah.
Go start a show. Yeah. No, I'm tired of people, not you. People like, you should do this. You should talk about that. Right. No, you should talk about that shit.
Hit on your
not you. Tizo, we clear. I'm not talking to you. I
Oh,
started
yeah, no, I'm saying to other
referring to
people.
other points when
Other
people be
people.
like,
Yeah, right,
I want to
right.
see you do this. I want to see you do that.
Exactly. Yeah. yeah.
Hell nah.
But yeah, you doing the right thing. We need to stay away from it, period. Then we don't need to, we need to stay away from it, period.
No, we actually need a platform to talk about it. That ain't gonna impede me from trying to build up a new stream of income through YouTube.
Yeah,
That's all.
Smash,
Let's get on WhatsApp. Look, I'll guarantee you this, Chef. If we had the same conversation on WhatsApp or something, niggas wouldn't even be wanting to talk so fervorously. It's just because we got an audience. We ain't even trying to get the information to each other as much as we trying to be heard by the audience. Let's call each other on a three-way. Niggas ain't gonna be talking like this.
Hey, Smash. So when they do, they have words that they pick up. But I don't know too much about the YouTube. I know how they do it on the news.
Oh, it definitely works like that. So each conversation gets put into transcripts live.
Okay.
So after I just said that word live.
He just said he know about the military and all that. Like, how do you?
No. I said the news. I said how the news do it.
Yeah, but I ain't talking about that right now. You gotta know what all this, what you just said. You know.
No. You missed what I'm saying. I don't have.
But we're not even on your head. Like, see, if we let it go, then we can stop seeming like we on your head. You feel me?
Just mute out.
Yeah, no, whatever. But but I'm just saying, we just letting it go because I ain't even tripping. If that happened to me, I'll just be like, damn, it shouldn't have happened. But I don't think that I'm paying the proper respect to my own efforts after talking all year. Then just let somebody say shit that's on the bad list.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
I feel you.
That could be propaganda.
That we don't even know if it's facts.
Right. We ain't got no sources, nothing. We just listening to
but a good
stuff.
conversation came out of this because what is the mercenary? Is he a bad person? Like, see, first of all, mercenaries don't start wars. Mercenaries are available when wars are going on and you ain't got enough people. Then they say,
like
fuck it, I don't care why y'all fighting. You need some more people, I'll fuck with you if you break bread.
If you give me some money, I'm fucking with you.
Is that a bad human being?
Hell yeah.
I mean, you don't think that person has any morals or scruples?
So let's just kind of like talk about what we got going on in the community with the black word, right? Let's get back to that.
That's powerful.
So now I know that we got this from our elders. They put us on this little dog hunt as hounds on to find out what they meant by black in the Egyptian terms specifically, right? So I'll ask certain people, like, are they saying that like I guess they are, like Chef here. He's saying that Dr. Clark and Dr. Ben, Diop, Theophilo Banga, Drusilla Dungy, Houston, etc., are wrong about their analysis of what they saw in history. And it's hard to get a real good answer out of them when we ask those type of specific questions. You know what I'm saying? Nah, well, they wasn't wrong. They'll start saying stuff like that. But they were saying exactly what we're saying today.
When did I ever bite my
now
tongue
you gonna deny you didn't see this for the going to the denial.
I'm saying that, man.
He asked you a question, though. He asked you a question, so give him some respect to the question, Jane. When did he do that?
They do
it
all
Reggie,
the time. Like, you ain't never heard them say that Diop was wrong?
Man.
Yes, I did. But they fell back on that. They used to say that
more. You ain't never heard Chef say Dr. Ben was pseudo?
I heard it on the channel one time myself.
Man, yeah. I don't like
Dr.
when I hear
Ben
that, but
said,
when did I
hold on. But Dr. Ben said that Nubia was the mother of Egypt.
But when did I bite my tongue and not be clear about what I was saying? You said
okay. Well, so clear of how they was.
You said they.
Hold up. Yeah, I'm putting a day on it because it's more than just you.
I'm still on my mercenary hype. I don't believe
I'm trying to save you, man.
Y'all messing up.
I'm trying to get us back.
Let me say something for y'all real quick. First of all, I'm a Magi archer, so I'm automatic. Y'all should know I got the mercenary mentality. We was hired by Egypt to put hands on Asiatics. Facts. We didn't even have no problems with Asiatics. They used to sneak down to the Magi to ask for help too. But we was like, y'all ain't got enough bread. Egypt got the bread, get up out of here. And that's what it was. I mean, so I ain't gonna keep on making this back and forth on that. But look, if the war is being fought, all right, let me ask you something, and I'll leave it at this. You might not want to be one, but you needed one at one day in your life. You didn't have enough men one day, and you just wished it was somebody you could break some bread and have enough men for you. Thank you. So that's that. Now I'm done.
Smash, you just about that money, man, and I ain't got no problem with it.
But I think, you know what I really thought about, and I'm going to surrender the floor, along when I used to wonder how certain men in the hood was really bosses, I never figured out that they was breaking bread when you wasn't looking. Like, how you got 10 niggas doing something for you in the hood?
Hold up. If you talking about a mercenary from a mercenary standpoint, of we down in Africa chilling, and somebody came and said, "Hey man, it's some Asiatics coming in. We need your." Yeah, I'm with that. You see what I'm saying? But when you start talking about some Ukrainians and me going over there to fight some Russians, I don't think I'm with that.
Well,
you know what I'm saying? But that's just me though.
But why not though? Why not? They ain't need. They just look. That's not
that
got
ain't
nothing
got
to
nothing
do with
my.
But we archers. We the best archers in the world.
Yeah,
See,
I
you
know
gotta
that.
look at it different.
I got all that, but
hey, can I ask you a question?
gotta reserve the best for our own interest.
Nah, that's
y'all can fight that out amongst yourselves. Y'all figure that out.
Nah, because if they get too big, they're gonna come at us anyway. But go ahead, family. Tizo or something.
I ain't going.
Can I ask you a question?
I ain't going, Jack.
When we say Asiatic, okay, describe what these Asiatics look like, because everybody I see these
we ain't got to do that, bro.
I apologize though for now. I apologize to Tizo for using our ancient terminology in a modern conversation. Because we was talking, and when James said Asiatics, I know what he meant. He was referring to when the ancient Egyptians said they was fighting the Asiatics. We definitely don't mean nothing modern like how the black man
I ain't talking about
himself.
modern. I'm not talking about modern. I'm talking about in the past. What would we describe them looking like? Because I see bus. Some of them look like light-skinned blacks. I'm confused. Like,
well,
they look like Chinese blacks.
So they look like Chinese.
I don't know, but I don't know. I think they mean just coming from the east.
What they look
I don't
like,
know what
Reggie.
they look like. Reggie, what they look like?
What they look like, Reggie?
Hebrews.
Wait, which Asiatics? The ancients or the new ones?
I'm talking about ancient. That's what I'm at.
All right, ancients. We'll leave that to Reggie. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get James the host. I'll be right back.
Come on, Ed. Come on, Reggie. Come with it.
Amu is a word that by convention they have said Asiatics, particular Christian-oriented, Petri-oriented type. So there are different groups, Christian and Petri. What they were always doing was trying to find themselves in the ancient world. So they created these terms, Asiatic and Oriental and things like that. Well, the term is normally Amu and Hekakasut. The Amu, right, are foreigners. So foreigners could be anybody from the Libyan populations or from the Nubian populations or and people from the Levant. So what they did was kind of like make that word. So what a foreigner looked like it wasn't about necessarily what they looked like per se. It was their speech, their character, right? And their tribal signatures, right? Okay. Because they could be dark, they could be brown, they could be light. It doesn't matter. But their dress, meaning their ethnicity and their culture, was really what they were talking about, not that they were human beings. And so you have the Aten, him to tell you specifically what they thought about different peoples. So I think that should help. We have to explore a lot of terms.
I wasn't trying to cut you off, brother Reggie, and I guarantee you, I got a cash app for you just for me cutting you off, brother. I got drop your cash app, and I'm gonna just for the respect, brother, of me being able to cut you off. I ain't gonna lie, but I just really want to say that would you say the Benny Hassan mural would be a good example of what he's asking about as showing Asiatics coming?
Yeah.
The Benny Hassan, okay.
Okay, so the Benny Hassan is very complicated because again, they hijacked the Beni Hassan to say that they were Canaanites, right? They're Libyans. They're not Canaanites, right? They are Libyans. And so Libyan populations have been in that area for 15 20,000 years of how can I say, sexual selection, meaning based on who was in power, and how they admixed. Okay, so the Beni Hassan is really, really problematic to say that all groups look like this, the groups in Beni Hassan.
Okay. I think I got to understand. Okay, thanks. That's what I was doing. Thanks, Reggie. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. I just think that what the problem is that we are mixing up terms, and that becomes problematic. So when you deal with things like Asiatic, like where's that come from, and who brings it in, and who's writing about it, and is it true? The other word, for example, like virgin. I canceled my show today because there's just too much traffic, right? There's just too many shows going on today. So maybe tomorrow might be a better day, but like virgin, like, so we have Jabari,
Since we got a crowd right here, you could do some presentation on that. I know you, because we gonna watch it on both. It's an audience, though. I mean, we want to hear what you had to say about Virgin today.
Well, I mean, I could start asking some of our experts on this, or people with some expertise on this show. When SETI the First, on SETI the First, where ISIS, and I looked at the SETI, I was looking at the SETI the First thing to actually find out if anybody could pull up the whole glibs. Let's read parts of SETI the First. Okay, so he says that that she's the great mutt. Says that she's the great mutt, and then she says that she is the great Hawanet, right? Okay, so that's a term, and if we look at the TLA, let me just pull up the TLA. Let's just start. If anybody can pull up the TLA, but if you want me to pull it up, the TLA, let me see if I can pull up the TLA. Okay, give me a sec. Okay, so
I'm showing people something real quick. These is fresh off the press. This is my last album. We got some vinyls in. These the last vinyls. I don't know what I'm gonna do, but I just opened up the box. And I might do. Oh, hold on, let me show y'all. I gotta show it in the Zoom so y'all can see. Oh, y'all can see me in the Zoom? Nope. Hold on, let me show it. I apologize. I don't know how I'm about to get these off, but I'm getting these off. I might just
vinyls.
Virtual camera.
Oh my.
Well, wait till I got the Black Like Osiris vinyl. It's gonna be so funny. I'm gonna be like, dang, we just thought of this.
My.
Y'all know that this is an exclusive Smash It Well album. Can y'all see it in the Zoom?
No, not yet.
Dang. I don't know what's going on. It don't matter. All right, I'm back to y'all. I didn't mean to interrupt
you. Can't see it, man.
I don't know why I was doing that, but you should be seeing it in the Zoom.
Oh, damn.
I see the book.
Yeah, we can see it, Smash. I don't know what Reggie does.
Oh yeah, okay.
Hey, James. Just
all right, back to y'all. I just had to do my commercial.
Yeah,
hit me at Casual at Hieroglyphics. Y'all want one of them vinyls, or just cash at me with your address. I think these is limited. I'm gonna do 50 pieces.
Pan-African James. Real quick question for you, brother, because I know you had asked about it earlier. I just want to ask you a question before I get off my mind real quick. Are you still on? Is James still on?
I think he was the host.
He's muted out.
James, you on mute.
James
on mute.
Okay, I'll wait for
He must have went someplace. I just reclaimed the host, but he's still here.
The question is about. So I was going to ask him about the term negrito, and was he familiar with what the actual word actually negrito meant,
What
and
do it mean?
would he little black person,
Okay.
and would he consider those other people from the Cayman Islands to be black?
Well, James is gone or something.
Wait,
Would
say that once. What island did you say again? I'm sorry.
So
What
would that
island?
be a panel, Cantonese, they're like a South Asian population looking people. They look.
Yeah. That's what I was saying earlier when I think somebody brought that up about when I was telling you guys about the migration of the first. It was on Seeker. That's my source. Seeker. They have their own YouTube channel. They're like PBS and all that. And they were saying that those people are considered Black Oceanic people. Now, if you're talking about in that area, yeah, some of them are considered Black Oceanic people. That's what they call them. They genetically.
Negrito.
Negrito. You got to tell me exactly where it's at. Is it in the Atlantic or is it in the Pacific? It's in the Pacific, right? It's in the Pacific.
Let me look it up.
Yeah, just tell me it's an oceanic. If it's an oceanic place, oceanic island, more likely they're considered Black because I remember when a guy was in the military was telling me about some disrespect that somebody had said to one of the women. He called it the N-word, N-word.
I'm gonna give you the Merriam-Webster dictionary definition.
I sent you a Cash App. It has a link to I'm just reading the screen from a supporter. Sorry about that. That's always an interruption for the supporters. It says, Smash, I sent you a Cash App. It has a link to Wetty in London. Your thoughts? Damn, it's going to be hard to see a link on the Cash App, but shout out to you. And my phone dead right now, but thanks for the Cash App. I am going to look at it and see. Y'all got the floor. Sorry for the interruption.
No problem. I'm trying to think I'm trying to spell it. Go ahead, look it up.
So basically, it says a member of any member of any group of dark-skinned peoples that are of small size and live in Oceania or Southeastern Asia. It says Negrito.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on. That's pretty much exactly what I was saying. Yeah.
It says a Spanish diminutive of Negro, Adamanese people. Yeah. So so it's like at what point or what are we calling? So it's like I'm a big fan of saying it's culture. Like people who are Black, transatlantic slave trade, we all have that in common. We have a loss of certain language and culture and those things. So we really attach to the word Black. You know what I'm saying? Because it's a lot of people of color that we wouldn't consider Black just because they are people of
but I mean all of these statements though, only people who consider people of color people of color ain't no real shit. That's some white people made that statement up. People of color, you know what I'm saying? And so I don't fuck with people of color because we all know we different colors. And just because we got color and they don't make us all down with each other. It's hella people of color who be hating on Black people.
Right, for sure.
But they use that people of color shit to co-opt the civil rights movement.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, I'm not hating on nobody else. I'm just keeping what it is. Black people. Other people.
Yeah, even that's the same thing with sellouts.
The people in South Africa went through apartheid. They're not Black. I mean, I thought they were Black.
They're not Black?
No, I'm asking.
Oh.
No, he's saying no. That's not what Smash is saying. Smash is saying that they all Black, but it's just like we got sellouts in America. We got people that literally hate on Black.
Sellout on YouTube.
Yeah, I mean,
just because a Black person a sellout does not mean they're not a Black person.
No, I didn't say that. That's not what I said. That's not what I said. I said that Smash is saying that just because they're Black, that doesn't mean they have good intentions or they even respect being Black. I guess that's what you're saying, right, Smash?
I don't know if that's what I was saying, but I could say that too. Yeah, I could agree to that.
Okay, that's what my thing is. That's why I interpret it as like some people from the Pacific, some African countries that
don't respect black people in America, or don't even respect other Africans. Like I've heard people say, "Don't." I have a Nigerian friend that said, and I was talking to a person from Cameroon. I said, "Yeah, I got a friend from Nigeria." He said, "Oh, you better be careful with that Nigerian. You know, they steal, they thieves, or something like that." And then I might talk to a person from Mali, and they don't like people from Ethiopia. It's weird though. It's like weird stuff. Like
Man,
tribalism.
they got here in the United States.
Because black ain't a tribe, really. You know, black
Right,
is
exactly.
a physical
Yeah.
description. And I
Yeah,
mean,
and
you know,
right.
some of them be black and they still ain't down with each other, just like right here in America.
Right.
Reggie, you gonna do that?
That's what I'm saying.
You gonna do that presentation?
Well,
Supreme, that's what
I'm gonna start.
Yeah, you don't have to do the whole thing. Just give us the short
okay.
version so it can promote people to watch the show tomorrow. You feel me?
Yeah,
Right.
jump started, Reggie.
So I'm gonna put I'm going to show I'm gonna show this, and we're start here, right? So let's start here. So let me just share my screen. Okay. Thank you. Okay. So the great version. ISIS, the great version.
For some reason, I can't see the screen. Oh, there it goes.
It's coming.
It's coming up.
Yeah,
It's coming up.
okay.
All right. So unfortunately, this is not clear, and I've been trying to get a clearer one. But if you can see my screen, you know, Brother Jabari is talking about, of course, Jesus and Mary is a virgin, and they got that from ancient Egypt, right? Seemingly directly. I don't agree that they got the concept directly. I think that there's intermediaries, and I also think that there are other factors that we need to look at, like a knot, right, from another culture. I don't think that virgin means the same in ancient Egypt as it does in late and Hellenistic period. I don't think it means the same, but I think that people can find so much similarities that they make it the same. So here is an Abydos temple of Seti, right? And you see Jabari bring this up a lot. I am the great virgin, right? And over here you can see a nook. I wish it was bigger. I'm going to see if I can blow it up a little bit bigger, right? Okay, so here's a nook, and this is Mut, right? Mut in net, and this is Horus. So it seems like he's saying that that whoever said, I guess, is talking that she is the great mother of Horus, right? Horus you, and then it says Sin, or Horus, and then it says Sin. I think sister Sinet, sister of the netter, right? And then it says something like Lord, and then I think I see Hemet M. I don't know, I'm not so sure with this, and then Eat. M-E-A-T. If anybody else can help me, that's fine. If I miss something, I think this is wife of, right? Wife of, but I can't, and then it says Eat. Okay, M-E-A-T. And then it says Anuk, I am. Hawemnet, I am the great mother. Hawemwet means what they're saying is the virgin. And over here it says great. So I am the great mother. My problem with the virgin issue is always that there's no sexual connotation in any of the texts that I see with where they're declaring virgin. But like I said earlier, I believe that there's so much similarity that one culture it could be syncretic to another culture, and the original concepts disappear. So ancient Egypt had
different concepts. So in this particular text, they actually have some conversations about this. In the late period, in particularly, goddesses are frequently called beautiful virgins. In the late period, and that's my problem with Jabari's analysis, keeping the periods separate, especially Hathor, Isis, and Nephthys. So Hathor could be called a beautiful virgin, Isis, and Nephthys. They can all be called beautiful virgins, whether or not they are, in fact, really virgins. Who's saying this? Dr. G. Johannes Butterwick, professor of Old Testament and Catholic theology. So they are locked up into their thinking. I can see why they make this kind of analysis, that they can be called the beautiful virgins. But we can actually go to the text. But again, it's in the late period. It's in the late period. Egypt has changed in the late period, changed a lot. This author, Dr. R.E. Witt, Isis in the Ancient World, the Egyptian goddess who was equally the great virgin. So now this author is smart enough to use this word over here, Hawinnet. But does Hawinnet actually mean virgin, or does it mean girl or boy? Right? The great youth.
Okay.
Right? Isis was the sacred embodiment of motherhood, yet was known as the great virgin, an apparent contradiction that will be familiar to Christians. So why is there a contradiction? Isis was a sacred embodiment of motherhood, yet she was also known as a great virgin. That would be a contradiction, right? Because being a great mother and a virgin is a contradiction, right? Here, Joseph Campbell says the pagan occasion, January 6th, was in celebration of the birth of the year god Aeon to the virgin goddess Kor. And the virgin goddess Kor is a Hellenized transformation of Isis. Makes my point. Isis is changing in another whole culture that's not ancient Egyptian. Though it has ancient Egyptian elements, it's Hellenized. Here this person says, Egyptologist Dr. Bojana Mosca's Osiris, Death and Afterlife of God says, as a redemptive figure of the Egyptian god Osiris loomed large over the ancient world, Isis came to be worshipped as the primordial virgin and their child as the savior of the world. Came to be, meaning wasn't originally, but was syncretic, right? In this concept of a Hellenized transformation of Egypt, right? And it's changing ideas and changing people. Still no sexual connotation. Concerning the story of Isis by Dr. Jan Asman, concerning the story of Isis inseminating herself with Osiris' severed penis, Egyptologist John Asman says, the Egyptian texts, which seldom mention the scene, know nothing of this detail. So he's saying that Isis inseminating herself with Osiris' severed penis, the Egyptian texts, which seldom mention the scene, seldom know anything about this detail. Not so sure exactly what he means, except for if I wanted to deal with the issue of whether or not she was a virgin and whether or not that Isis inseminated herself with Osiris's severed penis. I would just say that maybe some of this is not in the earlier text. So now, Hawanet is a virgin, right? According to the people that want to say that she is the great virgin, which is Jabari Osaze. Well, I just think that he doesn't do a very good job of understanding the Medu Neter, right? Because the word Hawan, right? Well, Hawanet is feminine with the T, but let's look at the word Hawan, where I'm not going to say it's the root of it, but let's say it's like the root. Hawan means to become young, to be rejuvenated. Hawan is useful. Hawan means childhood, youth. Hawan, Hawan U, without the T, just means a child, youth, young man. So where's the sexual connotation to make it a virgin? I'm asking the public, where's the connotation so what we would do is we would check these, and you're not going to find any sexual connotation. Okay, so if we look at Hawanet is the female version, and because we just looked at the male version, let's say maiden. Let's just say maiden here. Okay, so a maiden could be a Neferet, right? A beautiful female. But it also can be tied to animals, right? So a cow or heifer, meaning a young cow, right? That you would breed with a bull, right? Is a rennet. Remember, these are tribal African people who originally moved from gathering hunter, right?
Renette, you just scrutinizing Hunet, not Renette, right?
No, I'm right, but I'm you know, it's like my work and your work. When we look at Kemet, right, we see a correlation between humans and cows and sheep, right? So I'm just casually looking at this word rennet, right? And I'm going to move away from that real quick. I just want to make that point because rennet is also a maiden, but rennet is also a cow. So what I wanted to say about that is that they have a close affinity to the cows and bulls. Is that okay, Smash?
Yeah, that's perfect.
So then we go to Hawin. We go to Hawin Wet. So Hawin Wet is now the girl or maiden. Because remember, Hawinu was the young boy. So Hawin Wet is the young girl. And then they also have this, which I don't have a lot of I don't even know if I have adaptation of this, is being also a young lion. Or when that could be a young female lioness. So there's always a correlation between humans and animals to make their point. So where am I? So Huwenwet is the maiden goddess. So why don't I just click on this? It could also be pupil, but let's just look at the lemmas, the attestations of it, right? And what we will see is that Egyptologists, not popular Christians or popular, what you call popular Egyptology, but when you actually go to how the words are translated, right? Okay, so you see the great maiden who lives in Hierapolis gave you her arms because you have no mother among the people who gave birth to you. Because you have no mother among the people who gave birth to you, right? Because you have no father among the people who begot you. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, so mating could be tied to a person that was born by Genius, or in this case, the maiden, the person, the Hwanet, right? The Hwanet where, right? The Hwanet you are already given that that you Hwanet, or that you are the Hwanet well read. I don't see that here. Oh, the great maiden, right? The great maiden, right? So this is who you are. So this person was born without a looks like a female or a father. No human. Okay. Over here, Teti is a big girl, Hwanet. She's just a big girl. Hwanet Waret means a big girl, a young girl, a useful girl. That's not a problem describing a young goddess like Isis, a Set, or a young Hathor, right, in their usefulness, to talk about her usefulness. Here, this is the great girl who lives in Heliopolis, right? Hwanet Weret, the great girl, the big girl, right? Over here, this one, your father is the great wild bull. Your mother is the girl. Oh, interesting. So your father is the great wild bull. Your mother is the girl. Doesn't necessarily mean that the father hasn't penetrated her as a wild bull several times, but she's still useful. So she's still the useful young maiden. Doesn't have no sexual connotation, connotation directly. Let's just see. Here she's the tall girl. So Hwanet Hwan Wat, and it's just RDN, right? The tall girl who in here, okay, who offered you her arms. Here the great maiden, here's the great maiden, the tall girl, and the girl of P, Hwanet P, the girl of P, Hwanet, P Hwanet, right? So I want to ask you all, right? And this is just a prelude to my presentation tomorrow, is in ancient Egypt, Hwanet might mean something different than what Jabari says as the Great Virgin. So let's just put this back up here, right? Put this back up. Where is it? Here it goes. Sorry, here it goes. Okay.
How many times they use the Great Virgin?
Well, they use Hwanet Waret. So what do you mean how many times? They use it a lot.
What I learned from Smash and you is the attestation, how many times they use a particular term.
But they don't use it as virgin. They use it as the tall girl, the big girl, right? They use it many times. But the word virgin is the problem.
Brother Reg, you're saying it is not, the virgin is not being, I don't think they mean virgin as having sex, right? Not having sex, right?
Right. Well, it's just the youthful girl, right?
Okay. Right. All right.
It's the youthful girl in ancient Egyptian text. So, whether the girl is, what does it mean now to be a virgin? It's not clear. So when we go back to the TLA again,
exactly.
Let's just go back to the TLA again.
Well, Reggie, before we go back to the TLA, can I ask you a question in regard?
Yeah,
I want to
why
ask
can't
you.
I go back to the TLA too? I go
I
back
want.
to the
I want.
TLA and answer your question. Go ahead.
No, I want to. So I want to come at you with a different angle than everybody else has. So like, can we ask? Can I ask a question about like Imhotep and magic? Right? Can we associate magic? We may not see the word version, but the magic spells, right? Can we like? Are you following me?
You
I don't
haven't
want to
made
say virgin.
you haven't made your complete point yet. Okay, I got magic.
Right,
I
right,
I
right,
got
right.
the point that you said magic, but okay, go ahead.
So like Imhotep, right? And in association with Serapis and these cults, I know I can't say the Greeks' names correctly. You know what I'm saying? The god, the deities, but the association between them and magic, the spells, and Christianity, and what we're calling a virgin being a magic spell.
Okay, okay. Magic, okay, Egypt calls it heka, effective action, right? Which could be divine spells. Okay. Um, in Christianity, it's direct. It's a God using an angel, Gabriel, to announce that she's pregnant on a human. I think that we like to take borrowed connotations and kind of like mix it up. But one is a spell, and the other thing is what is happening to a female.
Can I read a source?
See, Reggie, it be seeming like I'm in opposition to your stance, but I'm not. But I just want to know your answers to the questions. Like, a maiden is considered a virgin.
You are in opposition. Who considers it a virgin?
The definition.
Okay. Okay. So now me and Smash, we're dressing right now. We're going into the dojo.
Yo,
right?
what's crazy, Reggie, is I've been in opposition the whole time. I just ain't said nothing.
I have a question.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just saying it's the truth, though. It's the truth.
I'm gonna be Bruce Lee in this bitch.
All right, you're gonna get what's his name? What's
Show
the black dude? The black dude with Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. This mug. Y'all don't remember Kareem booted Bruce Lee? Yeah, y'all don't remember no Bruce Lee.
Yeah, I remember. I remember.
Here go Kareem. Here go the Bigfoot of Kareem. Look, I just put the Bigfoot of Kareem on Bruce Lee chest right here. Look, it say maiden, old English, unmarried woman. I didn't mean to do this, but you said you was Bruce Lee.
We don't see it. We see Reggie
he said I'll take down the TLA real quick, Reggie, just real quick. So you could get the Bigfoot of Kareem Abdul-Jabbar on the Bruce Lee chest. Y'all see that right there?
Bruce Lee and choke.
It's a maiden. Look, old English, unmarried woman, usually young, virgin, girl, maid servant. That is the foot of Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. A virgin girl, a woman or a wife.
Okay, I'll let you finish.
All
Go
right,
ahead.
stop. See, that's Kareem.
Okay. So no, put your Bigfoot back up so I can break it. Bigfoot up.
Now I just showed you that a maiden. All right,
no, put it back up.
All right, but I'm just saying I just showed you that a maiden mean a virgin.
No, you didn't show shit. What you showed was that it could be a virgin, it could be just a young girl, it could be a woman, it could be a wife. So when you put wife up, wives are usually having sex. A woman is of age to have sex. A girl could be someone who someone wants to have sex with. And then there's the connotation of virgin. You broke your ankle.
Hold on. 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 Hold on So somebody said this is old English, Smash. They wrong. We looking at old Egyptian. So it's what we're thinking is older than even old English. So they tripping. Now the connotation would apply. I'm not trying to put a roadblock there. I just want to see what your
No, it's
explanation would
fine.
be when someone
Listen.
shows that maiden actually is defined as virgin.
Okay, so because it's not clear, right? So if you say Isis could be the great woman, because Juanet means maiden, it could be the great woman, it could be the great girl, it could be the great, oh, what's the other one?
You don't want to say virgin.
No, I'm gonna say virgin, but I wanted to get the other one out.
I forgot. I don't remember the screen. I'm
It
gonna put it back
also.
on the screen. Let's put it back on the screen.
So yeah,
Girl,
put it back
woman, wife, or virgin.
Okay, right.
But virgin is first though. Let's remember Ankh said that's first.
Yeah, it's first. It's first, right? But it also said, okay, young womanhood, sexually inexperienced female, right?
The first thing it says unmarried.
Yeah,
that's true.
Okay.
Unmarried woman, usually young, or a virgin, a girl, or a maid servant.
Right. Usually young, virgin girl, right? Maid servant. Fine. But Smash. I'm gonna just crack your ankle, right? Smash. Yes, the Medu Neter has been deciphered. Yes, the Medu Neter has been created transliterations, and yes, yes, there are translations. What the ancient Egyptians think you have to put it in their particular category. You cannot put it in the category of feudal England. You can make connections, but you can't specifically put, and that's why I showed the TLA where you could see these terms apply to animals, a young lioness, a young cow, right? They're in a particular category until they become, how can I say, pregnant, right? So we have these words to help us understand, but what we do is we take things that are nominal and then we make them kind of ordinal. And so we built a hierarchy based on our preference. Because the old English feudal groups of people want to say that it's a virgin, there's nothing in the TLA, right? Okay. For example, over here in the TLA, if this is you see my TLA? No.
Oh, you gotta share it. You gotta share it.
Yeah. So share screen.
All right, Reggie. I'm just saying.
But I'm not finished. This is the preview. But you haven't made.
See, Bruce Lee doing like hella pity pat hands right now. He going.
No.
They fast, but they just going pity pat.
No, they're not. No, they're not doing. Listen, I've broken your ankles. So Hawanet is young girls. Isis, Hathor. Let me just blow this up, right?
All right. Well, I want to break something down to you. Now this about to hurt you. It's gonna hurt you. It's Teddy right there. Teddy. No, Teddy just broke your other foot. Look, is Teddy a male or a female? Checkmate.
No,
I didn't want to do this today. I didn't want to do this right now. He took it off the screen, so I'm gonna just mute. Yeah, he took it off the screen.
Let me finish.
Go ahead.
Is ISIS okay? ISIS has an issue of being what they're saying is a virgin, right? But is Hathor a virgin?
Good point.
At one point, she may have. But she's the goddess of sex, roughly, right? Right? So, but in all cases, it says young girl. So where did you break my
I got it. it's gonna be something for you to think about. Scroll up too. Go up to Teddy. Now you
wearing a
see
crutch right now.
the
Yes.
pyramid of Teddy. Teddy is a male. But it has a bad translation here because it says Teddy is the big girl. So we know he never called himself a big girl, but out of the ones, out of girl, virgin, maiden, which one would apply to Teddy?
Let's see the co-text.
The only one Teddy could be would be a virgin.
Wait, on your face, you are in the cave. Stretch out on your back, O God, who is within her.
Somebody got to mute out.
Right. Yeah, somebody got some noise going on.
Okay, so I'm smashed. I don't want to decapitate you.
All right, go ahead. We in the dojo. It don't matter.
Right? So I'm not saying I agree with you. This is a bad translation, and maybe we can
So we can retranslate it. Let's click Huan and let's see what our other options for that. Is virgin an option?
Well,
that's the only one Teddy could be because he's nothing feminine.
Okay, but listen, let's start here. On your face, you are in your cave. Stretch out on your back, O God, who is within her before Teti. So somebody's getting laid down. Am I wrong? Somebody's getting laid down.
I think you're giving a harsh interpretation of that. I think they're talking about a merging of our set, basically. A merging with our set.
Okay, that's what you say. That's fine. We can agree to disagree. I just see it for what it says. Stretch out on your back, O God, who is within her. So within her, so where we are at.
MES right there. Yeah.
Right. MES. So
being in, and then the S is feminine. Being in her, within her.
Yeah, being in her. Okay. So we could read more co-text, but then it says Teddy is the big girl. So now what is going on with this? So it says the cartouche Teddy, who
that is
this maiden.
Great maiden.
Right, the great maiden. So Teddy.
But he's not a girl.
No, he's not a girl.
But he's not a wife, and he's not and the only one he could be is a virgin.
No, Teddy could be the big boy because Hawan, watch this. The problem is why is it in red?
They saying it ain't an attestation, but click it. They're going to act like they don't got an attestation. The reason, 17, so I don't know. Yeah, because it went to a different attestation, but it's still the same.
Yeah, so it could be, remember Hawan, that's why I showed you, because I can't see the future, but I know the points. Hawan is just a boy. So Teddy's the big boy.
Okay, I'm with that.
Right?
Yeah, that's just what I wanted to see what you'd say to that, because virgin would apply if you didn't make that say boy.
Yeah. So whoever Teddy sees will not live.
Why is he the big boy though?
Why is he? Because he's the Hawan. He's useful. He can do the Hep set. He's the useful king. He ain't old. Teddy's not old like Pepe II. He's still got vigor, right? He still got vigor.
I know, I don't know much, but why did they make that mistake and call it a girl? That's what I want to know. Like, how could they make that mistake?
Well,
and they got it feminized by the gender of the grammar. Look, it's 2 T's on the end of Hinut and erect.
Right, but Teddy,
that was my next question.
Because you got to use your brain. Teddy, the boy. So you also got to use your brain that the pyramid text, right? If this is in the pyramid text, that a lot of this is damaged.
Click what says prior and watch it talk about offset.
Watch this. Click prior at the bottom where it says prior. It's going to give us the page before this one. Oh, that's all it is. It's Jed Medu. So now click next and then twice. Click next. No, not yet. Click next twice.
Okay.
One and then one more time. Oh, that's the end of the text. So that's all it say, y'all. So we can't get more than what it's saying.
So let's just say, you know, Smash, I'm waiting. I'll let you bow first.
No, I'm with you. Yeah, I'm bow because I could take you at what you're saying. I wasn't even trying to knock you down. I just was saying right there, say the big girl. The only one that seemed to apply would be the big virgin.
Yeah. So what I like to stay in the context of let's say I like to stay in the context of African thought, not Greek or anything else when I'm talking about Africans. And so no, this is did I spell it wrong? How did I spell it? So let's just see boy. Let's just say boy.
Reggie, can I ask you a question?
Obviously, yes.
Like the word "to." How many in different ways we could use the word "to," right? And is there different ways that they use the word virgin?
Well, you can have connotations that the boy or the girl is
Hey, search your dilemma real quick. I'm gonna give it to you, Reggie. Go down to go down to the just put H, a capital H, a W, a N, a dot, and a WT.
Okay, thank you. HW.
Capital H.
Capital H, thank you.
WN dot WT.
Okay, but I don't, I want to go to the boy.
You didn't put the T, Reggie.
But there it goes.
I know I didn't put the T.
Yeah, it's gonna give him.
Oh, okay. I thought you just.
He was trying to trick us. He going to a different one, huh?
No, I'm going to Howenu without the T to say.
He noticed you didn't feminize it. See, he caught you, Reggie. He like, why you didn't feminize it? You going to a boy? See, he caught.
I got one down there with a T though.
I didn't feminize it because remember when I started with Hawenu.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
As a young man, so I'm still talking about Teti. So Teti could be a young man, right? Young crocodile, right? A pupil in the eye of the youth. He could be the great youth. And a set could be the great female, the great young female, right? Women, youth in the city, child of the ruler, right? And then, okay, it goes into the late period. But Hawin Wu Nefer could be the magnificent youth.
Okay,
right?
I don't want to throw your presentation off no more, so I'm gonna mute and let you just continue.
I am so now we can put the T. Ain't nobody trying to trick Brother Reggie. Brother Reggie got madjai skills, right? That's why I'm in the dojo. So what happens is that when we're having debates, you can win a debate because you have more evidence or adaptations, right? But that doesn't mean you win the argument. So the question is, when Jabari does something like the great, he's taking it from the white folks. He's not verifying anything. That's my point. He's not verifying anything. Here on this show, Smash or Saw, Jay Mills, Chris, Brother Reggie, we not only verify it, we help you to verify it. So here, now Maiden could be a goddess. So Wynette could be a goddess. It could be a young lioness like Tefnut, right? Has no sexual connotation. A girl, a maiden. It just so happens that the young girl could be having sex, but she might not be having sex. They're not describing the sexual component. They're just describing that she's useful, she's attractive, right? She's useful looking, right? That's all that they're doing. They haven't put the sexual connotation on. Can y'all understand that?
Yeah. Yes.
So now we then we get to the
Maiden
sexual
had the
connotation.
sexual connotation.
So let's go to the sexual connotation. So let's go here to the sexual connotation. And this is where some of it all falls apart, right? So Smash is out the dojo, Brother Reggie and Smash, we bowed, right? We said, us, right? We still friends. I'm not friends with other people, intellectually virgin. Okay.
That's
Now,
urine of a virgin, though.
yeah, it's urine of a virgin.
Oh, no, it's not. No, it says in urine of a virgin. So that's used to say virgin in this phrase, urine of a virgin. So it's not urine of a virgin. Yeah, thank you. It's virgin.
Okay, so we have one adaptation of it, right? Now, it's not pseudo, but it might not be correct. What is this period? This is in the
Ptolemaic, yeah.
Yeah. So the Ptolemaic period is already synchronized and bastardized and homogenized, right? So this is not ancient Egypt, right? Extinguished with a virgin's urine. So in this particular time period, there can be virgins that's coming in from another period. And that's the point of a lot of this. What Jabari is making these points is from another period of Egypt, and he has not proved that the Hawanet didn't have sex. He didn't prove that. Because it just means the woman could be young, she could be not sexually, but she's attractive to have sex with.
All right, I got a question, Reggie. Out of all the cosmologies in Kemet, besides what you're claiming here, which other Neteru had sex?
All of them have sex.
So cite one.
Neat has sex.
With who?
Hathor. Yeah, we can look at
Neat had sex?
Yes.
Let's look it up.
And then two things again out of the conversation here we're already presenting. One is that it kind of going against the notion that African theology have a virgin aspect or a virgin concept. You try like you're ascribing it to the Greeks, however, the virgin concept. And then two, it seemed like if you're trying to like limit or squeeze the virgin concept into the Hellenized period, as in at the Temple of Abydos, like 13th century BC. And then it also had some other things citing late period and things. So it's not really fitting in. That is due to the Hellenization. That is why they had those concepts. So that's why two little comments onto them there.
So who was Osiris' parents? Moisture and Geb and Nut?
Yeah, Geb and Nut.
When did they have sex?
When did Geb and Nut have sex? You actually see Geb and Nut, you see Geb with his penis out.
Yeah, but you don't never see him with it in her though, see?
Reggie be killing me.
I'm just keeping it a buck. We see him nude, but we never see them having
But he got a hard penis. He's chasing her.
Man, here you go, bro. You gotta use better
Reggie be going.
Say he's ithyphallic from now on, bro.
Huh?
Ithyphallic is a better way to say that.
Hey, brother Reggie.
Hey, but he's ithyphallic. People still gonna know what
brother,
you're talking about.
This came real quick. I want you to drop your cash app for me so I can cash app you. And then I want to get up out of here. But I want to let me just read one quick thing, brother, to kind of go with what I was saying about.
If you was talking to me, the cash app is Smash Rock. Appreciate you. If you was talking to Reggie, what's your cash app?
I can do half and half.
It don't matter, fam. Do your love. However your love, spread it. Appreciate you.
I do want to be on this one point before I get up out of here.
Hey, your mic is muted now. It's going in and out on my end. I don't know
Can you
what
hear it?
Y'all can hear you
Okay,
now.
so but it has to do with the like the time period that he brought up with the attestation, right? And me mentioning the spells. And so I want to just let me read this real quick, if it may. So this is I'm reading it from a JSTOR article. So this is what I want to read. Hold on one second. And it has to do with the Virgin Mary. I'm just freezing it down. Okay. So the occurrence of the Virgin Mary and the Holy Ghost is also frequent. One Gnostic charm consists entirely of a symmetrical arrangement of the elements. Then it goes to speak some Greek things. I can't speak Greek, but it says it's joined by a cross and augmented by the Greek words. It says purely a Christian formula already mentioned in which the opening verses of St. John's Gospel are cited. The Virgin and saints are invoked, and the evil spirits is exorcised. It is clear then that the main formal differences between Christian and pagan magic was one of non-nomenclature and a substitution of Christian for pagan, both in the invoked and in the automatic charms utilized. As examples of the latter, we have already noticed in the Gospel of St. John's, the symbol of the cross and the seven mystic vows. The last named, of course, not being peculiar to Christianity, the XC Psalm and the Lord's Prayer were also regarded as having considerable efficiency for obvious reasons. To a lesser degree were the St. Matthew's Gospel and the Book of Proverbs. The papyrus mentioned as containing the XC Psalms is one of the worst spelled and careless written of all the magical fragments. So these are like magical spells, many of which were not above reproach in this respect for being betrayed, being false of illiteracy, ignorance, false of intelligible enough, if it is remembered that this is for the lower classes, that the magical arts have the greatest appeal. But for all of this, it must not be assumed that the Christian attitude to magic was mainly friendly and conciliatory. What is surprising is not that Christian elements are discoverable in the magical papyri, but that they are, well, this actually was his, but they're not that many, but they say that they do exist. Considering that Christianity was the predominant religion of the period. It says Nielsen has explained this apparent paradox by attributing it to the innate hostility to Christianity to magicians. Right from the beginning, it is essential unproductivity for their purposes, which was given more important. It says to the magicians, Christ was one among, and then it names them, and the Christian God was ranked alongside Zeus, Helios, and others of the lesser magical deities to the Christians. Christ was the most powerful of the mediators, and there was one magic, and there was one God. Gnosticism and Orthodox Christianity must not be confused in their treatment of magic. For Gnosticism had in a respect for affinity for Hermetism than with Christianity. It goes on and on and on.
Okay, yes,
So
I was trying to slow down because you went kind of on to where I'm trying to figure out what's the purpose of reading this, or what are you trying to convey?
Well, I understood it.
Okay, go ahead, Reggie. Maybe I might go ahead.
No, I simply understood it. He put it in the right period. He put it in the Hellenistic period, and he said the Christian is the most powerful of the magical text, and there's a reason why it is, because they make it so, right? So I think what he read was makes my point, right? They're looking at Gnostics. They're looking at several other things in the Hellenistic period, and they're doing a quick comparison. Right?
Reggie, I have a question. Real quick. It's on the subject of the Hellenistic period.
Wait, I want to shout out to Suntan. Everybody else is faking. Suntan. He did what he said he was going to do. He gave me a cash app, and I appreciate it. Shout out to Suntan. I appreciate
Brother, where is the cash app? Just tell me. I can't see.
Put it in the back chat, Reggie, so he can get it.
The back chat. I'm putting in the front chat. Who's in the
word? I'm just saying, but I think I'm talking about for him.
Chat. You are my friend.
For him in particular,
you're not my friend.
If he's trying to locate it, I was saying it would be better if you just put it here for him so you can make sure he can get it.
No, he gonna get it. It's gonna be right in the
wherever
back
you
chat.
want to put it at. It's up to you, brother.
But back chat, that's just for y'all.
But he's in the back. He's here, so I was just saying.
Everybody is on YouTube.
And Archer, show him how we get down, man. Put your cash app up. We're gonna show you how we get down.
My average cash app is $5. That's my average, right? My average cash app is $5. That's
I'll call you back.
Yeah, okay. Suntan just tops it off, but but here's the point. The point is, we're dealing with this thing of virgin or not. That's what we're dealing with. That's the only thing that we are really.
Reggie, I was going to ask you a question quick about that subject. So this was the Ptolemy period where did they bring this in there about all? I mean, I'm saying Serapis Christus. So that was the point when they did the Egyptian priests, well, the commissioned priests, the Coptic priests, create that deity for him? Is that true? Because I've been hearing this a lot on YouTube that Serapis Christus was created for the Ptolemy dynasty.
Correct. So it's Osiris and Isis combined, and it's Serapis, and it looks like a white man.
Right, exactly. Looks like the so-called Jesus that they always talk about,
right.
the mythical person, because he's not real to me.
Right.
Okay.
Concepts are being mixed. They're being, how can I say, they're making a soup. They got everything, carrots in the soup. They got string beans. They got meat in the soup. They got rice in the soup. It's a big old gumbo.
Right, exactly.
So everybody's competing in this period to be the superior religion, right? And there's on every street corner in the later period, there's some type of cult. People throwing up, there's magicians, people telling stories. Like that's the bazaar in the ancient world. You're walking down the street, some clowns over here, some acrobats over here, somebody's telling a story over here, right? Somebody's doing magic over there. And some of these cults are competing for the attention of lots of people.
One other thing, Rich, I'm sorry about interrupt. One other thing. So the mystery cults, the whole mystery system, would Serapis Christus fall into the mystery cult? Is it the cult of the snake or is it the cult of the sun? What is really going on with the mystery cults? How does that work? Because I know that I've heard stories about the ancient Hebrews would have a lottery for the sacrifice for Yahweh, which was supposed to be on Mount Zion or something, the mountain, that the volcano, because they was worshiping a volcano at one point. And I'm trying to figure out how all this got mixed in from the Hellenistic period and the Hebrew.
Okay, I'll help you out. Okay, so the Greeks in the Ptolemaic period, they largely believed in Egyptian deities.
Okay.
And they mixed it in, they fused it in what they already knew, because they were interested in knowing everything. Okay. Rome comes, and Rome starts to outlaw, right, the mystery systems as well as the pagan beliefs.
Oh, so with Rome, okay.
Rome. So then Christianity, ancient Egypt has to function the way Rome wants it, and they create a secret society of secrets called the Mysteries of Isis, right? and Rome is hunting them down, right? And so Cleopatra the Seventh's daughter, Serene, she gets married to Juba in North Africa after Augustus Caesar wins wins against her and Mark Antony, and so she's married to I don't know, Juba II, and but they continue the ISIS cult all throughout North Africa.
Okay. So now it makes sense. Okay, now because okay, so Rome hunted it down.
It's outlawed. Rome wants to now. Rome is looking for how to centralize a religion. It doesn't like all of these because the Coptics are fighting. The Coptics will be fighting. The Coptic monks will be fighting the other pagan, the so-called pagans. Then you have that woman that she's murdered by the crazy Coptic Christians. And the flesh is cut off, and then there's riots in the street. And Rome, and then there's people against directly Rome. So Rome wants to cut down problems in Alexandria. But
and then it's oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, what you're
what
saying
I was saying, so it spread it to the so-called Levant area, and it's also they was trying to cut out all that, not just in northern Africa, but even what the Celtics were at in northern Europe. They was trying to cut it out everywhere. They was trying to centralize all religion, basically.
In different ways.
Right, in different ways. Okay.
Populations, different ways.
Okay.
Right.
So hold on, Brother Reggie. I got a question.
Oh no!
What do you think the ethnicity?
Somebody put my Cash App in 1 second, because Suntan is the only person who donated. And
Reggie,
listen,
I swear I'm searching and I'm waiting for your Cash App, brother. I swear to God.
Put it in the main chat, Reggie. What you doing?
I tried to tell him,
but
yeah, well, check it out, Reggie.
I thought somebody was gonna do it for me, but I'm gonna do it right now. Go ahead, talk.
Yeah, so Reggie, I was having a conversation with Chef last night, right? And my position was that Cleopatra, the one that they're talking about, was admixed, not just. But Chef's position was that she was a Greek. So I want to know where you fall on that end on that. What do you say? I'm not going without any interpolation. Go ahead. I want to know what you think about that. Which the one that the famous.
We don't know who her mother is.
Okay.
Can we say that?
I'm guessing. I just heard from what I know that she was mixed.
You can't get one thing is her mother. No one knows who her mother is, and so her father could have taken a mixed concubine, right? Could have, but what's the tell is you know what the tell is? She was a good companion, right, for North African. Juba II. She was a good companion to live in Africa with the Libyans. So something about her made her a good match for Juba II. And so now it doesn't matter. Cleopatra's grandchildren are definitely mixed with an African from Libya, right? And her daughter, right?
Sorry about that again, Reggie. I want to ask you a question. Do you ever see the documentary on Discovery Channel about her being mixed? About her being mixed, Cleopatra being mixed? Have you ever seen that?
No, but I could.
Because I know.
And here comes the god of our chef.
So from what I'm telling you, wait. What I'm telling you is that the argument ends because her daughter gets married to an African from Libya, right? Juba II. So where is, and so at the end of the day, whether she was Greek, and we don't know who her mother was, something about her made her a good companion that Augustus Caesar made her wedlocked her to Jupiter II. Right?
Okay.
Okay. So Hawass and the rest of these people she was Ptolemaic and all of that. Well, guess what? You lose because her children, she had 2 children, right?
So wait, Reggie, correct me if I'm wrong. So, because when I hear the word Cleopatra, I always say which one you talking about, and is it not? Is it not a title? And if it is a title, was there a person who was Cleopatra,
Well, it's an Egyptian word.
or how did that work?
Cleopatra, or it's a most of these Ptolemaics took on the Egyptian faith.
Could you say what Hawass said? Because I was listening to one of the documentaries, and he was saying that Cleopatra was not King Tut, a mother. So
Cleopatra was not. No.
I mean, I'm thinking about Nefertiti. Nefertiti. That Nefertiti wasn't King Tut mother, but go ahead.
You mean Queen? You're talking about Tai, Queen Tai, because Tai was Adnan's mother, right? And so King Tut could have been born by another wife, another wife, right? So I'm not listening to Hawass' stupid arguments. Hawass, I'm not listening to him. So we got to move on from Hawass.
Peace, bro. Our brother Reggie. Been a long time. Just jumping in right quick. This is Brother Patah.
Peace, Brother Patah. How are you?
Good. Peace, Smash. I came in late. I put a comment in the chat. I was like, "What the hell going on?" When I heard all that, I thought we was taking over HOK for a second, listening to them read all them scriptures. But I wanted to jump in and speak on. I heard you talking about the virgin birth, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if I don't recall, Dr. Ben explained, and you can speak on this probably better than I could, and researching Dr. Ben for years over the network. But he mentioned that the virgin birth was the fact that the queen or the Nisut, the queen mother or the wife, she was a virgin if she had not been with a man for, I believe it was 30 days. Her cycle passed. And I think he also explained that had something to do with the story of Aset being a virgin, or any of the king's wives being or king's wife being a virgin, and how they stole that story from and build on that.
I would have to him directly. And so Dr. Ben
here we go.
Different audiences at one time, right? He's talking to the Masonic audience. He's trying to stay correct in Egyptology, and he's talking to the masses. So Dr. Ben is he's crafty, he's a craftsman. So he's talking in parables. So he might be talking about perpetual virginity, right? Where
yes, exactly.
It's mystery system stuff, right? That you are clean, that you are clean after your period. A woman is clean after her period, right? So it seems to me he's talking some mystery cult thing of women, that after the menstruation she's clean. She's clean. So
how close would that be to what ancient thought is? Like, did that something that they might have done? I don't know. I'm just asking. Like, you know, from a primitive thought process, is that something that he might have pulled that from?
Yeah, you're clean. Yeah, it's obviously a woman is clean after her menstruation.
Correct.
So look, so check it out. I was just gonna say, I just found an attestation where they just referred to Cleopatra as a virgin.
Again, you're
it
dealing.
Says that,
Yes.
it says that it says
you're dealing
it
in a
says,
later period that Reggie is not trying to acknowledge.
but
That's what
but
he's
it
trying to
but
tell
it
you.
I'm
but it but it
acknowledging it. Jabari's not, but
it's based off. But so what it says, the goddess Cleopatra, who is beloved of her father. So when we see that word beloved, that's Mary. That's Mary. That's so a lot of times it's what they're confusing that word is they're making her a literal person. It's Mary, it's beloved. So we see that.
Yeah, you're
Go
right.
ahead.
You're right. There's nothing else I can say. So Mary is a word that is borrowed and syncretized in the ISIS cult and finds itself in lots of places, including Palestine. It finds itself even knowingly in the Judaic populations, right? It finds itself when the Persians took over Egypt. It finds itself there. You know, lots of people had their hands in Egypt, and so they took words and then they used it for themselves. So let's look at Cleopatra, though, by the way.
That's pretty interesting, Reggie. You a stickler, and like sometimes we don't get what you're saying, but as I fashion myself as a chronologist, and I understand what you're saying. You being real, you know, but I get it because I'm like, well, damn, why we gotta be so a stickler for every little point in detail? But I get where you at with it because I asked you the other day, I was like, well, did they fashion ISIS once they created the ISIS code? That they fashioned her version, and you said yes. So for me, I'm like, well, let's just go ahead and simplify it and show from a chronological perspective that by the time they got to ISIS, they started using version. But you're saying in the ancient time that they're what, right? Is that a simple way of what you're saying? You're saying in the ancient time they wasn't using virgin, but by the time they got into the ISIS code, they had associated ISIS with a virgin before it translates into Mary. Is that what you're saying?
Right.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, you're being real, astute with your analysis. So I got it.
They compete against whose God is better, right? So the Christians pop up on the scene, and their God got to be the new hot shit. It got to be better than Hercules. It got to be better than Caesar. It got to be better than Zeus. It got to be better than Mithra, right? Or Zoroastrian, right? It got to be better than the Judaic concepts. It got to be the new formula. It's the how can I say, when we have somebody charismatic in our community, what's his name? Let's just say, what's the brother's name with the schools? Umar Johnson, right?
Yeah.
It's the new Umar Johnson, right? Talk your shit, right? It got to be that. In our community right here, we have people that pop up, blow up a hole up, barbecue a mildew, right? So we've had the polite, right? Everything that polite said had to be true, right? Except for when Smash would be like, nah, then Smash would call me up, Brother Reggie, why you doing that, man? Brother Reggie, why you let him get away with that? And I'm like, politics as usual, right? Politics as usual. But Smash is independent. So Smash would be checking me left and right. Reg, you out of pocket with Kemet, Reg. And he's And I'll be
like, see,
like,
this is the fly on the wall information right here, Reggie. You know what I'm saying?
Reggie,
you just went back
I,
and like kind of told us like what was going on in the past. That
yeah,
because I've been confused as to why certain people got leeway, but it's a political
Reggie, can I ask you
thing
before I forget?
that you're talking about.
I'll say this before anything else. Brother Reggie is not marketable, right? I'm not the Ben Carson. I got a dude that I had to demolish yesterday, a Haskell, a nobody, says that I get bad arguments when a lot of the arguments are my arguments, right? So not all of the arguments, but I'm glad that there are great arguments coming up. But in the early days when it came to Kemet, before Polite, before Jabari, they were my arguments. They were my arguments. Now, other people can come on and be, and then we have better people to come on, like Smash. Smash is better than me, right? Asar and Ka, right? You had Ujawu till he, whatever happened, right? But you had people with better meta-nature skills than me. But in the beginning, it was Brother Reggie doing museum tours and Arthur and Kemet on trial, right? And then I got, other people came up and, you gotta kind of give way. Because
Brother Reggie, you was with Ashwa Kwesi and
hell no.
Oh, but now let me ask you, Brother Reggie,
Ashwa Kwesi is a great teacher. He's a great student of Dr. Ben, right? Hey, Joe Ford, thank you so much. So you're the second person. Everybody else is capping, right? But I understand. I'll be on tomorrow, right? So hold your penny.
Brother Reggie, so Ptolemy is the general of what's his name, right? Of Alexander. Right. So he's a general of Alexander. Would they have had scribes, like Native African priests doing the scribe work? Oh.
Yeah, so what happened is Egypt was conquered. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Egypt was conquered. They trade a priest. The trader priest who wants to keep their positions, they properly coronated first Cambyses, then Darius, then Alexander, right? Then Augustus Caesar, right?
Hold on, Reggie. Let me see, because you framing this kind of wild to me, right? You call them the priest traitors, right?
Yeah, they traded.
But then in the same context, you said they was defeated. So you don't think that you said that they were conquered, defeated, like something like that happened, right? Prior to this happening. So I want to know, like, in what context was the priest duress? Were they made to do anything, or you saying that they were willingly participating in giving these people this information? With the conquering situation, made them have to adhere to the new force that was in the area at the time. Is what I kind of want.
Reggie, can I help you? Reggie, I think I can give him a little explanation on that. And you're right. Reggie's right. Pan-African James. What happened was I saw a documentary on this also. Basically, when they conquered them, they basically had some priests that said, I'm not doing that. I'm not helping y'all create nothing. I'm not doing that. And some of them like, well, some of them got killed off from the how they presented it, because it was like a war documentary about Alexander the Great, doing his run in North Africa. And then those priests that he's calling sellouts and traitors, that's what they did. They went along with the whole thing. I think it was in Memphis or Thebes, or I can't remember.
So hold on, Tizu. You telling me that they killed a couple of them first, make an example.
Yeah,
after they made the example out of killing a couple of them.
Hold on.
You said they killed.
Pan-African James. That's what they had framed in the documentary I saw on history. I used to watch a lot of history.
Right. So I'm chilling.
No, it ain't me. It ain't me.
I'm just saying, if I'm just putting myself in this position. If I'm a priest and I'm chilling, right? We all like we ain't giving y'all nothing. And then they kill a couple of the homies. I might change my mind.
Yeah, me too. That's what I said. but they also
but
said
you
some
saying
of them left.
the way Reggie
Some of them
framed it,
left.
like, yo,
no, but Reggie's right.
So I guess they all should have just died, huh, Reggie? That's what you saying, right?
No, but Reggie's right to a certain extent.
I get what you're saying, Reggie.
But what I heard,
because some of them left.
See, what I heard.
Yeah, they should have all just went in Paris.
That's why I want to ask Reggie to explain it, because
Reggie, I think some of them left. Some of them left. Some of them did leave.
Right.
Some of them just.
What I heard is time Africa. Well, Reggie, wasn't about that time Africa was like depleted, the natives.
No, it wasn't there. The natives were still there, but okay, so that's why James is right with chronology. Okay. Prior to all of this, right, you have to go back to the Ramses period, right? Mm-hmm. Where during the Ramses period, the Amun priests are beginning to usurp the throne, meaning the king is just a figurehead, right? They laughing at him. The Amun priest got all the land, all the wealth, and control all the spells and all the religion and all the afterlife. Pharaoh is just the dude on top, and then you're having weaker pharaohs. So they're being usurped. So then you have the Amun priests. They're saying we don't even need the pharaoh. We're gonna become the pharaoh. Pharaoh's so weak now, he don't have no bloodlines. He's not connected to royalty. He's not connected to Kemet, right? When I mean Kemet, meaning the rightful heirs, the Kemetiyu. He ain't got no royal blood. He just got up there by how some group of priests assigned him. We got all the money, right? We're going to take it. And so you find in that particular
Reggie, and this the Theban priest too, ain't it? They the ones that's doing this, right?
Nah, brother. Who's
it's actually it's over there by Tanis and in the Delta.
This is the Nile Delta. This is Memphis.
That's Memphis.
They moved the capital to kind of like more Lower Egypt.
Lower Egypt. Okay.
It's not the Thebians. The Thebians are kind of ups. Well, the Thebians
have lost power at this point.
Well, the Thebians are the Amun priests, actually, right? The blood.
Well, Reggie, I disagree.
They get high.
Hold on, let them finish.
Let them finish. Yeah.
So the Thebians become the Amun priests. And
no, let me stop you right there, Reggie. This is why. Just let me tell you why, Reggie.
Stop me.
Deviant. So listen, the Abidus priesthood would be, I would kind of say that's kind of like 16th dynasty. I'm going to say these Wasetians are 17th, 18th dynasty. You know what I'm saying? 17th, 18th dynasty. This is all the same time. Abydos, 17th, 18th dynasty, and 15th dynasty Hyksos are all concurrent. Work doing it at the same time. So we still have this Abydos priesthood concurrent with the
Okay, you can't stop me with that. You see, I'm not talking about the 17th, 18th, and 19th dynasty. What I'm talking about is that first it was the Amun cult. The Amun cult you find during the Mentuhotep period. Then after Tutankhamun is the Amun Ra cult, right?
But and that 12 dynasty is intermediate period.
We're not talking about that. I'm talking about how the cult has changed. So after they said, damn, the Atonism got a little light, people liking that, so we gonna fuse Amun with Ra, right? So
hey, peace, everybody. My laptop running out of juice. Peace, brother Reggie. Sorry about that.
Oh man, sorry about that. You gotta go, man. Dad.
Yeah.
Your peace,
I gotta have some friends. Cat, right?
Hey, Reggie, I got a knee replacement.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I'm in the recovery room now. I should be home tomorrow though.
Yeah, man. Get well soon, man.
Yeah, get well
Yes,
soon.
sir.
Yeah,
All right, peace to our panel, man. I'm out.
yeah, peace, man. Peace, man.
So the Amun Ra priest, they are getting too, they controlling everything. And so so in this period, the 22nd dynasty, you're having a lot of with the Ramses period, you're having a lot of problems. It gets cleaned up that you have rays of sunshine every now and then, because then you have the Cushitic people coming up, marching up from the south with the madjais and clearing the whole house. So the 25th dynasty is a great dynasty because they actually go back to the old kingdom. They actually say, you know what, get rid of all this Amun-Ra BS and all of this stuff. They go back and they deal with the Memphite theology. They go back to the old kingdom. They said, we don't want to hear none of this items. We'll deal with it. We'll be Amun-Ra priests, but we want to deal with the original stuff.
So hold up, slow down. So they got rid of so you're saying they got rid of the Amun-Ra stuff and the Aten, and they went back to the original.
They fused it.
Okay.
They fused it. They were Amun-Ra, and then they got hold of the old text, and they said, "Oh wow,
is that the Amun?"
But
what is the old one?
Amun.
The Memphite theology.
But Reggie, when you do that, you gotta be clear. Pianki is fighting Tefnut, and we have the Warsetians in Warset. So the Warsetians have lost.
That's as he's coming up.
Yeah,
but he's eventually going to go all the way up.
How y'all gonna tell me something?
I'm not saying anything. That's Eddie with this.
Yeah, I think James agree with it. James agree with it, right?
James is jumping in, cutting me off like you know what he's talking about, but he asking questions. I'm actually saying what I know. So what I'm saying is that Pianki is fighting these Egyptians. So don't, because when you suggest that he picked up the Memphite theology, is that he's Egyptian. We know Pianki is so, you know what I'm saying, Tefnut, the Warsetians, and Pianki. Pianki is definitely a Cushite, because we definitely know that he strikes allegiance with the Greeks. He gives the Greeks Necrotis, he gives the Greeks Alexandria, and this is what we're talking about.
What are you talking about?
Huh?
What period? What period are you talking about?
Persian, 700, 650.
Yeah, but what period? I don't understand. We went from Pianki to what?
We're talking about Pianki in fighting in his allegiance with the Greeks.
So he's fighting Tefnut, right? He's
fighting, so I'm saying
Tefnut, right?
It's not an Egyptian. It's not he's not coming glorifying Egypt for Egyptian. He's fighting the Egyptians. Is what I'm saying. He's destroying the Egyptians.
No.
See, that's what I'm saying. I ain't agreeing with that.
No. You ain't doing
you don't know what.
No, he's coming from a unification standpoint.
Me and Reggie can have.
No, you're not doing this to me. I hear you. I hear you. Let me share my screen. I hear you.
Because I can listen.
How many times you got corrected already? It's mad times people smashed.
Brother. Reggie actually having a conversation. So what I'm saying is, Reggie, there are a lot of their local chieftains. These are local chieftains. Everybody is controlled over their own local area. So it's not. We're not saying they're Egyptians. Let's put the Warsetians in Warset. Let's put Tefnut in the Nile Delta, and let's put Pianki coming up from Kush all the way up to Nile and where they're supposed to be. Heraclius has his own local chieftain as well. These are all local chieftains, brother. Like, let's not say these are. It's an intermediate period, brother. It's not one great Egypt. It's not an Egypt at all. They don't even. So it's not even the word Egypt exists at this time. So we can't even say that we're actually talking in a proper context and time period. It's the words that I just said. They're Waseti.
Okay, you're saying that. I said after the 22nd dynasty, right? Egypt has some problems, right?
Yeah, but I'm being specific.
But I am being specific. I mean, you acting like you're specific.
It's not. It's not a united. It's not.
You know
It's
what?
not.
I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna shut up, y'all. I'm gonna stop sharing my screen. So you got the floor. You break it down from the 25th dynasty.
Really,
No, Eddie, nope. You want to cut me off? You got it.
So we know that there's no such thing as the word Egypt at this time. It doesn't exist. So there cannot be Egyptians. So
that's correct. But Egypticos, but that's correct. That's correct.
I know.
At the 22nd, there's no Greeks yet. What are you talking about? It's either Kemet or not. Stop it.
Brother, it's
no
Memphis.
Greeks, so it's no Egypt, but we are talking about the Kemet to you. Does the Kemet, are they still calling themselves Kemet?
We're talking about the Wasetians. When we say when we refer to intermediate periods, we're talking about these Stevens who have lost control over the Nile Delta, brother. That's what I'm saying. So this when Pianki is coming, you mentioned the 25th dynasty, brother, and that's when we're talking about Pianki. So that's why I was mentioning that. So what I'm saying is that during this period of time, brother, the people who, when we keep saying Egyptians, these people aren't there. They're not there, brother. They're in Thebes. That's all I'm saying, brother. The people who we are saying are Egyptians aren't nowhere around. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like Pianki is coming up to glorify Egypt. He's not. He's actually crushing Egypt. That's all I'm saying.
What do you call unification?
He's giving city-states.
Hold on. I'm asking you a specific question here, Eddie. What do you call unification?
Okay, so I'll answer it. So
please and don't be long, please.
I'm gonna answer it shortly by asking you a question. So what you call unification, Pianki giving city-states to Greek colonies, Necrotis and Alexandria, what is he unifying by doing that? Giving colonies in
out of chronology. The Greeks are not there, Eddie. The Greeks are not. No, stop,
brother. Brother, we know the Greeks have been in.
No, stop. Wait. We're talking from the 22nd. Why are you talking about the Greeks in the 22nd dynasty?
The Greeks weren't there.
Brother, we're talking about the 25th dynasty.
Greeks were what?
I'm talking about the 25th dynasty, brother. We're talking about Pianki. That's what I was talking about.
Pianki is the 21st dynasty.
Pianki is the 25th dynasty.
But the Greeks came in yet. They haven't came in yet.
No, the Greeks are not there yet.
That's right. The Greeks are not there yet. That's what we're saying.
Brother, the Greeks, and listen.
The Persians been the Greeks.
I can pull up the primary source, brother. Just say, don't argue with me and say no, but you know you're not familiar with the primary source. That's all I'm saying. I'm telling you that Pianki hired Greeks as mercenaries, and he gave them land, which was Alexandria and Necrotis as rewards. But it's a fact. That's what I'm saying. This happened in 25th dynasty.
Show me a thought. Show me where Pianki hired Greek mercenaries. I know Necho II did. No, don't pull that down. I want to see where Pianki hired Greek mercenaries.
That's easy, brother. All right, look. I got a JSTOR account, brother. Can we pull up JSTOR?
You pull it up. You talking.
I'm on my cell phone. I can't pull it up, but I can.
You'll be talking until you got your source.
Can you give me 5 minutes?
Yeah, I'll give you 5 minutes.
Let's talk
Go
about
to your source and just screenshot it.
No, just give me 5 minutes. I'm gonna pull up the actual source. We'll talk about something else. I'll come back to it.
And even if there's a source, he's hiring mercenaries. They're not in control. Pianki's in control. The whole family's in control. You're not going to do
that. But at the same time, we got to remember he's doing this to fight the Persians. So they lose this war. You know what I'm saying?
He's fighting Tefnut. Tefnut. Right. A Tefnut, they think, is an Assyrian spy. This is the period of the Assyrians. The Persians are not on the scene yet, sir.
Yeah, well, it's right after. This is what I'm saying.
No, but we're talking about now. We're talking about in this period. So you can't conflate stuff. You can, but I'm not trying to hear it, right? I am
Just give me
saying
a second, brother. I really want to pull up my sources because I want to have a intelligent conversation.
I just don't know where he see that at. I don't see it. I'm looking
Give me a
for.
second, but I'm gonna pull it up. Cause y'all YouTube, you can't. I mean, you Google it. You can't Google the source. I don't Google sources, brother. Just hold on.
I'm not googling a source. I'm trying to go to a different
Hold on.
Encyclopedia Britannica.
No,
okay.
it wouldn't be. No, hold on.
I got 5.
Well, the only thing one would have to do is just type in what you're saying, and then the source gonna either J store is gonna pop up, and then you're gonna have to pay. But it should be somewhere where you can just look up the source. So no matter what, it doesn't matter how you go about using Google to find it. I don't understand what that's about.
And they just keep saying the 300 BC for the Greeks, and all I see is Egyptian colonizing Greece at one time.
Well, he's gonna pull up a source in just a minute.
Okay, so I'll just wait. I ain't got nothing. I'll just wait for you. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah.
You got it. Shit, I'm not arguing with y'all about that.
Yeah, but Chef, what's going on? I see you slid back in.
Hey, chilling. I was I think y'all had mentioned something about you brought me back up.
Yeah. I was asking him about Hannibal. Did he consider the Cleopatra, the one that we were talking about? Did he consider her a Greek as you had mentioned? Like or did he consider her to be of admixed ancestry? I think that he fell on the side of admixed ancestry, but I'm not going to I'm not going to speak for him. He's right. He'll be back in a sec.
Chef Ron,
and there we have it. There he is. So if you want to ask him, Chef,
I don't think he said what you thought he said. See,
I think that is the list. But here he is right here.
It's the listening comprehension. He didn't say that she was mixed.
He didn't
said
say she
that
was
her
Greek.
daughter.
He did not say she was Greek.
Married
Hold on.
a Libyan.
No. Let's do this. Did you say she was a full Greek? Ain't that what you were saying last night? You know it's
Greek
recorded. You said
in,
Greek. You said she was a Greek. You didn't specify anything other than you said she was a Greek. My contention was that she was of admixed ancestry. She could have been
admixed with what?
Some form of an African, which would make her tied to the throne.
Hey,
that's how that went. And then she may have had some type of, Brother Reggie brought out that we didn't know who her mother was. But I'm thinking that he was saying that her father was somewhere on the continent of Africa. But I'm going to mute out, and here's Brother Reggie. I think he heard what we were talking about. So you can ask him what he said, because you saying he ain't saying that.
Hey, James, I'm going to try to James. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Steve.
Oh, James, I was just talking to James. I don't know if he's muted out though, but I was going to try to send it to the. I was going to try to send it. James, I'm going to try to send it to Smash about that admixture that I had found. I'll try to send.
You can put it off in the back chat, maybe.
Okay, let me see if I can try that. I'll try that.
It's a chat in the back that you could.
Okay, let me see if I can pull it up. Okay,
just hit participants, and then maybe you could put it back there.
Okay.
So
what happened?
Other than that,
after the dojo, he's doing push-ups. What happened to Smash? After our little dojo on the virginity, he doing push-ups. I can't. He getting a quick workout. Where my brother at? Listen, y'all got to get your chronology. Y'all got to get your chronology together, man. Sometimes y'all all over the place, right? And that's the problem, right? So Sheffrin, we don't know who Sheffrin. Listen, Ptolemy, his main wife died. Cleopatra is not related to her sisters, right? The main wife died. She's born. Nobody knows who her mother is. Okay, so so that means that the wife could have been Ptolemaic, but then they would have noted her But if she's just somebody in his harem, they probably wouldn't say so. But if she was a proper Ptolemaic from the proper family, they would have said who she was. So that's a tell, right? They would not.
A tell of what?
A tell that the mother was Ptolemaic. The mother was Ptolemaic. But if she was just a harem girl or something like that, that how can I say, he was happy to have a daughter, another daughter. He would have been okay, cool. But we don't have an description of who her mother was. So what I'm saying, if she was a proper Ptolemaic, I mean, because they was marrying their sisters, they was doing a whole bunch of stuff, the Ptolemaics. Am I wrong?
No, but I'm not questioning that. But y'all said, well, James said that she was mixed. You never said that. I'm saying I think he's miscategorizing what you were saying.
Well, yeah, right. Well, I don't know nobody knows who her Cleopatra VII's mother was.
Okay.
Right. But one thing we do know is that her daughter Selene, okay, so she had a child, wait, let me do
We
Cleopatra
know 100%
child
Greek.
by Caesar. She had a child by Caesar, right? She had twins by Mark Antony.
Right.
Right. I think one of her children was Heliopolis, a child named Heliopolis, and the other child was Serene, or right, Serene. Serene survives, right? Caesarion is killed by Augustus Caesar. Something about Serene, right, made her a good match for Juba. I don't know what that is, and I could be completely, I'm just saying that they ended her up marrying her to Juba. That's all. Right?
But Reggie, but just to go before that, we know that she wasn't, well, like you said, she wasn't a true Ptolemaic. We know when she went to Rome, they didn't appreciate Mark Antony or Julius for bringing.
Rome is not Greek. Like,
there you go.
Yeah, I mean,
y'all. I don't know what y'all be doing, man.
Rome ain't Greek. Rome ain't appreciating. They're not from the royal family. They're mutts. They're mutts. They don't care, right? You're not a Roman citizen, right? So, I think Chef will get you. No, I'm still waiting for Chef to get me, but Chef will get you with that. He ain't getting me.
Yeah, so James, he not saying what you saying, but he gave you some hope, saying he don't know who her mother was. Now you can go run with that.
He said some hope.
Yeah, if not knowing who her mother was is anything for you to say, okay, she mixed, then run with it.
Well, my thing would be, well, why would she have significance to even try to, be with her if she didn't have any type of power before they wanted to marry her? Like, if she was just a regular person, why they wouldn't want to marry her? She's to have some
white. None of them are white. None of them are white.
I'm not saying she's white. I'm not saying that. Chef says she's Greek. Chef says she's full Greek. Full mother and father. That's what you said.
They got suntans. They're from the Mediterranean. They're not. Listen, they're walking around in the sun. If you don't have melanin in your skin, you getting your ass busted in that sun.
So Italians are not white?
They become whiter later.
The Italians wasn't even in the sun
Y'all
like that.
making stuff up.
Nah, Chef, the Italians wasn't in the sun like that, bro. Nah, bro, that's he's
All right, see now, all right, y'all can have
See?
it. Now,
I'm back with it.
No,
now,
bro.
I
mean,
say all
Southern
this, Chef.
Europeans are not white.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say they
Europeans are
weren't
not
white.
white, so the
I didn't say.
Spanish.
No, I
Hold
said
on.
the Europeans were white. I'm saying that the Romans were white. I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Oh,
Hey, brother Reggie, I'm back with a
You
source.
missed what I
Brother.
said. You missed what I said.
hold on,
I said
Eddie,
they
hold
went
on,
in the
Eddie. Breaking news. Eddie got the source.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Eddie.
I do got a source. I'm back with a source though. I was able to pull up something real quick, so let's give me a
No,
second.
hold on. It got to be from JSTOR, like you said. It can't be just some random source that you came
It's not. It's a
out of your.
it's a favorable, decent source. It says
Oh
Pianki's
man.
instructions. Well, they gotta give me a fair chance. It says Pianki's instruction to his army is by Alan H. Gardner. We all know who Alan H. Gardner is. It says the Journal of Egyptian Archaeology. You know what I'm saying? It's an old article, but this is by a reputable person. And it has all the trend. It has the actual primary sources listed in them. So I'll read it.
Are you gonna put it in the back chat?
I don't know how to do that.
And how did you find this source?
So take a screenshot. Take a
JSTOR
screenshot and put it.
See that? But listen, I ain't gonna lie, brother. JSTOR is got a lot of good. If you know how to actually research, bro, you don't gotta
take a screenshot of the source and
If
put
you
it.
got an account, you can go back and find your stuff that you already looked at. So
I got
you should have
account.
had that already in your storage if it was something that you.
I didn't do that though. I definitely
right.
I didn't do that. But let me
see
read
how
what
that
I
works. You see, I say right. Yeah,
let me
you didn't
read
do
what
that.
I got, brother.
I'm just messing with you, Eddie.
I'm gonna give you a background of kind of like the environment during the time we're talking about. All right, so let me give you a quick second. It says for those whose life is devoted to the study of Egyptian texts, it is somewhat humiliating to find that some of these most interesting hieroglyphics inscriptions are not really Egyptian at all, but come from the Nubian kings of alien descent who ruled Egypt. That's how that was Alan Gardner.
Hold up, man. We gotta stop. He said alien.
This is alien. This is Alan Gardner. This is what he says. Yeah. You know who Alan Gardner is, right?
Yeah, but that ain't. I don't know. But go
What?
ahead.
I'm just telling you what he said. You know how he's using the context of alien, right? He's not saying.
Go ahead.
Get to the point.
Okay.
Hey James, don't interrupt him. Let's get all this out. Come on, go ahead.
But it basically says that these Nubian, the point that I actually was trying to make. He said that these come from Nubian kings of alien descent who ruled Egypt, either wholly or in part during the latter half of the 8th and the first half of the 7th centuries before the Christian era. Perhaps it was the foreign blood of the energetic and warlike race that caused them, despite being a devotion to pharaonic tradition, to commemorate upon their triumph stelas a wealth of picturesque details and manifestations of personal temperament, entirely absent from the vainglorious annals of earliest times. The third Tutmosis and the second Ramses have been afforded us accounts of their exploits for less than those of most compatriots. So, but here we go. Here we go, because he talks about Tefnut, Pianki. So Pianki has heard that Tefnut, who was the local ruler of Sais, had seized the entire western delta as far as the list, and had sailed upstream, gaining victories wherever he went. One important kinglet Het Wer had thrown off of his allegiance to Pianki and had raised the walls of his city in the hopes of conciliating the invader. In face of this news, Pianki writes to the generals already in Egypt, ordering them to destroy Hermopolis Magna, while at the same time he fits out another army to send from his Ethiopian capital at Napata. Then he set his majesty and army into Egypt, charging them very strictly. Attack not the enemy by night and after way of the gamesters, but fight when you see them. Challenge him in battle from afar. If he bids you, so it just goes on and gives the text. It says, in other words, Pianki commands his generals to give enemy choice of time and place for fight. This, despite respite should be allowed to enable Tefnut's auxiliaries to arrive, and due warning should be given before any attack is launched. The last line divulges the grounds prompting the strange strategical council. For now, thou, that Amun is the God that have sent us. So of course we see that these are Cushites. He's the God Amun. You know what I'm saying? When we're talking about Tefnut here, it gives the actual meta-netter. It says the text of the passage here, particularly is read below. I don't read the meta-netter. You probably can read it. But it says, when you have reached Thebes over against a pet Asut, enter into the water, purifying yourself in the river. Array yourselves in clean linen, rest the bow and loosen the arrow. Boast not of being lords of might, and without him no brave have strength. It goes on and on and on. But this is him destroying Waset, Thebes. It goes on. It's actually interesting, brother.
Okay, wait, get to the Greeks. See, you went for 5 minutes to say that he hired Greek mercenaries and that the Greeks were there. My good brother.
Hold on, brother.
Eddie.
Well, I started with Tefnut. I was building my premise, but I was starting with Tefnut. I was starting with
I don't care. Get to the Greeks.
Nah, we ain't for now. You need to go straight to that. Hold up, you got to go straight to that paragraph. You're gonna do any more readership.
Yeah,
we don't want to just go right there. We don't need a breakdown.
It's not that easy to go
none of that. We want you to go right to that paragraph because we can't keep doing that. Eddie.
So why would you come back without the information that you said that you had?
First of all, Reggie knows that the Greeks that Pianki hired Greeks as mercenaries. He knows this. This is
the ancient Africa. I mean, in the late period, in the late dynastic period, yes, they hired Greek mercenaries, but not in this particular period.
I'm saying 700 BC, 600 BC. That period.
Saying, I'm saying that the Greek mercenaries came in during Samtic, right, against the rebellion of the Assyrians later, and they imported Greek mercenaries, right, under Samtic, but not during this period of the Nubian kings, all the way down to Sparta. They did not import Greek anything. It's only this when Egypt was in a hell of a lot of trouble, right? You have in the late dynastic period, right? Greek mercenaries, and then you have I think with Necho II also. So in this period, what we're talking about, 653 BC, you now have Greek mercenaries, but not in the time of, it's just a minor thing, chronology. Eddie, you still my man. I like Eddie. Eddie's still my man. It's just that you just messed up some chronology there.
I'm still looking while we talking, brother.
Don't look, Eddie. See, that's why
he said, don't look. Word.
No, Eddie. That's why Eddie's my man. I like Eddie. I like Eddie because Eddie he do be right. It's Haskell. It's people like that say Brother Reggie give bad arguments, and then when you ask him to produce, he go on a super lullaby and come out with something that nobody agrees with, right? Y'all watched that yesterday? Nobody agreed with Haskell saying anything, right? But Haskell comes on here with his crazy commentary, and when you ask him to speak, it falls completely apart. Eddie just made a chronology error, right? He's right that the Egyptians in their last period hired Greek mercenaries. He's right about that. He's just not right about the Cushitic time period, right? He's not right about that, but he's generally okay. Haskell should be banned from. He's no longer on the show, but he shouldn't be on this show, right? And I will block him on my show, right? So good luck to Haskell. People like him, so I'm putting him on Front Street, right?
Hey, Reggie.
Yeah. Wait, Super Wavy, what's going on, man?
Hey man, I appreciate the information, man. I appreciate the confidence, man, the eager, man. Keep up the good work, man. We behind you 100%.
Yeah, I thank you. I listen, I make mistakes sometimes when I got a lot of stuff in my mind, but generally I'm generally on point. And unfortunately, I disagree with these Kemetic people who just because something was first in Egypt, it never changes, and you always got to give Egypt credit, where Egypt doesn't give Nubia credit. But you got to give Egypt credit for everything. But most of their initial gods are from other places, netters. But Egypt, brush your teeth, Egypt, right? I have a problem. I have a Kemet. It's not even Egypt. It's Kemet, brush your teeth, right? I have a problem with them in their bad chronology and their bad concepts of that Isis is the great version. And it's not all the Assan Kar is not. I don't consider him. I consider him very well read. But some of the religious people, they're creating stuff that just did not exist.
I agree with you on that, Reggie. I agree with you on that.
Brother Reggie, let me ask you, before they had ISIS, Aset, and Horus, was there Amun, Khonshu, and Amen? Was that concept before?
No, there are other cosmologies. There's Neith, right? There's Neith. So her consorts is Ptah Kanun. Neith is paired with Kanun and at one point Set, but not the Set that we think. So there are other, what do you call it? What do you call it when you
trilogies?
Trilogies. There's other
okay,
trilogies.
let me ask Reggie, from a chronological perspective, you would put that Trinity before I know you're gonna I'm trying to figure out because Dr. Benz, he said once that Mu and Kanun were the ones that predated.
Reggie.
That was the Trinity that predated.
Nah. Let him finish.
From a chronological perspective, I would like to hear, do you agree with his chronology on that?
Yeah. Well, I think he makes the point. I think he makes the point. He was a teacher. He's my teacher, right? There are other ancient trilogies, right, dealing with things like Kanun, people like Kanun and Neith, and prior to some Asar or Set Heru BS, right? That comes later, right? And remember, the pyramid text is when they first start talking about.
But not to cut you off, it's moot. It's the concept of moot. I think that Pan-African James was talking about, because that's
what Dr. Ben said. He said moot and
I heard what he said.
Okay.
Brother Reggie, I'm just trying to follow you. Understand?
Right. What I said is there were other. Mut is the vulture. These people have totems, right? Mut is one of the more ancient female concepts in, let's say, coming into Egypt. But the probably the one that's the most ancient is Bat. Bat is from the Kata. She's ancient. Nice comes from the Western Desert. So Nice comes from the not the Playa people. She's a spider with a kind of a web. We see her, and so she nets a weave, but she is the mother of Ra. Neith in one of the cosmologies is the mother of Ra. So if she's the mother of Ra, you know she's a bad chick, huh?
Yeah, I
Right?
like that, Reggie. See, that's that chronology I be like. But that was beautiful. Right. Yeah, man. Y'all need to cash out Brother Reggie right now. Just for that right there, just that little piece of chronology, it's valuable to know. And I would say that you put us on to bot.
Brother James, you filibuster a lot. You really be talking, but your words are having a lot of nothing to say. Let me get some really information.
No, because this ain't always about contention.
I'm dropping sources, brother. Let me.
No, because it seems like you got a lot of contention and like you trying to prove something. It ain't always.
Yeah, bro.
about
I'm
that.
dropping
Sometimes
dates, brother.
But I'm just saying, you appreciating Brother Reggie is the problem right now.
No, you the problem, not Brother Reggie. I love Reggie. I'm talking. You every time I talk, you overtalk me, and I'm trying to get sources.
You ain't even been talking. You've been looking for sources. What are you talking about?
I found the source.
He been looking for sources for the last 10 minutes, and he talking about I'm over talking him. Did you see that, Reggie? Hold up, Reggie. Did you see that?
Listen, I'm gonna keep the brothers.
Now you found your source. We'll shut up and let you read. You finna read, or you gonna read for the next 5 minutes without saying what you said that you was gonna present.
Brother, you
finna go directly to that, and we finna have to listen to you read for 5 minutes without talking about what you said.
2 seconds, brother.
That's what we want to know.
2 seconds.
So go ahead. I'm mute now.
I appreciate you. I did. Listen. The reason why it took a minute, brother, it takes us time to look up real information, brother. Like I know what I'm talking about because I read it. You know what I'm saying? But just here it goes, brother. So what I was able to pull up real quick, brother, that actually refers to what I'm talking about, brother, is so what I'll start here. It says Wahhabri. So the time period that I'm giving you, brother, it says 664 to 525 BC. This is the 26th dynasty. It says Egypt regained its independence in 656 BCE under, I'm not pronouncing it right, PSA, MME, Phonetic.
Something. I already said something.
Something. It says of Libyan origin.
Right. So I already said that.
I'm just reading.
Yeah,
the only thing you went past the 25th dynasty. You in the
I haven't got to the Greek yet. I'm getting it. So I'm just setting the stage. So it says, founder of the 26th dynasty, under him the country experienced a golden age. Towards the end of the reign, he aided the crumbling Assyrian Empire, and he aided so this is Egypt helping the Assyrians. He aided the crumbling Assyrian Empire in a vain attempt to contain the rising Babylonians. Necho II, 609 to 594 BC, began and later abandoned the re-excavation of the canal connection the Nile to the Red Sea, rebuilt the fleet, conquered Syria, and continued his predecessor's policy of supporting Assyria. He was defeated by Babylon, 605 BC, lost to Assyria, and was pursued by the Babylonians to the traditional Egyptian border in Sinai. Then it goes to Wahhabri, supported unsuccessful Assyrian revolts. I'm jumping ahead now. So it says the last great African pharaoh, Ahmose II. We're at 569 BC, but they keep giving us Libyan ancestry. He came to power with the help of mercenary soldiers. So we're at 569 BC. This is way before Alexander the Greek. This is way before all of that. So he came to power with the help of mercenary soldiers, overthrowing King Wahhabri, who had been blamed for a military catastrophe in Libya. Under him, Egypt enjoyed its last brilliant period, according to the Greek historian Herodotus.
Mhm.
Amos reign was prosperous, blah, blah, blah. He developed relations with Greece
Mhm.
and
Okay,
married,
Eddie, you can stop.
married the Greek Lattice of Siren.
My brother Eddie, you can stop reading. When you went initially we was having a conversation, you said the Greeks helped Pianki, right? That's when you went to look for sources. I told you no. I told you that happened 100 years later with Psamtik, right? So Psamtik used Greek mercenaries. So what I wanted to do is just save you some time. Like I said, you just made a minor chronology mistake, and
But
that's
it's a big difference from 569 BC to 300 BC.
No, you're not understanding. You're not understanding what I'm saying. You said that Pianki used Greek mercenaries.
He did.
He did not.
He did. And
you have not
so
found that source.
And so the reason why so listen, my point was building up to these are
No, you're not. Wait. Now I
he said he
can't.
building up.
Now I can't let you do that. This is when you could just say, okay, let me just check. Let me find another source. I am saying that the minute that you bring up Psamtik, right, then that's 100 years later. Pianki did not use Greek mercenaries. Now you can't go on. At some point, you got to give. You don't have a source where Pianki used Greek mercenaries.
Thank you.
Yeah. Eddie, I'm gonna tell you something real quick. Like, Reg, I'm on your side with this. You and Pan African James. Eddie, listen, right now I can't find my source about the black
And Alexander came in 332 BCE. I mean, I'm not understanding.
Yeah, no, what I'm saying
is what I was gonna show was that they are so at 569 BC, they already had established the Greek city of Necrotis. So this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm showing that.
When did they make the city of Alexander? When did they make that city?
Oh, that's later.
This is being technical. Necrotis was found before Alexandria.
Because they was there, just because they found it, they're fighting against other city states. They don't write nothing. They're not writing. They are how can I say? They are how can I say? Yeah, they're
colonists. They're colonists.
Yeah, right. So they are fighting for themselves. They're having their own Greek problems.
Right. Exactly.
Later they will become useful as mercenaries, right? They want
the same.
Right? But we're not talking about that period when we're talking about Pianki. So Eddie, if you get the source, Eddie, I could be wrong. I could be wrong. All you have to do is find the source. Let's just move on until you find the source.
Okay. For sure.
And Reggie, I'm not interrupting you, Eddie. Now you back to finding the source again.
James, Eddie is not the bad guy.
I'm just saying he didn't attack me. I'm just saying I've just been chilling. I mean, like I didn't understand where all the animosity
Haskell is the problem. People like Haskell is the problem.
Right on. I ain't mad at Eddie. I'm just saying.
Did you see what I had to do to him yesterday?
Yeah, I was right on the set.
Yeah.
He talking. Couldn't prove that I had bad arguments. He want to know why I brought in the Neanderthals with the Moors. It's simple. Old man Cush is the first inhabitant of Africa. So that means he was Canaanite, right? So then prove first how old man Cush is the first inhabitant of Africa. That's what the debate was about. He says I had bad arguments. I want to see him debate. That's what I want to see. Until he debates somebody, right? A proper debate. I don't want to hear from Haskell ever again, right?
Haskell in the bushes, Reggie. You better be careful.
Hey, Pan African James. Pat and James and Reggie. I want to say something to you guys. I look, man. I went through my file. It's been scrubbed. It's a Netflix documentary about Cleopatra. They have the Discovery on Discovery Channel documentary was infused in that documentary about Cleopatra being black, and then Netflix being mixed. They never had a full black. I don't know where everybody keeps saying that. They had a mix. And it was in a Netflix documentary. I don't know if you guys saw it, but in that Netflix documentary, that documentary about on the Discovery Channel was on there where they did a DNA test of her sister, who they said had the same mother. They had the same mother, and that's how they was determined that she was mixed origins. The Cleopatra that we're talking about, because I know it's 7 of them from what I studied. But I'm trying to pull it up, Pan African James. I will try to slice the documentary up off of Netflix and send it to you and put it into the chat. I'll put it in the chat.
Right on.
It's gonna take me a minute to do it. Give me time.
Yeah. Well, again, thanks, Joe Ford, for your donation and Suntan. Everybody else is capping. No donations. My throat is dry.
Hey, Pan African James and Reggie, one question. I want to ask y'all both a question. This goes to both of you because y'all seem like y'all more astute. besides
dry.
But okay.
Back in.
Okay, but what I'm gonna ask you guys is this. Okay, the thing I keep hearing is that when we talk about ancient Kemet and stuff of that nature, we always have to have this big debate about what color they are, right? About their race and their ethnicity. But when we talk about and the Africans blacks try to claim that history as ours, and I agree with that, right? I agree that that's our history, you know, that we can claim it. But why is it when Europeans claim a person from Switzerland, a person from Great Britain claim Roman history or Greek history, there's not an argument. They're white. Why is there no argument about that situation? I just don't understand the whole dynamics of some of these people.
Arguments. Well, yeah, right. Well, so we have arguments on our boards, right, with people who really don't know enough.
Exactly, I understand
that. And they act like they know enough, and you know, at some point Google runs out. You got to go to a research library, right? You really got to go, and luckily though, there are some sources that deal with things like surnames, which is really new. The Herman Rank database of surnames. Now we have hundreds, well, at least 100 and 150 people with the name Kemet, right? We didn't have that, and Diop didn't have that, right? And so the arguments of YouTubers, you know, onking them and the pseudo killers, right?
Shout out to DQ in the building.
Yeah, shout out to DQ. But the choir, they don't have they're not, sorry, DQ, I'm not talking directly to you because you are competent in with your field. But in a field of ancient Egypt, all they have is commentaries. They don't have any expertise. So they're not even in this argument except for chit chat. They can say, oh, it's a social construct. Everything is a social construct. That right. Don't make the fact is, where are your sources?
Yes.
You source up or shut the hell up. They don't have any sources. They're just outmatched, outgained, right? They you know, they're just talking heads, right? They're just disagreeable people. Show us your source, not your faith. If you have your source, you don't have to show us your faith. Just show us your source. They can't show their sources against this. And that's all we want. We're learners. I make mistakes. I want to see your source. I ain't seen a source yet. They say, oh, but black means black is because of the silk. They can't produce that source.
I've looked all around the world for the source of that silk thing. Even my humanities class, they didn't ever talk about the silk part. They talked about the whole Kemet thing, even in my humanities class back in the 90s. And I was like, wow, that was deep.
So then we find out that you know, the BS is catching up with them. So the question is, they can't be black because everybody's black. Right? Okay. The problem is, even if someone publishes a journal article like myself, they're not going to read it. They're not going to read it. And it becomes problematic. What are they reading? What are they defending? What do they have to defend with? I'm saying that Kemet means sacred black, right? It means sacred. So so we can make arguments about whether they're black or not, or whatever the case, or why black, but we know that they call themselves the sacred black. We have Winnes saying he's the Sai Kem Sa Sit Kemet. He is the black ram born of the black sheep. That's what the king is saying about himself. That's in the Unis Papyrus. What do you do with that? The black ram is sacred, and so is the black sheep, and the black ram is he's happy to be born by the black sheep. What are you going to argue back? Okay, you're going to argue skin color now? Well, yeah. Well, okay, fine. Well, Aset is, her name is Sit Kim. She's the dark one. Well, that ain't skin color. Okay, then what about the new Aset, right? She is Set Kemet Deseret. She's the black red woman. Now they're talking about skin again, right? Like, stop it. Like, I don't get you. You keep coming up with faulty arguments, and we keep coming up with sources. So if Osiris is Kimmy, you have a problem with that. But Aset is the dark one. Okay.
But Reggie,
Reggie, that's not skin color. But Aset Kemet Deseret is skin color. Now, who want to interrupt me? Who want to interrupt me? I heard a but Reggie.
I do. Brother Reggie. I got one. Can you source up on or at least tell me the coal glyph? Can you tell me where that falls in the categories to clarify to me? Because I call it
animal parts. Okay, fine.
So my thought process is that is the end of a crocodile tail, not a piece of coal. Coal is not an animal part.
Okay, so Frederick.
Yes, sir.
And Frederick, we see Kim when we see it in the primaries in different ways. So it's not just one, it's just not one way that we see it in the primaries. Okay. What you see largely is, well, there is some on the wall that looks like the one that we see with the rigid edges, but we see it in the Medu Neter written differently, right? So there are different ways in which they write it because they're in different regions. So don't get caught up in kind of like American conventions of saying like A is A, B is B, C is C. It doesn't work like that. It also works in the context of the sentence, and it works in maybe what region that they're using, right? What region? So I got that. Don't look at what it looks like. It's also connected to some words.
Okay, but I don't have a problem with it being a crocodile tail, because also in the ceremonies I know that they put the fat of the crocodile tail on the Nasut when they pin the tail on it. When they pin the black bull tail on it. That's part of this. I
don't do that. You know, I'm not into yeah, I'm not. Listen, I just try to read what I can read. Okay. I'm not into spooky comedic.
Spooky, come on, cut it out.
I'm not into lighting candles and I'm not into
it. See, that's the red hair.
I ain't into cut it out. And stuff like that.
It's an animal glyph, point blank.
So the word sub-Saharan, African, isn't that to separate from the rest of the part of Africa?
Yeah, but it didn't exist during the time of the African. It exists when Europeans come in and divide up the world, right? And then use that in archaeology. So these places were connected. The borders were looser at times and then tighter at times. And so when you have the Western Desert with Egypt, there were looser borders. People were moving out. Some of the forts were really in the Delta and around Simna, right, where there was conflict. But how can I say, there was other ways to get into Egypt from the Eastern Desert and the Western Desert. And then sometimes they were in conflict and sometimes they weren't in conflict. So we have to be very careful about, and then, you know, Egypt, they had good Norsuts and they had harsh Norsuts. It's the good, the bad, and the ugly. But, you know, for the Comitics, everything in Egypt was good. They can't find nothing bad. And that's where they become useless. They actually become useless in history. Because then they start justifying everything. You ain't got to justify everything. Just read history. Yeah, just read into history.
Yeah,
sometimes.
I'm definitely with you on that. Like, it's just, you know, I try to just use it as from a chronological perspective. I'm not necessarily saying I'm some type of spiritual person or anything like that. That's, you know, that's something else. But for me, I really was more interested in it from a chronology perspective because I was looking at what Dr. Clark and Dr. Ben and everybody that is we consider our strongest historians and of our race, what they led us to. I think that was what fascinated me in it. And I just found that, you know, based on what the standard set was, you have to use documentation and primary. You have to use that. You can't, that is the way we prove what we're saying. So when they set that standard for us, so some people try to take this into a 2000 and I set the standard, but man, Dr. Clark and them set this standard. And they're taking that as I set the standard for scientific literature. Man, you ain't set no, you know what I'm saying? Yeap them set the standard. We're just trying to follow along, you know, and add on to what we can add on, because they've already given us, like I say this all the time, they've given us the proper chronology. Now.
Exactly.
But Reggie them, Reggie them are a continuation of that because they went into that language and be able to prove if it said this, because they didn't have, like you just said a minute ago, they didn't have these tools to go back and really just with a fine-tooth comb confirm what they had said. So that's why the appreciation for you, Smash, Assault Card.
They don't appreciate
y'all from the linguistic side.
I got 2 Cash Apps. They no appreciation.
But hey, Reggie, chill on that. Because if you kind of chill, I think a lot of that will come to you.
No, I've been on these boards for 8 years. So
well, you know what? I'm gonna tell you. Now, I'm in a wheelchair, right? I don't never ask for anything. If I wanted to, I could probably be asking for cash out, right? But for me, I understand that some people may do that, but not me, because what I did before I got shot, right? I didn't want to be, I always like, man, if you could walk around here, you shouldn't be asking for no money as a man, right? That was just where I was brought up, right? Mm-hmm. We always go out and get it ourselves. Okay, but check this out. Even in a wheelchair, what I did was I used my culture once I found it, because I was listening to Dr. Clark one day. He was talking about Farrakhan. And he was like, man, we could be making some underwear or something. We need to get started doing something. And I was like, you know what? He's sure right. We need to get started. Guess what I did, Reggie? I started an apparel brand based on Hey Roo, right? Which is cultural continuity, to where I don't have to beg for my people. I can give them something, a tangible product that they can wear and have pride of our culture of where we started from. We didn't start from Jesus and Adam and Eve.
Since you're talking about Cash Apps, Jonathan Owens ain't playing. Shout out to John. But Pan African James.
Yeah, so that's how I looked at it. I think that we would be better off instead of we should create based on our culture. We could create products to create and it helps us because like that flag, like you got on the Gucci hat. I need to send you a Heru hat. I already sent you one, I think, before. So this cultural continuity, we can use tangible products to as a resurgence back into our history. And kind of like you.
Man, somebody got some background noise going off crazy. Somebody need to mute out.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's me. But yeah, that's just how I looked at it, Reggie. Right. But to each his own, and that's no disrespect to you or anything. I appreciate what you do.
I can't wait from what I heard about you. I respect you more because I'm not in your situation, right? And I can respect you more for your own struggle. And I think that we're all contributing. I'm just mad because I've been there with the heavyweights, right? The people that got all the money, the young pharaohs and et cetera, they got all the money, right? And I'm just mad at the people for giving them money for nothing.
Watch this, Reggie. What if that flag that I created with Heru on it, we use maybe say, if I sell it for $25, we add an extra $5 onto it for something that we want to do, like a Black City plan, right? And then we use the money from a tangible product to start doing what we want to do. You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm on. Instead of just ask to give our people something that they can be proud of and use to what we can get back to what we want to get to. We can use our culture.
I don't know. You might have to be like Omar Johnson say you got to fix school.
Please don't put me in that category. I'm just talking about.
I'm only playing.
Yeah, don't. Yeah, I'm just talking about we could use our cultural continuity from what we know to as a resurgence back into what we want to do. So, like I said, man, it's this stuff, man. We could do this stuff in a different manner, without this. Because like you saying. The people that we're arguing with, there's no need to argue with those people anymore. We've already got the right chronology. If they don't want to adhere to African thought, then hey, let them be Eurocentric, because that's basically what they expounded.
No, it's our own people.
I know, Reggie. As disappointing, but
that's my point. But that's my point.
Umar
Johnson is wrong every day, twice on Sunday. But they still give that man money. I only point him out because he could still go on 105 or whatever platform power and talk that talk, and they will send that cash to the brother. And knowing he ain't gonna build nothing, I just don't get it.
I don't get it.
Breakfast Club.
But Smash is trying to build something, and Pan African James, I'm gonna be a little easy on you now. I'll be a little, Brother Reggie gonna be easy on you.
No. If I'm wrong, Reggie, as long as it's in a respectful manner, I appreciate that.
Almost respectful.
Yeah, that's how as long as you didn't start calling me type of B's and H's, and you know what I'm saying. I got tough skin. I'm from the streets just in Texas. I ain't from the Bronx. I remember when looking at Beach Street. I was like, man, I would never go to the Bronx. It looked like they had bombed the Bronx on Beach Street. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So I was like, man, I ain't never going to the Bronx. And then when KRS-One came out, it was just, man, like, that put the Bronx on the map for me. So that's, I'm 54. I'm a little bit younger than you, Reggie, but I remember the golden age of hip hop when it was all.
I lived through that. It was. Just to see demolition, it looked like it was just blown up, and then but I don't think that we know, except for we have the California sunshine or the Texas sunshine. Life is life, and we made a life, and so that's why when I grew up with Bam and them, right? Listen, you couldn't live in the projects without roaches. There was not one apartment in the projects. If you didn't have roaches, your neighbor had roaches, and you was gonna get roaches, right? How can I say, the incense was raid, right? I don't care what they say, right? You go in somebody's house and their mama want to give you some cereal, better check that cereal. You know, so but look, man, that's just where I'm from. That's just where I'm from. But I wanna Smash, you there? You back on the line? Smash.
I'm right here.
Okay, Smash, let me just show you why these goofballs are faking, right? Let me just show you why. Okay. Let me show Smash something that very few people have ever seen, right? So here you go. Let me show you something. Only because we on Smash's channel. Ain't too many people. All righty. Now, I'm gonna show you why Egyptologists is all over the place, right? Now this is because you know Smash. He's been my
No, your Wi-Fi started going out. You said Egyptologists all over the place. Then what you say after that?
nothing important.
Okay.
Nothing important. So I'm waiting for my screen to share. That's why.
Oh, no, we see it. We see it.
Yeah, we see it right now, Reggie.
Yeah, we got you.
If it's a black screen with some with a yellow
Howie
screen,
Kim.
got it.
Howie Kim.
They got a minute on the side, yeah.
Yeah, right. Okay, so Smash. So the problem is for these are all the not all, but most of the trans literations with the man and woman glyph. Right? Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Yep.
All righty. So on the third line, right, you can read it. You don't have to, we can read it, but we can read it from the glyphs, right? So we can see Hekinef Kemet to you, right? Okay, so the Egyptologist says, he has come, he has ruled the black land, he has placed the red land in its midst.
Docuseries. Hold on, what's that noise? Hello?
That's Tizu. He had something said something.
Go, keep going, ready. So what he do with what?
So we can read it right here. It says Hekinef, right? He is ruled, right? Then it's
this is funny. We was going over this one in a different form earlier on this show, so people should be familiar with it. That Hekinef Kemet Ra, or what is that?
Erdi.
Okay. Erdi NF. What?
Right.
Wa? Is that Wa? Wash? What's that?
No.
Wash?
Can you zoom in a little bit?
What's that at the top? That's not a hand. That's a harpoon, right?
Where? Right here?
there, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm
so wash. It should say wash in your transliteration somewhere.
Where do you want me to blow up the okay, so the translation.
The harpoon is Y and the SH is under it, correct?
Yeah, well, they translated on the third line, right?
What they put?
This is the 1, 2, third line. So let me just see where it is, right? Heka and
where's the Kemet though? Kemet Erdi. The share.
Yeah.
Huh?
Right. So yeah, because this is Deseret. DSR.
Oh, that's a D. That's what I was asking you. Was that a D hand or was that a harpoon? Because that D hand, you know how crazy that looked to be trying to be a D hand. It kind of looked like the harpoon. It's looking little to me, but go right ahead.
Yeah. So Deseret, right? Deseret M, right? And then I'll just read the Abeth. Abeth.
So you're saying that's rule? He came to rule or govern the black people?
Well, no, they're saying the black land. They translated it as the black land. How could this be the black land?
I don't see no tar.
How could this be black land? And so that's how they be playing with us. So he ruled the black. He's saying this is Kemet to you, right? They're gonna take this whole thing and make it the black land, right? Now with Deseret, with Deseret, I don't mind them saying the red how can I say the red territory, right?
Mm-hmm.
But but they're not saying land, and they put it on his horns. Okay, so let me find another one. This line right here.
Did they say the red territory or did they say the desert in their translation?
No, they say the red land.
Behind that bird, that's a land determinative, right?
Hill
That's
country.
like those three hills or something. Is that right?
Yeah, it's a territory. It's
Okay,
a
right.
foreign territory like Kasu, Heka Kasu. He ruled the. Here he goes. He ruled the Kemetiu, right? And he put the red the deseret, the red territories, foreign territories on his horns, right? My point is, they take this and they make this the black land for no reason. Then over here on this one, right? Then he comes over here, it says he has come given let me see. Yeah, wait, it says he's given life. So let me find the one that says he's given life. Protected two lands, calm the two river banks. This is okay, so this is the one underneath it, right? So he has come, he has ruled the black land, he has placed the red land in its midst, right? Then he says he has come, he has protected the two lands. So he has come, he's protected the two lands. I ain't got a problem with that. And he has calmed the two river banks, right? The two river banks. Great, great. No riparian, great. Then the next line says that he has given Egypt life and he has dispelled their woes. So how is this commit to you right now, Egypt now? So he is given, the commit to you life, right? And then it basically says he has dispelled its woes, its problems. So here, this is not, watch this. This is not black land.
It's
As it
Egypt.
was over here, it's Egypt.
Yeah.
Like
That's
they get away with this all the time.
yeah. That's not good. That's not good at all.
So as far as this, I wonder how many years do you think it's gonna take for us to get this part of this text corrected?
Hold on.
You know what I'm saying? Like in the academic sphere. Because like it's just too many instances. See, so the battle basically is still going on or something. I'm taking it.
Yeah.
They still have this stuff out here without any correction.
Hey, Smash and James, I just put it in the back check. I just put it in the chat. I found it. The documentary, the clip about the Discovery Channel about Cleopatra mixed race. I put it in the chat. I don't like to say nothing in it. I don't want nobody to be saying I'm coming out here trying to.
Let's. Who was it from?
It's from No Doubt Self, but it's from the Discovery Channel. They took this straight from the Discovery Channel. It was on that Netflix documentary about Cleopatra where they made all that uproar about her having that mixed race.
I might have to be cool on playing that, but I appreciate it.
Oh yeah, it's in the back chat, but okay, that's cool. I just wanted you to see it.
Yeah,
I
checked it out though.
It was on Discovery Channel. Yeah, it was on Discovery Channel.
Appreciate it.
Okay, no problem.
So all of the things that I'm showing right now, any of the things that one would be great, but all of them would be greater, is to show that Diop was right. I don't know what these people are talking about when they said that this means black land, when it means Kemetiu. And every time they start asserting Egyptians, now they're lying because they don't want to show the Kemetiu. So over here, this one, how the Egyptians rejoice such a strong arm for you have protected their traditions. So here's the Kemetiu, which they're calling the Egyptians. Here is rejoicing, right, with their strong arms, your arms, right? And then this one is over here protected, and this over here is basically their traditions. So the question is, why is this Egyptian now? But what I'm showing you, and I'm gonna stop showing, what I'm showing you is I've tracked down at least 4 versions of Kemetiu with the man and woman glyphs. And I'm showing you the contradictions. I'm showing you the contradictions of how we have to verify the information. How, if you're going to do this work, you need meta-nature skills. Otherwise, you'll be walking around thinking about Egyptians, that the text says Egyptians from the translators, but when you look at it, you say, hey, there's a man and woman there, right? You'll be walking around thinking it's the black land when it's men. I'll stop.
Yeah, that shows inconsistency.
I was just trying to show that source that he put in the back chat. It was a PDF file with the information that he was referring to.
Who, me?
No.
Oh, some other topic.
Not you, though.
Tizo, me?
Yeah.
It was a YouTube. It was a YouTube. Oh.
Keep teaching.
I tried.
Whoever dropped the DNA of the what it said, Cleopatra, what it said, let me see.
Yeah, that was me. I'm sorry. That was YouTube. I got off YouTube because I couldn't find the Discovery Channel. I can't get my the source from the Discovery Channel. I have a subscription to the Discovery Channel, and I was trying to put it into it, but I couldn't. I had to go to a YouTube channel, and it just basically talking about the DNA of her sister that from the same mother, and their mother was like they said Nubian, but you know.
This at 6 hours. Who about to go live so they can continue? So we can continue.
Yeah.
I gotta shut this down because it's running for so long.
All right. I'm
People
going
won't
live.
be able to rewatch the video because it'd be too long. But what you say?
What's going on, Reggie? You finna go live?
Go live,
No,
Reggie.
tomorrow.
Go
I
live
gotta
now. Why you don't go live?
Okay, what time you going live so we'll know?
9:38. I got an audience. Goodbye. Peace. I'll see you tomorrow.
You going live tomorrow?
Yeah. Peace. Happy New Year.
All right, peace, Reggie.
Peace.
All right, peace, man.
All right, y'all. Thanks for tapping in.
All right, peace,
No doubt.
Word up. Yep, another good show. Thank y'all for watching. Thanks for the contributions. Hey, I appreciate the people who joined the channel. I appreciate the cash apps I get. Appreciate the super chats. And I want to say thanks. I'm out. I'm about to go kick back, relax. There's some games on or something. What's on? Ja Morant playing? I got to see if Ja Morant playing. That boy crazy. He came back to the league. Just ain't lost. He probably lost already since I jinxed him. Came back on fire. All right, peace.